Hello and welcome to another Giant Slayers Fight Night Legends. I'm your host Casanova, and joining me as always is the Blevins. How are you feeling today, buddy?
I'm doing great. I just took a nice shower like I always do, and I'm getting pumped. I've got like a routine now. It's only taken what is this, week 14?
Week
I'm
14.
finally
14.
getting in a routine now before the event, but I'm feeling great.
Yeah, I'm very excited again for today. We've got a really great lobby, but before we get into that lobby, why don't you break us down with the format for what Fight Night Legends is?
Yes, of course. Nothing crazy to change here this week, Casa, but for those of you who are new, we've got a double elimination bracket with 8 invited players. Every match that we're going to be seeing played tonight is going to be a best of 3, where the players have brought 2 decks with no region overlap, and to win, players need to win with both of their decks. And of course, Casa, the players are going to be playing for their share of that $200 prize pool. Speaking of those players, Casa, why don't we take a look at some of the players we invited this week?
Yeah, we've got an awesome lineup today. We've got in the first round Arax versus MisterBear, Deach versus SharkGui, that battle from Brazil right there. Kavira versus Xiramus, or as we know him, Kata. Finally making an appearance in Fight Night. Been wanting him on for a while. And to cap it off, we have our featured matchup for today. This is going to be Hugs86 from Team Dignitas versus Swim from EG. Now, a lot of you might recognize Hugs if you've been around the Super Smash Bros. Melee scene as well. He's been a competitor for a very long time, and we're extremely excited to have Hugs here on Fight Night. He's been wanting to play for a bit, and he's just been saying he kept brushing off like, okay, I want some more practice. I want to feel a little bit more ready. And finally he was like, hey, I'm ready to play. Get me in there. And of course I had to oblige.
Yeah, I am. I try to. Okay, who am I kidding? I don't try to not show my my bias. I'm very biased towards Hugs. Love Hugs. He's great. We always see him in the chat, watching the tournaments and watching the replays, which is great. But hey, you got to be careful what you wish for, because he's coming in and his first round is against not only a top streamer and player in Swim, but our last week's champion. So Hugs, diving directly into the deep end with his first Fight Night appearance.
Yeah, diving right in. We'll see if he'll sink or swim against our boy SwimStrim here. Gonna see if he can take down the first place finisher from last week's Fight Night. But we're gonna have to see if he can take down that lineup that we saw from Swim as well. And that deck that was really popping off last week was this discard aggro. Couple tweaks this time around from Swim. We see a Teemo being popped in, but overall very similar to what he brought last time.
Yep, absolutely. And I want to make a note here, Casa, because I'm just gonna tear the Band-Aid off. So I will say this: the new cards from the new patch are absolutely legal, and the players had the full opportunity to play any of the new cards from the new patch. With that said, I don't know that we're going to be seeing a ton of them. We see 0 in this deck. Like you said, very similar to last week. I think it's 1 Teemo for 1 Draven and maybe a couple of changes here and there. But there's not a ton of Monuments of Power cards represented in this very first week after the patch.
Yeah, and I guess what we can do is, on the other side, Hugs has brought a couple of decks, neither of which are running landmarks. In fact, I don't know if anybody has brought a landmark to this tournament. But Hugs has a version of Twisted Fate Swain that has a lot of inspiration from the new set. It's got a lot of the new cards, as we see a lot, of the kind of Tom Kench package being added in, those self-harming units that will allow the Swain to level up very easily with the Crusty Codger, the Fortune Croaker, and the Lounging Lizard. Now, unfortunately for Hugs here, he has brought 2x Scorched Earth, and I don't believe there are any landmarks, so kind of a misread on the meta here. I'm not surprised that we see Scorched Earth. I think it's a very good landmark removal tool because I think it functions well as a guillotine that doesn't replicate. But I think if there's no landmarks in the tournament, Hugs probably would be a little bit happier if those were Noxian guillotines. But we'll see if Scorched Earth can provide some good support for him either way.
Yeah, I mean, that's the beauty of the new format. I mean, literally the set came out what, 2 days ago, and for what it's worth, if you've played on the ladder at all in the last 2 days, the representation of the Soraka Tom Kench deck or just some sort of Soraka landmark deck has been quite high. So, and there, as far as I know, there really haven't been very many tournaments, if any tournaments at all, since the new set came out. So what are you supposed to base it off of? Well,
yeah,
ladder.
there's one Brazilian tournament that tends to happen like the day of, and guess
Yes.
who won that yet again? Ian Nogueira. He won the last one that they did day of tournament launch. He's a beast on patch day. But overall, yeah, you base it generally off ladder, and you know, Hugs, I was watching his stream and he was playing a lot of that Soraka TK, and from what he was saying, it sounded like he expected to see a fair bit of that represented in the tournament. And I even personally expected to see maybe one or two Soraka TKs, but in fact, there's none of them this week. No one has decided to go that route. Not a lot of new champions overall. In fact, I don't think any new champions are being played. Just some of the new cards. Nopify definitely getting some representation.
Yeah.
But it's definitely, the players were a bit conservative this week, which is totally understandable. You want to go for the win, not jumping straight into a lot of these new archetypes that you don't know if they're going to work, especially when Lee Sin is still so powerful, and when TF Swain does so well on new patches. It punishes decks that are not fully refined extremely well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, some players maybe would have wanted to take that dive. I think the problem is that Soraka Tom Kench is not, it's not something that's like overly powerful. Like, it's very good. It's got a lot of synergies. It's doing cool things. You get your alternate win condition. You're getting your, you know, your crusty codger sort of cards and getting value off of them. But it's not like something like new Lee Sin where it's like, oh, the payoff for this is I just win the game instantly. It's the payoff is like, I can play like kind of a really slow, grindy control deck that wins very, very slow and also is extremely easily interruptible. So like there's definitely a difference there. But yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised. I think it has the archetype has potential in the long run. I think it's just gonna, what is the actual direction to go for with that deck? Is it Tom Kent Soraka? Is it something like Braum Soraka? I've been messing around with that. Like, regeneration plus Soraka and the landmark are pretty, it's a pretty powerful synergy, but it's figuring out and then min-maxing the actual direction to go with the deck is still at least I'll give it at least a week or two off from finding where the sweet spot for that is.
Yeah, I feel like we can mostly agree that Soraka feels pretty strong. She feels like a very reasonable champion to be playing in your decks. Her level up ability is pretty easy to reach, and once you get there, having that card draw on each turn is quite strong. So I do expect to see Soraka represented somewhat in the meta eventually. I think she'll show up. I'm with you, though. I don't know exactly where that's going to be. Tom Kench was expected to be kind of a dud of a champion initially, but he's shown up very well, specifically with Soraka, and maybe there's more exploration that can happen with TK in the future. Now, you know, Unyielding Spirit is a card that's long gone for the most part, but that with TK sounds kind of hilarious as far as a removal tool, but of course it's expensive, and trying to actually cast that as a fast spell has fallen away. There's a lot of cool experimentation we could see with both Soraka and Tom Kench. Biggest disappointment of the patch for me so far is that dragons have felt kind of weak. I was very excited for Shyvana. I don't know if you've seen a different side of that, but personally,
a little bit.
I haven't been impressed by the dragons.
It's hard to say because we're living in an interesting world on ladder where it is almost down the middle, half try hard, I'm just gonna play scouts with no card changes to try to get to master as fast as possible. I've been doing that. And also half, I don't care if I win or lose, I just want to try the new cards and tweak. And there's not really like what there ends up being is, I mean, there's definitely the super refined no card changes decks that end up, but usually it's something in the middle where the original decks get new cards added. Some of them get pushed out because other decks rise up. So it's really hard to tell what's actually good. But in terms of Dragon specifically, I've actually been playing a couple of different lists that are I called it Banner Dragons or Dragon. No, Banner Dragons would make sense. Where it's basically just a Bannerman deck with Shyvana added in and Screeching Dragon, which I mean is kind of already in those lists anyway. It's pretty good. Shyvana's a pretty good 4-drop. It's just it's been the case for Demacia for a while, is that the 4-drop spot is very contested, kind of like the 6-drop spot with Genevieve and Cythria. It's like if another big 6-drop card comes out for Demacia, it's like the bar that it has to go over to actually get played is so high. And it's kind of like that for Demacia as well. It's like, do you want to play Shyvana, or do you want to just play Grizzled Ranger? Do you want to just play Bannerman? And I cut the Grizzled Rangers for Shyvana in like a mono Demacia deck, and it's been all right. I don't know if it's been better than...
Yeah,
you can make an argument that it's better.
I could see if you're leaning away from the Scouts package and actually playing, Screeching Dragon, and maybe there's potential to play other dragons in that as well down the line. It just comes down to is that deck good enough in the meta? And maybe it's possible for sure. I mean, Demacia tends to sometimes squeeze its way back in, but it's been kind of a little while since we've seen a pure Bannerman list actually have a lot of success. We've seen some versions of Scouts do quite well, especially with Misfortune, but it's definitely been a little bit tough for Demacia, but they did have their heyday. They had their dominance.
Oh,
so
boy, did they.
I'm okay with a little break from Demacia for now, but it will be interesting to see in what capacity they can return, and whether that's going to be with the Dragons of Shyvana, or if that's going to be something else. I would love to see some kind of dragon archetype work. I just like dragons, but we won't be seeing any of that today, so we're not going to talk on that too much more here. We are going to be jumping into game. This is going to be Hugs versus Swim, and this is going to be the other deck from Hugs. We didn't talk about it too much, but this is Prankster Burn that he will be queuing up first, going up against discard aggro, and a pretty reasonable starting hand from Hugs to boot. That's the Bark Beast, Elise, Phantom Prankster, 1, 2, 3 start. To get things rolling, Stalking Shadows to refill the hand.
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty much what the doctor orders when you're playing this deck. You want to have your nice curve. You've got your Prankster to really push over the top, and Stalking Shadows is there to refill. And of course, many of the cards in this deck have Last Breath. You're going to get value off of even just having an ephemeral version, and it's going to be great. I mean, here's the thing, though. This matchup is going to be interesting because we saw last week the discard aggro deck. Man, it's really tough to know which one of these is going to be faster. Who's playing the control? Who's playing the aggro? It really can turn on a dime here. I mean, the caretaker or the caretaker here can be potentially pretty good. But I mean, look at this board already from Swim.
Yeah, one of the advantages that Prankster has against other aggressive archetypes is Prankster just needs to develop its Prankster or its Neverglade Collector, and then at that point, it just gets to play for board control while still burning you out. It doesn't have to try and go over the top, because it just does naturally while defending itself. So on average, I actually do like Prankster in aggro matchups. I actually think that generally Prankster can be favored, mainly due to the fact of the matter that you are going to be, blocking a lot and trading and actually having your Pranksters deal damage, while you also have healing with that Neverglade Collector, and you're going to be playing something like Doom Beast as well. But that Visions was massive here for Swim. It's going to be building a big lead over Hugs to start things out, and the Prankster coming down with no board at this point is definitely very subpar.
I mean, I don't want to call it over, but it kind of, that was, I mean, for what it's worth, no mana up. It's hard to make that read. It's also exactly needs to be Poro Cannon and exactly Visions, right? So that's a tough block to make. And even if Hugs plays conservatively there and blocks a 1/1 instead, like he's not in like super... It's not like he's in a great position right now. Like there would be a 2/1 Elise on this board instead. Yeah, this start from Swim, I think, is really demonstrating why this deck is, why he's brought it back-to-back weeks here. It's very, very explosive, very strong.
Yeah, I mean, this start was very hard to beat for Prankster without having some of your own early aggression tools. Like,
Right.
for instance, if he had Butcher Keeper or something like that to really set up his early game, I think that would have been, possible for Hugs to play into this. But having that Butcher, or sorry, that Visions on the Poro Cannon, that was really, really brutal to play around. And while there was certain blocks that he could have done to play around exactly that combo, it's pretty tough to specifically want to play around that. But I like the pickup of the Ravenous Butcher here. You can use it with the used cask salesman to eat both of those casks and actually develop some sort of an attack. But I think it's going to be too little too late for Hugs. Even with the collector, like, there are a lot of great things that he's picked up at this point in the game that generally would allow Prankster to stabilize and actually win this matchup. But because of the fact that we see, this double get excited in hand, it's going to be leveling up the Jinx. There's just too much for Swim right now. In fact, Hugs is dead on this turn because of the second get excited. So it's... While this game did not look remotely close, I think Swim had a great draw in response to a very mediocre draw from Hugs, and then Hugs didn't play around a specific card combo that really cost him. So that made this become a huge blowout in a matchup that I think generally does not look exactly like this.
I agree entirely. There was... Yeah, I mean, the only thing that could have been done was that different block, but would it have mattered? I think the answer is a resounding no there. That was that was a destruction that was unavoidable. I don't know if any deck could have really combated that. That was insane.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, you could even see it on Hug's face. He's laughing. He's like, okay, well, he's got me on this one.
Sometimes they just have it.
And so now, Hugs has an aggressive list going up against Lee Sin, so very possible to find the win that way with the Prankster deck. And then after that matchup, he will have to win with Twisted Fate Swain into Lee Sin, which is a little bit more in the air, because if you can get the Swain and Leviathan down, you can lock up Lee Sin, and you can keep him stunned, and you can actually find the win against Lee Sin decks with that kind of list. But it's getting to that point can be a little bit hard because Leviathan is coming down on turns that if the draw is right for Lee Sin, you're dying on those turns. So it's certainly a strange matchup, difficult matchup, and we'll see if Hugs gets to it. First of all, if he decides to queue the Prankster once again, and if he does, then we'll see how he's able to navigate it, because I think it is quite hard to play. But Butcher Keeper for Hugs, that's what you want to see when you're playing this deck.
Glimpse is also not a card that you necessarily want to keep in the opener.
Oh,
okay. Hugs
interesting.
Ships it all. I guess looking for the one drop. I can see it potentially. I think Butcher Keeper is one that you definitely want. It gives you that early aggression. It's not necessarily the best into, like Mountain Goat can kind of trade with it pretty all right.
That's true.
Which is maybe the consideration. I think that mulligan was Hugs has a very specific plan for what he's looking for in the opener and is executing on that. Because off the top, it seems like, Butcher Keeper is what you would want, but Hugs obviously has a different read on it here. Here, this is interesting because there's almost no chance that Swim actually has the option here. He can just take the trade with Elise or value block the Spider. And honestly, either are kind of okay for Swim.
Yeah, I somewhat like the value block to generate an additional gem. My only issue with that is then you have a 2/3 Elise and a 3/3 Bark Beast on board.
Right.
You still have the way to block one of them by having this Mountain Goat, and you are getting that extra gem. It's less about the damage that you're taking. I think the 2 from Elise is totally fine, and more about the board position that I think Swim needs to think about here. But I do like getting that additional gem, especially with Lee Sin in hand when you are going to be trying to push that level up.
Absolutely. One other key card that is of note here in this matchup specifically is that Glimpse Beyond, because it will be able to slow down the combo kill for Swim if he has the Lee Sin with Overwhelm. The Glimpse is able to effectively counter the kick part, right? And eat your own unit so that it doesn't get kicked into your Nexus, which in a matchup like this, I mean, one additional turn being bought can absolutely make or break the game for sure in Hugs' favor. So really gonna have to be cognizant of putting on as much pressure as he can as quickly as possible, and then also you know, saving that Glimpse for the Lee Sin kick turns.
Yeah, and this turn 3 is pretty slow, but I like the fact that he's got Prankster. He's got good setup for future turns. You know, having the use Cask Salesman is worth a lot of damage when you have a Prankster on board. Having this Blighted Caretaker worth a lot of damage when you have the Prankster on board. So there's a lot of just potential damage here for Hugs. I look at Swim's hand, and I feel like Swim's probably feeling good in this matchup with the units that he has, and I really, really like this play from Swim. Now just one gem on top of this goat is going to make it a very effective blocker going into Hug's board, and he already has another Zenith Blade in hand, so he doesn't need the Daybreak. He's got one for the Lee Sin, and you might as well just make your board a lot more resilient to what Hugs is trying to do.
Absolutely. The matchup is very much, you just need to survive and errantly be casting spells, get Lee Sin leveled up, essentially assemble your combo and win in one turn. The other way to, I mean, that's the general game plan for Lee Sin, obviously. In this matchup specifically, it's not bad to necessarily develop the Lee Sin early and actually use it sort of defensively, right? Hug's list has Mystic Shots and Get Exciteds in terms of actual removal, or at least soft removal for Lee Sin. So you're really not super scared of the Lee Sin dying out of nowhere. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see a Lee Sin developed here. We're going to see the Glimpse used right now to deny the gem from the goat here. Interesting play considering the value of the Glimpse in this matchup, but you know, Hugs is certainly behind here, needs to get something going.
Yeah, I guess that Glimpse to me is saying that Hugs wants to just try and get as many cards to play as he can at this point. Like, he's just trying to get as much on the board and go as aggressive as possible. He's saying once your Lee Sin is leveled and you have Overwhelm, like, I'm probably going to lose anyway, so I want to just try and push the tempo as much as possible. And that seems to be where Hugs is at. Considering that, I think something like this Ravenous Butcher is quite good. I think you can go into, you know, you have a Hapless Aristocrat on hand already, so you can go Hapless into Butcher, and get some very big aggressive plays, but instead he goes for the Blighted Caretaker, so he's got 3 of these now. I think he's going to have a hard time playing all of these, which is exactly why I would have wanted to see the Butcher, because he can actually play out something like this, you know, Neverglade Collector on this turn, and then set up to play something like the Hapless Aristocrat into Butcher on the Aristocrat, Butcher on the Spider, you know, set up for a big attack that way, and also get just an excessive amount of procs for your Pranksters. And I think that would have been a really, really strong line for Hugs here, considering he only needs to deal 13 more, theoretically. Of course, there could still be more healing, but yeah, I really would have liked to see some kind of aggressive line like that and really utilize the fact that you have a Prankster Collector hand.
Yeah, I think that this hand leads itself to a couple of different lines, and yours certainly is a very good one. It's the problem for Hugs here is that he's very quickly going to run out of time. I would imagine Swim is relatively easily able to present lethal on his next attack. So you either need to do the 13 now, or you need to figure out, I mean, you need to find another Glimpse. You need to find, you need to be able to put on enough pressure to maybe, force some resources defensively from Swim. But as it stands, I mean, especially with this Eye of the Dragon, I mean, that's going to make it even tougher potentially for Hugs to do anything on his turn that ends in lethal here. There's just not enough mana and not enough time for Hugs right now.
Yeah, and he gets the Prankster out on this turn. It looks like this is very clearly a Blighted Caretaker on the follow-up here onto the Aristocrat. Go in to try and pull things aside, get some damage to the face. And then maybe you can follow it up with something like the Used Cask Salesman after you have some stuff die and try and push some more damage, but I just don't think it's going to get there. I think that's the problem right now. I think Hugs has had some opportunities to try and push a little bit of extra damage, but I don't know if he's had the opportunity to push 13 or 15.
Right.
And while, going for this Blighted Caretaker gives him the opportunity to really look to push more and more damage as this game goes on. This is a lot of effective damage. I don't think Hugs has time to actually develop that. And that goes back to the Butcher pick that potentially could have come earlier, as that is something that you could develop immediately, which I think he is under that time pressure from Swim right now.
Absolutely. I'm not sure what Lee Sin is at in terms of ticks, but we can see 2 1-cost burst spells, the Zenith Blade. Zenith Blade, I think, can actually be freely cast here. 6 potential damage could be dealt on the turn. 2 from the challenge, and then if Hugs had 2 Mystic Shots, that is, I think, the maximum amount of direct damage that could be dealt to Lee Sin right now. So the Zenith Blade develop is actually safe, or it was safe before he cast the Mentor here. The other thing is that Zenith Blade doesn't even need to be cast on Lee Sin, does not need to go for a combo kill, and very, very likely may not be going for it, just because it's not necessary. There's already been some damage dealt. There is, a very strong board from Swim without the Lee Sin even needing Overwhelm.
Yeah, now Hugs has to look for the way he wants to go for these attacks. Of course, going to pull that Dragonling, and now probably would want to go with the Spider at least here, because you don't really care about having that on board, unless he wants it for fodder.
Yeah. Could potentially want it for fodder. I mean, at this point, it's just... He's certainly going to want the damage, I think. I mean, Swim is going to have a full hand of gems. Is going to be at...
Yeah, he certainly gets to the Lee Sin level up.
Yeah, it's determinant, I think, at this point. So now, again... well, actually, now it's actually technically risky for Swim to go for Zenith Blade here if he wanted to. He, of course, can do it on his turn. I tend to prefer to play it at the end of, at the effective end of your opponent's turn. Even if you're not getting another Zenith Blade. Of course, Swim doesn't need another one right now. So really, from Swim's perspective, it's just figuring out how does he want to utilize these gems. I mean, he can really cast them on any of these targets and be okay. I guess putting it on Lee Sin is always going to be good. Putting it on the Goat is going to be perfectly fine here as well. He's going to probably want to invest another one here.
He'll probably
he's already
just
cast
Zenith
another
now.
spell. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now he can freely Zenith. Yep,
Yeah.
Zenith, and then now it's... Unless Hugs draws a glimpse here, I think it's just over.
I think so. I think that's what we're on for Hugs, is it's going to be a glimpse, and he doesn't find it, and I'm certain that Swim is able to level this Lee Sin on burst speed and go for the attack.
Of course, the Twitch ad is saying, you know what? You don't need to see Swim's hand. We would rather you see Pop-Tarts.
Lovely mid rolls.
Do you know about the new iPhone 9, Casa?
Yeah, I don't know about the gems in your hand, but you know the gems that they use to make the iPhone
Yeah,
9.
the gems that they. You may not. You may have seen the new iPhone, but Lee Sin hasn't, and he doesn't need to because he's the blind monk. He's going to be able to kick you into the Nexus regardless, and you can see the pristine quality of that Nexus kick with the new iPhone Pixel camera. Okay, I'm done doing fake ads for someone who's not a sponsor. Apple, if you'd like to reach out to sponsor Fight Night Legends, please.
Direct inquiries.
Yeah, direct inquiries to Blevins at wisdom.gg. But this is going to be over for Hugs here. Not able to take it down. Kind of unfortunate draws. Maybe had a couple of different lines to take, but Swim's going to take the early 2-0 here against Hugs in our first round.
Yeah, that is the returning champion for you, Swim, being able to pick up his first round victory. Going to be advancing winner's side. Hugs, though, still in the tournament. He's still got a chance to come back through the loser's bracket. He'll be waiting his opponent between Zirimas and Kuvira, and Swim will be playing, of course, the winner of that matchup. We will have plenty more Legends of Runeterra action for you, but we're going to take a short break. More Legends when we return. Welcome back to Fight Night Legends. We're jumping straight into game with another round 1 matchup. This is Kavira versus Zirimas. This is going to be War Mother's control from Zirimas, or Brachkata. You may know him from other tournaments. And then Kavira will, of course, be on that TF Swain.
Yeah, I was looking at these backwards. Yes, so we're on the 1 cam here, so we've got the hidden hand, which means we get to put our player hats on, Casa, and try to play around things that Brachkata is playing around here, which is great. But he, of course, is on the Casanova's call, and this is an old school with the
Gorger.
We've got some Soul Gorgers in the house. Haven't seen that bad boy in a long time.
Yeah, it's been a minute since we've seen the Chonker. The Chonker himself. The Soul Chonker. Trying to feast on all of the souls. But yeah, it has been a minute since we've seen this card. I think, seeing as how we saw a ton of aggro last week and the week before, I think it makes sense to try and include a little bit of lifesteal. I think the ramp has been pretty consistent for these Trundle decks, and just finding a way to stabilize if you can make it to a turn 6 play is pretty reasonable to me. I think it makes sense to go for something like this Soul Gorger. And, well, we'll see if it pays off for Brachkata here. I think, you know, War Mothers is interesting. This is the 6x ping version with the 3 Vile Feast, 3 Unspeakable Horror. So this certainly is teched out to deal with a lot of these early aggressive lists. You know, 3x Flash Freeze for the Lee Sins, Avalanche for the more aggressive lists. I like how this is teched for the tournament meta. Even after all this, Blevins, I'm still a War Mothers hater. So it's like, I don't love to see this being picked up, but at least when looking at it, the way it is teched, I am very happy with it. Like, I really like how well thought out this list is going into how the tournament meta has been the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, Soul Gorger is an interesting one, and actually one that we haven't seen in a while, but a 6-drop card that I've seen played in this slot, actually, Alpha Wild Claw. I saw some people playing, and it was actually Fresh Lobster who kind of explained to me what it did, and it really lines up very well into a lot of the sort of meta threats that are out there right now. So not being brought here, Soul Gorger, of course, is going to be, I mean, it sure does have 3 power, so it can block fearsomes. It's got 7 health, so it's going to be able to block forever. Lifesteal, of course, is going to make a lot of these aggro decks very tough to deal with. But my problem with it is it's just not a threat when you're not even in the aggressive matchup. Soul Gorger's not winning you the game very quickly, even at all. So of course that's what the other targets, I guess, are going for, but I'm not necessarily sold on it, but we'll see how it plays out here.
Yeah, I mean, the Slow Gorger does take a lot of time to actually ramp up and heal you out of, like, danger. It definitely isn't very fast. It isn't a big threat, like you mentioned. So I do agree with that. I think it's an interesting bring. I'm super happy with the spell choices from this War Mother's deck. I think that's where, you know, my big happiness within the techs lie is how this is teched out in the spell category. And I think that it's going to go a long way against some of the more aggressive lists, but Kavira's lineup is so standard. It's insane, right? This is TF Swain and Diana Lee Sin. This is very much the it's a new patch. I'm gonna bring stuff that is already good. For TF Swain, he just added 1 card that I think is just a great new card, which is the Fortune Croaker. Adding some more draw is definitely huge. I love that addition to the TF Swain list. I think it's just exceptionally good to be able to get some more draw consistency. And you know, an interesting card that's being included is that Death Lotus. Do you know what that is targeting? Is that for spell shields mostly?
That's
I know
a great question.
It's good for popping spell shields and barriers. I know it's really good at that. I think that was an argument that someone had made the first time I saw this in the list.
Yeah, I think it does do exactly that. If you're expecting Lee Sin, even though a lot of the Lee Sin decks have actually cut the Bastion. I don't know if I agree with that, by the way, but have cut the Bastion with its new nerf. It stops that relatively easily. I mean, sorry, not Diana. Fiora Shen has been a deck that we've seen a lot in the tournament meta over the past couple of weeks, and it does very well against that in terms of popping the shield. So, yeah, I can definitely see it. I mean, the other card, Make It Rain, has just been absolutely spectacular lately, whether it's a mirror match of, Pirate aggro, going against Pirate aggro, going against the other aggro decks, or just pinging off the shields. Like, it's kind of like a more consistent Make It Rain in terms of units, right? It never hits face, but you don't really care that much in this deck, especially since this is a TF Swain that is running 0 Rex, so you don't even care about the proc to face.
Yeah, for sure. Death Lotus is like really interesting because in combat it's way more consistent, right? But it also hits your units, and then it's not playable out of combat. So
right,
it's definitely a weird card for me. I've never loved it in lists that aren't, like the Crimson lists, or I guess some of the battle scars. Yeah, meme decks, Expedition. It does do some cool things with leveling up Swain. If you have a big board and a Death Lotus hits onto that big enemy board, like you're gonna get very close to leveling your Swain pretty much instantly. But yeah, it will be cool to see. Like, I think I understand why it's there. I just don't know if I personally love it for what it does. Like, I don't know how happy I am to see a Death Lotus. So I guess the question will just remain to be seen. Like, will it have the results here for Kavira, or is it just going to end up being a dead card a lot of the time? And I think that's something that we can even ask him later, how he felt about that, and get a response and see.
Yeah, what I will say is just anecdotally, having played a lot of Lee Sin and also Bannerman decks, there are a lot of times that Make It Rain is devastating, or even more specifically, second Make It Rain would be devastating. So I just see it as Make It Rain 4 and 5. That's what it looks like to me in my mind, at least in this list. So I don't mind it. I think I would probably play 5 Make It Rains if you physically could, right? So that's how I see it, and yeah, I mean, it's just a very versatile card, even though it does take a little bit of maneuvering, like you said, to, obviously you have to be in combat, but you can force that to happen, right? By putting pressure on. You don't need to physically challenge your opponent's units to get them to block, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And at this point, we see for Xiramus, he's got the Ruination. So he has a way to deal with this board, but I'm curious if this Ruination is ever going to have a good chance to be cast. Because if it comes out, we are approaching the turns where Leviathan can just be a response to your Ruination. And certainly that's not what you want to see. I wonder if this is just Soul Gorger open to heal 6, and then you just kind of let it rip. And you're hoping that your follow-up turn with this Vengeance can keep you safe enough that you can start to maybe develop this War Mothers and survive a little bit longer.
Yeah, I like letting it rip here with the attacks, obviously. Get 6 of that health back. There are 0 fervors in Kavira's list, actually, so there's not even the potential to prevent any of the life gain here. So 6 Xiramus will be going back up to 16 here. I mean, this is about as open a time to rip the War Mothers as you're gonna get, right? I guess the question becomes, what are your hits and what are your misses, right? There's still 2 Weirding Stones in the deck, right? There's 2 Weirding Stones, 1 Soul Gorger, and then 2 of each of the champions are the hits. So you're certainly favored you're certainly favored to not hit Weirding Stones, which is about as good as you're gonna get, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it comes down to, it really is just War Mothers versus Ruination at this point, right? It's like, do I need to clear this board enough that I need to Ruinate? Because if you do, it's pretty much guaranteed to be a Leviathan in response. So is War Mothers going to do enough is the question, and it looks like Xiramus is saying, no, I need to guarantee that it's a Trundle to help defend this board.
I actually like this a lot because the 12 mana is Trundle plus Vengeance. So
yeah,
you're 100% right. The follow-up for either of the plays, whether it's War Mothers or Ruination, is going to be Leviathan, or that's the worst case scenario. So how do
You
I
assume it's assumed to be
right?
Leviathan.
How do you best deal with that? And I think this is the answer. You really don't want to cast Ruination if you're, unless one of two things are happening. You're going to lose if you don't immediately, or you're getting a Leviathan off of it. That's just like the general rule of thumb, right, for this deck in this matchup. So even though, yes, you would be getting a Swain, you would be getting, like, because right now, you're kind of contesting this board pretty well. Swain's not getting through. The only thing that's getting through is Zap Sprayfin. And then the only other real threat for this board for Kavira is Twisted Fate, kind of, depending on how leveled up it is. So honestly, Ziramus here is probably ahead on board, actually.
Okay, there's Leviathan.
Now this Vengeance looks spectacular.
Yeah, that's a tasty Vengeance for sure.
Yeah.
Again, this line really paying off. We talked about how, worst case scenario, it's going to be a Leviathan in response to either of the big spells, and we see Zirimas go for the Trundle, so he has enough for this Vengeance up. Kavira basically deciding, I'm pretty sure he would have taken into account Vengeance, and he just decides that, hey, I'm going to develop this anyway, and I'm going to make you use your Vengeance on it. And yeah, I mean, it is there, and Zirimas is able to counteract that. Now, Kavira is going to get pretty aggressive with this Arachnoid Sentry, stunning up the Trundle, and trying to set up to push more damage. I'm curious to see if we'll see a Swain level up on this turn, or if this is just to remove the Trundle.
Yeah, I'm wondering what the development is here, because this is notably now we're out of Leviathan range, we're out of Leviathan mana, so any further developments are potentially baiting out another, or are baiting out the first Ruination here. So that's certainly got to be going through Kavira's mind. Like, that's public enemy number one, of course, when you're playing these big spells. Especially Kavira's list really does not, like I mentioned before, doesn't have a Rex, and just basically has the Leviathans and the Swains as finishers. Everything else is sort of mid and early game. There's not really any more over the top besides the Twisted Fate. So kind of needs to be relatively conservative with his Leviathan usage, because once they're gone, they're gone.
Yeah, and Kavira's going to get a decent attack in. Swain going to be able to actually connect with the face, and I think this is going to be going for the level up pre-attack.
Yep.
He was able to get that Vengeance out last turn, so considering that this is his follow-up, makes a lot of sense to try and get that out of the hand of Brachkata. To be able to set this up, I'm curious. Okay, make it rain. That doesn't actually get the Swain there, so I think he's waiting for another spell as well.
I wonder if, because we know we know for a fact that there's a Swain's Ravenous Flock in hand.
Right.
I'm wondering, this Make It Rain does seem weird, although now that puts Swain up to 8 now, I think. No, it's up to 11 now. Yeah, that's very interesting. I feel like he could have used the Ravenous Flock beforehand to level up the Swain. I'm not sure what that Make It Rain was, if I'm being completely honest.
Yeah, well, I'm sure they have another spell here. I think getting the Swain level up is huge in this spot. Being able to actually AoE the board, like Ravflock onto Trundle sets up Swain to just remove it as well.
Right. Yeah, you can remove Trundle, but I guess that makes sense. But there still needs to be another spell.
There it is.
The Blade's Edge. Okay. Blade's Edge is a one of in Kavira's list, and this is one that I don't remember who I saw on Twitter was posting about it. Was saying that Blade's Edge. Oh no, I think it was actually Mogwai was saying that Blade's Edge really helped tie the deck together in a lot of ways. And again, in the same way that like Make It Rain is really good, it's kind of like a third of a Make It Rain, but it's always gets you what you want.
It does some very cool things in this deck. I mean, you can ping face to get a stun with Swain. You can use it to, I mean, level Swain, obviously. You can use it to set up for Ravenous Flock. You can use it in response to someone healing something that you were using Ravenous Flock on. There's some very cool things that you can do with a 1 mana, 1 damage spell. It is very, very helpful to have. So I do like the Blade's Edge. I like it as a low amount within a deck, and well, it's a one of for Kavira. So I certainly like it in this case.
Yeah, I mean it's showing value here for sure. This attack's going to be pretty huge for Kavira. Bratchkata going to gain some of that life back up, but board going down quite a bit. The second Swain is going to be able to potentially kill the Trundle, should he so desire.
Ooh. This is interesting though, Blev, because it's a lot of overwhelm damage for Zirimas right now, and he has this atrocity on deck as well. So I'm interested to see if Kavira commits to killing the Trundle here. Because the problem with that is it's a Ravenous Flock that's Swain's Ravenous Flock, and that's what you're threatening to prevent Zirimas from just zeroing out this board and resetting it for a War Mothers or for any of his big units.
Right.
Kavira kind of needs to threaten this Swain. He's like, okay, if you ever clear my board, I have a Swain that I can just play down in response.
Yeah, but also, if you Ruination now, Tryndamere is still going to be there.
Yeah.
So it's actually kind of a really bad position for Kavira, despite the fact that it was such a massive attack there. This is actually super, super close because, like you said, Casa, you kind of need to save a Swain, you need to save a threat, but also, like, you can't really leave Trundle out, right? Can't really leave the Trundle there because that's going to kill you too.
I do like that Kavira goes for the Trundle kill, but this does mean that, you know, he's running pretty low on cards, and well,
there's potentially a couple.
Allows you to get a couple cards, and I think that's leveling TF.
Yep.
Okay, that's big. That is very big for Kavira. Twisted Fates pick a card, going to come in clutch for him to get that level up, and now just going to be sending out card after card on each of these turns. And yellow card is incredibly important, or gold card, if you will, to be able to stop this Tryndamere in its tracks. That was something we were saying, hey, that's a little concerning for Kavira. There's Tryndamere. We know there's atrocity in this deck. How is he going to deal with it? And if he has the spells to cast to actually cycle through the cards with this Twisted Fate, then he'll be okay. It's going to be fine, especially red card going to be clearing away a lot of this board, and gold card to prevent it. And now even, we talked about the potential of running out of steam, being low on threats. You get 2 cards per turn. If this Twisted Fate is on board and staying leveled, you draw your natural one, and you're going to get the blue card.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, it just needs to be 3 spells. So unless Kavira, no, there are a lot of units in this deck, and there's at least 1 Blade's Edge that's out. I mean, Death Lotus would actually be pretty decent here, although wouldn't really be better than a blank 2 mana fast spell. Would do almost the same thing here. But yeah, it needs to get to gold. I mean, getting to gold card here might actually just be the game. Because it's going to be the rest of the board cleared on Ziramus' side. Tryndamere stunned, not in atrocity range. Okay,
all right, let's
2.
see.
That looks
3.
like 3 spells.
You know what I think this was, Blev? I really think that there is a fleeting Leviathan in Kavira's hand right now.
Yep. I bet
Because they were so hesitant to go for this play, and that's probably because a major win condition of the deck is that Leviathan, and this is essentially throwing away that card, throwing away one of your 3 win cons in order to get this stun, but Kavira deciding that Atrocity is too much of a threat, and they have to get the gold card. And the only way to do that is, well, of course, through, you know, spamming out a bunch of fast spells that end up costing too much for the Leviathan to still be played. And that's where I think this very long decision-making process came in. And it feels like a massive waste. I mean, look at these Ravenous Flocks that are just getting thrown away because all that was needed was one of the spells. But Kavira, recognizing the fact that he will lose the game against Tryndamere hitting plus Atrocity, goes for a lot of aggression there, and we'll see if it can actually pay off.
Yeah, well, here's the thing, though. The Ruination comes down, wipes Kavira's board. Notably, the Twisted Fate. And, of course, the Swain, too. But the Twisted Fate, I think, was very much important there. Now, Xiramus is going to go into the next turn having War Mother's mana. And even if a Leviathan comes down here, I mean, who you can block it. You still got a little bit of time if you're Xiramus here. Even if a Leviathan comes down now, and if it doesn't, then all of a sudden you're in a massively good spot if you're Xiramus.
But did you take into account Plunder Poro, Blevins?
Fury plus Spell Shield. I did not take that into effect. Wow.
Yeah, well, that's probably not going to do anything, but, you know, didn't account for that one. As Xiramus going to be trying to defend against this, but okay, Sentry, that's a big pickup.
Yeah, the offensive Sentry. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So technically can stay alive with the Catalyst. And the Unspeakable will also do work.
Yes. That does not allow for War Mothers to be played, however.
Correct. That is correct. And also can play Weirding Stones as well to block.
Gonna look for a Nightfall unit as well.
Yep.
Ooh, that is a pretty good pull.
Great one. Yeah, that's pretty much that's pretty great. So I actually okay, so I like that pass there because I'm imagining the lose condition here for Xiramus is like the 3rd Sentry, which is in the deck. So you don't want to overcommit into a board that's not going to kill you, right? So 3, 4, 5, 6, 5, 6, 7, 8. So this board right now is not actually threatening lethal. So if Kavira attacks, Brash Cat has the ability to just press OK. Not dead. There is no fervor in this deck. There's only Death's Hand. There's nothing else that can kill this turn. So this is okay. I guess actually Death's Hand would kill with the keg. No, it wouldn't kill with the keg.
No, it's one off. Yeah.
Only one to face. 2 with the keg. So yeah, Brat's Cat, even though it seemed a little bit weird to not play that Doom Beast out there to block, it made a lot of sense.
And it was the Death's Hand.
Yeah, Death's Hand.
So it would have been 1 off for Kavira. But the Doom Beast, of course, going to be healing a little bit. Now it's just 3 life remaining, but the Tryndamere plus Atrocity is available, and I don't think Kavira can really stop this anymore.
Nope. With
that's
one
just gonna
card,
be the damage, and
there's
card.
nothing that can do 6.
Yeah, no Noxian Guillotine, no Scorched Earth. That's just going to be the Atrocity. Wow. And Zirimas is going to take us to a game number 3 against Kavira. A very exciting set between these two so far. It's extremely close, really back and forth. That game, there's a lot of really tight decisions there, and it looked like in the end there was not a Leviathan in the hand of Kavira. Did not hit it, fleeting or otherwise, to try and turn that around. So even though baiting out the original Vengeance to get that Leviathan on board, pushing a lot of damage with that play with the Swain, not able to get over the hump at the end, just a little bit too much healing picked up by the War Mother's list. And now Twisted Fate Swain has to take on kind of the meta bane right now, which is Diana Lee Sin.
Ooh, this so this is Zed Lee Sin actually.
Oh.
Yeah, Xiramus has Zed
Xiramus
Lee
is Zed.
Sin. Yeah, this one is actually pumped up a little bit more with the new set coming out. So if you take a look at the list, you can in chat, you can hit !Dex to take and find the list for yourself. A lot of lists have cut, like I mentioned before, the Bastion not in this deck. Nopify has been the big addition with Monuments of Power, and Nopify has been absolutely spectacular, especially when you consider a lot of the meta threats that are actually dealing with Lee Sin. It hits a surprisingly large number of targets. It notably, though, does not hit skills, which I found out the hard way. It can never hit a skill. But yeah, I'm still, and I talked about this last week, I'm still not a fan of the Zed version. I did try it out a little bit, but I just I'm not buying it. I don't mind the Diana version because I think that actually gives you an angle to deal with the board, and especially hyper aggressive boards. But Zed just, it ain't it, Chief, is all I can say about it.
It does come back to Zed being talked about as just not being a great champion. A lot of top tier players don't really like Zed as a champion in general, right? So when you bring it into this deck list, does he do enough? And I will say that Nopify helps Zed's case for sure. I do understand why that does. A lot of the removal threats that would stop Zed from actually taking control of a board are answered by Nopify, which is very cheap removal, very easy to keep that mana up. So, so I do like that consideration. I do actually think that Nopify certainly makes Zed experimentation make a lot of sense again, and I like to see that it's coming back and people are at least revisiting it, because I think Zed immediately fell out when everyone was realizing that Mono Lee was just doing a lot better when it came to competitive play. But Nopify, I do think, helps the Zed strategies. I think it does help when you're looking for that early aggression. So I like the concept of it being played here, and I'm excited to see if Zirimas is going to have success on this Zed version, and I wonder how much of that will come from that Nopify.
I agree that Nopify helps the Zed plan. I disagree that the Zed plan is a plan you should be going for, but it doesn't actually matter because it is Xiramus here who is playing the deck. And I gotta say, Spacey Sketcher is also a card I've fallen out of favor for me, but I'm not the end all be all for these Lee Sin decks. I've just played it a decent amount on the ladder, but this is kind of, this is not really the type of start you want to see if you are Xiramus. Of course, Kavira has a pretty aggressive start. The Eye of the Dragon is there, which is good, but you don't have, you've really got no gem production. You do have you can give Spell Shield, but like, there's no Lee Sin. There's not even a Zed to put on any pressure. You can't really reasonably block with this Eye of the Dragon unless you want to commit unless you're willing to commit one of your spells this turn for no Dragonling value. I guess if you want to trade 1-for-1 with spells, it's probably an okay exchange, but it's certainly not safe, I don't think.
You could, I mean, going Pale Cascade and then playing your Moonglow is possible. I know you generally want to save Moonglow, though, for your Zed or your Lee Sin.
Oh, I love it. You just see the DM pop up. Why did you let me bring this pile? You love to see it.
Oh my god.
Yeah, absolutely love to see it. And it just so perfectly showed up right in the screen that we see.
Oh my, yeah. I do love how the chat window pops up right there. And players, I feel like, here's the thing, Blev. Kavira's been on a number of times. He's got to know. This
is not his first
He knows that popped up for the stream. His game has been going on so long. He knows he's on the broadcast right now. Kavira. Kavira, of course, being the one with the meta of hovering over emotes but not sending them when he knows he's on broadcast. He'll hover it with his mouse and circle it to show us how he's feeling about what's going on. I mean, I love it. It's my favorite. I love having Kavira on. It is great. But yeah, I know Kavira and Swim prep together. I know they generally prep together. It's why Swim called out Kavira. He said, "Hey, I want to play against Kavira," and so we of course brought Kavira back. But they prepped together for the tournament, and Kavira maybe not so happy with TF Swain, or maybe not happy with the techs in this TF Swain.
Well, I gotta give a shout out to Kavira there, because I gotta give a shout out to Kavira here, because Kavira rode out on its way, had the wrong its, and then went back and changed it to the correct its. So that's a huge Blev grammar win for Kavira, and there's just not enough of those in today's age on the internet. So Kavira is an all-time favorite of mine now for that specific, completely has nothing to do with the game whatsoever, and almost certainly will never be brought up again moment for Kavira.
So we do have the GOAT generating some more gems for Zirimas here. Getting a lot of the spells ready to go for generating these dragonlings, which are going to make Kavira's life a little bit more difficult, as he does have this very aggressive strategy early on. He's got the Petty Officer, the Dreadweight Deckhand, and even, this Arachnoid Sentry in this case, in the context of this game, is very aggressive. We want to see him using it to stun and go wide and attack in. So this is going to be hard to see how Kavira punches through. Death's Hand being used right now to try and at least kill off the GOAT. But Zirimas does have responses. Can even just be the Nopify. I feel like this is very good Nopify value.
It is. The only other consideration is that Nopify actually counters 100% of the spells in Kavira's deck. If you're not counting Twisted Fate's pick a card. So Nopify, that's a good Nopify there for sure, but also like the in a vacuum value of Nopify is actually just it's literally as good as Deny in this deck.
Wait,
which is crazy.
Is Nopify gonna be the TF Swain killer in our format? Is that the card that's gonna make it very hard for TF Swain to exist in a vacuum? Because if it is a very common card to play, like you mentioned, it hits everything, and it always hits everything in this deck. There's not spells that you play in TF Swain that cost more than 3, unless I'm misremembering. I mean, I don't count salvage. I mean interactable spells.
Right.
No, and so
every spell in the deck.
Nopify does really well against this. It beats out Fervor, which is another common card we see. It does so well against TF Swain because Flock feels so bad to deny, but it's such a high power card that Nopifying a Flock, that feels okay to me.
Oh yeah.
I'm okay Nopifying a Flock.
I played a good chunk of actually pretty much every version of Lee Sin, all 3 main versions of Lee Sin when the new patch came out, and Nopify is just a big W for the deck overall. It actually might be better than old It's hard for me to say it's better than old Bastion, but it actually might be.
You'd have to hugify the size of that W, boss, for sure.
Yeah, I did hugify it. I mean, old Bastion, let me tell you, fantastic card for the deck, but Nopify is really good. I will make a correction that it's not exactly Deny in this deck against this deck because you can't Nopify Arachnoid Sentry Stun, but you can deny it. So
sure,
correction for me.
Yeah,
a self correction, but it is insanely good. You mentioned before, like the over the top for the TF Swain deck versus the Lee Sin decks is obviously Swain Leviathan. But I think really as it plays out, the way that the game ends is if Twisted Fate Swain has more Ravenous Flocks than responses from Lee Sin. Like that's how the game actually plays out. Like, yes, Swain Leviathan can lock out the Lee Sin if the Lee Sin's already been played, but you also can just hold the Lee Sin and go off in one turn, and it doesn't matter as long as you're not dead. So I think a lot of time, if you're able to put on the pressure and then also have the Ravenous Flocks to back it up, that's how you beat the Lee Sin deck. But Nopify certainly helps in that battle, which really, really makes it, I think, more in the Lee Sin favor.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen one Nopify get expended already, so there's only one that remains, but there are also 3 denies. So it's so difficult for you to play around your spells getting countered when there are 5 ways to do it in the deck. And yes, you can play around deny versus Nopify. You can say, hey, I will get Nopified in these scenarios, but I'll play around deny. But playing around both, I feel like puts you in such a bad position. If you are not casting spells because Zirimas has 2 mana banked and it's putting you behind, then you're not in a very good spot whatsoever.
Right. Well, I think that's why I don't know if I didn't catch what Kavira kept in their opener, but you know, if you notice, Kavira has had a full board basically the entire game and has just been trying to control the board, trying to get damage in, and that's what you have to do. And like, if they have the Nopify or the deny, they have it, but also you need to like out tempo them with these plays, which is I think what Kavira's plan was. But again, like, it is so hard to do that versus Kavira, quite sus. The Kavira outside of the game interactions, that's a 10 out of 10 for me. That's just a Kavira just racking up Blev W's here.
Zirimas is the imposter, looking quite sus here.
Quite sus. Yeah, that Lee Sin, easy imposter. The problem is that if you try to eject Lee Sin out into space, he just says "Hoya!" and kicks you out into space. It doesn't matter. Or has a barrier. You try to throw Lee Sin out, he just has a barrier. You can't do anything.
Getting Dragon Rage out the airlock like he could is not exactly what you want to see.
Please, someone make a video of that, of Lee Sin dragons raging someone out of the airlock, please.
I mean, yeah, that sounds amazing.
Well, if you ever thought that the Lee Sin deck was falling behind in cards, let me tell you, deep meditation. You just need to sleep on it, and you're back in action.
Yeah, quick nap from Xiramus, and he'll be able to find everything he needs. Truly an enlightened entity with this much deep meditation.
Yeah. And you know, this is probably not. It's not a fair thing to say, but it is in my favor and proves my point. So I'm obviously going to make it. Zed would have been trashed this game and wouldn't have done anything. Even if Zed did like some damage here, who cares? It would not have helped this game plan whatsoever. I just wanted to point that out. This is a PSA. Don't play Zed in your Lee Sin deck.
Yeah,
it's trash. But Zed might be good here as a 3-mana blank 3/2. No, I don't want to say I'm not against Zed in general, because I actually have had a lot of success with Zed over the course of my Runeterra career, but mostly in the Elusives deck, the old Freljord Ionia Elusives. Where's that deck? Bring that deck back. I need to see someone playing that. I love that deck.
Back?
That's one of my favorite decks of all time. The Braum version was one of my favorite decks ever. Oh yeah,
I thought we were happy we got rid of that. I thought that we were glad that was gone.
No, that's one of my favorite decks of all time.
Yeah,
I love that deck.
That's a beta deck for sure, an open beta deck.
Oh yeah. When you're playing it and you're winning, it's an alpha deck for sure, because you are beating down your opponent.
Oh my god.
Subtle. Really, I just want it's the card I can literally never remember the name of, even though I recall it all the time. The bring me tea to gain the strength of rivers.
The Inspiring Mentor, yeah.
Inspiring Mentor. I need to see more of that card.
Well,
I don't care about Zed. I don't even care about Elusives. I just love that card.
He has been buffed. I wonder if there's a world we get him back. Ionia has been leaning away from decks where he's good in. So maybe we can see some Inspiring Mentor. He's got the 2 attack on that now, which makes it a lot better.
Hey, 1-mana 2/1 is good in my book. I've been playing Savannah Lions for years, and only boomer Magic players will know what I'm talking about. It's just not even playable in Magic anymore. But I mean, that's old Drag Dredgers. I mean, come on.
Yeah. Yeah. Get the trash, eat the trash. That helped Deep be a very good deck originally.
I mean, I've been playing it a little bit now. I think it's still pretty good, but I'm driving us way off topic here.
Look, we're off the rails, but it's
we're off the rails, but also I think
this
this game is over. Like Lee Sin is in the position that you want it to be, I guess.
Do you think so? Because I feel like Kavira's got a lot of board pressure right now. He's got a lot of tempo, and Zirimas is dropping pretty low. Plus, I don't think we're at the one shot for Lee Sin unless he hits his Zenith Blade off this deep med. But I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like he's got to be pretty favored to hit it off of one of the two, right? I guess it depends. Did he play 2 spells this turn or not? That's what I'm wondering. He did, then. Okay, didn't. So no Dragonling this turn is interesting. And full price deep med. I know it would have technically been. Oh man, I almost would have liked casting the if you cast the guiding touch on something, whether it's Lee Sin or your face, I feel like that would have been pretty good because it actually pays for itself immediately with the discounted deep meds. But I guess you can get it here. That's fine.
Okay. Lee Sin level up already coming in here for Zirimas, and you know, like you were saying, the Lee Sin strategy is very much online. He's gonna start getting these dragon rages, kicking people out of the airlock and into Kavira's face. But again, it's not like Kavira is about to be dead unless we see that Zenith Blade picked up.
Mm-hmm.
And so if Kavira can find the board presence to actually push this last couple points of damage, this is still a winnable game. It is just tough at this point.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, Swain coming out here into something. It's gonna be tough for sure because like even the spell, the Death's Hand isn't even really doing anything here. Now Kavira's board is full. Oh, Zed finally coming out as a 3-mana blank 3/2. What a great card to have in this deck.
Man, Blevins hates Zed.
I don't hate Zed. I like Zed as a card, just not in this deck. Although maybe here's the problem, because I think it's worse in general, so I don't think people should be playing it. But also, every time I play against it, my opponent just gets the nut draw and
they
beats
just high
me
roll
down.
and
So
run
it's
you
like
over.
it's actually just
man, this card should be good, and then you play
this card
it.
is
just don't do
actual
anything.
trash in the deck, but I just get beat down by it.
Yes.
So it's actually worst of both worlds for me. And maybe it's because I talk so much trash about Zed that this happens.
Well, yeah, it's like I talk trash on War Mothers and then I lose to it on ladder
Right.
and it wins tournaments. It's just
that's true. So does that mean that we're guaranteed to see the Zed deck win? I'm gonna have to just be completely silent in the winner's interview.
Yep. Yeah, I think so. I think the winner's interview will only ask questions about Zed as well. Well, I will.
Right.
I'm sure you will not want to approach that shadow assassin, the angry shadow assassin that is Zed.
Yep, that's well, I guess we'll see, but yeah, now I'm not 100% sure. Okay, Kavira just deciding is it worth burning a unit, or which unit is worth burning to play out the Swain. Now, I think, is there a sequence of spells that could kill Lee Sin here? The answer is I think not, because it would involve Lee Sin taking damage and then getting flocked. You can't do that.
Yeah, and
well, actually, no, you could if Xiramus goes for the deep med here. It could theoretically be Blade's Edge into Ravenous Flock, right? Or
Sure.
make it rain into Ravenous Flock.
Sure. I think the big thing for Zirimas now, though, is the past, like, 4 turns, Ravenous Flock could have hit his Lee Sin. Like, it was possible that could have been cast by Kavira, and it wasn't. So I'm pretty sure at this point, Zirimas is just like, yeah, you don't have a Flock. I mean, I guess you could draw one, but you probably don't have it, and I can defend against it at this point with Twin Disciplines and Deny. So the couple turns that I do think it was possible for Ravenous Flock to actually be relevant were like the last 3-4 turns, and now if it's drawn, I don't think it's a worry at all for Zirimas.
Yeah, well, it isn't. I mean, playing the Swain, of course, opens up the potential for there to be more Ravenous Flocks, but now it's not. The consideration and the hover we saw was potentially the 5-mana deep med getting played last turn, which would have opened him up there, especially since he just played the Swain, which is why I think he opted not to do it, which I think solid play. Really, I think this is still Bratchkata's game to lose. And I think it's really just needs to not get caught with his pants down, needs to not get like triple stunned or something like that to end up losing out of nowhere.
Yeah, and I mean this was the
that was not supposed to be that was the wrong button. Yep, that was me being upset that Zed that was me being upset that Zed is winning.
I did not expect that one at all.
Neither did I, because I meant to press the mute button.
I don't even know where to go from here. I had a point, and it's just we really are off the rails right now, for sure. I was gonna say that red card could have been massive for Kavira. Like that was gonna level Swain, push face damage, clear away the Zed, get rid of a blocker. It was sweet, and the deny was a very good answer. But then there was just a baby crying, and I mean, I guess it's going to be Kavira's tears because of that deny, because this is just a very rough situation. Even Zed can be protected here.
Yeah, I've completely lost my train of thought. So for reference, everyone who heard a random baby crying, that was for a bit I did for the podcast last night, so... it was pretty funny, but was not meant to be pressed here. That was supposed to be the mute button, but the literal opposite of mute happened, so we're here. Zed is getting protected. Keg goes off. I mean, Kavira still gets another draw with the croaker here, but it looks like Kavira might be the one croaking soon.
Look, normally we don't get off the rails this much until the grand finals. Like that's the norm for this cast, but I guess
this game has been going on for a long time, and I might be biased because I've played so much Lee Sin, but this game feels pretty over. You did
somewhat call this game about 15 minutes.
It's true.
So the fact that that's where we've been at does certainly make it feel even longer. But we do see finally a Leviathan picked up. Yep. If this is an open attack from Zirimas, then the Leviathan doesn't matter too much. But this Swain surviving plus Leviathan coming down is actually setting up Kavira potentially to turn this around, because he can stun up the Lee Sin on every single turn and actually win. I mean, it's only 7 health. I actually think Kavira is in a very reasonable spot.
I think if the deep med bricks entirely, that is true, but I don't know that the Leviathan is actually presenting anything more deadly than just any other unit at this point, or even a removal spell. I think right now Kavira would rather see a way to interact with Lee Sin than the Leviathan. Leviathan, yes, will end the game next turn, sure. But also, I think just open attacking with any board really is going to do that. Or any other unit.
Yeah, I mean, of course, the problem with Leviathan is being that the Lee Sin would get to kick it back into hand if you played it early, so you have to wait for the attack, which means that your Swain is dead. And there's going to be potentially this heal for 2 from the Dragonling, but if there is... away. Nopify
Okay.
gonna shut down any spell casts, and that's some more guiding touches to heal up a little bit more as well. I do wonder if Kavira is going to be able to stick a Leviathan and a Swain. I really, that is a way for him to come back in the game. If he can stick both.
Yeah. Ooh. Okay, so this actually I think is going to be, man, this attack is actually kind of sus, specifically because of the Leviathan. I think this actually is a lose condition for Zirimas here, because this isn't lethal. Leviathan is going to come down, and then Swain is going to come down next turn. Oh no, is there not going to be enough time? No, yeah,
No,
Leviathan's going to come down
yeah.
now. On Kavira's turn, Swain comes down, lock is presented, and there's no way, the only way that Zirimas has to interact with that is getting Equinox off of Spacey Sketcher, which is gone. Already been used. Spacey Sketcher already been used.
No,
Just
it's a 3 of. Okay.
Oh, no, I'm looking at Kavira's list. List.
Okay, it's a 3 of. So he could find
it
another
is a 3
Sketcher.
of, so could find a Sketcher.
This, if he attacks here, I do think that Kavira is very heavily favored from that point. So while this looked very good for Zirimas for so long, just drawing that Leviathan, that top deck, that pull is really what Kavira needed to get back into this, because that will find him another Swain. He can then play that on the follow-up turn. And that certainly can find the win, locking up the Lee Sin.
Now you know what you know for a fact what's going to happen, Casa, is the lock on the Lee Sin is going to happen, and of course it's going to be up to Zed to win the game.
It will be. It will be up to Zed. There's Zed plus Mentor Blevins, Zed plus Mentor are available.
Yep, I mean, you're not wrong. Mentor can come out. I'm wondering. Yeah, the attack was very interesting to me because, doing less than 20 damage there. The difference between dealing 19 and dealing 0 was very little to me in my mind. So I don't know if there was any rush to attack there. And I think your lose condition is very clearly Leviathan Swain. And maybe it was just I'm not going to play around Kavira having drawn the Leviathan in 2 draw steps. But here we are. Kavira. Oops. Might be.
Oh my god.
The BM. Although I don't know if it's meant to be BM. It certainly feels like it.
Oh god. Yeah, found the Leviathan in the Swain. Oops. Accidentally stumbled across my win condition. Sorry. Oh no. Well.
Oh boy. Wow. Oops might be winning. Sorry.
Did I do that? Did I? Ooh. Oh no.
Hail Cascade, not doing it right away at least.
Well,
Zed,
there's no healing, Blev. I mean, this is... If Kavira lives with Leviathan on board, it's game. It's over.
Okay, so we need to hit Hail Cascade.
3 guiding touches played already, I believe. There's
guiding
nothing.
touches have been played. The problem is that you need Zenith Blade and you need Sonic Wave.
Right. And I don't even know if that quite gets there. Plus,
gonna do it.
You have to deny this.
Right.
And that is expensive.
Zenith Blade plus Sonic Wave would do it, but the problem is that it's not possible. Oh wait, Casa, wait.
What are we waiting for?
You pick up your Lee Sin. Oh, but there's not enough damage. It's not going to be enough. It's not going to be enough.
You pick up Lee Sin, and then you can't cast a spell to give him Challenger.
Exactly. And also doing that.
It's close though. Actually, you're right. This card was a crazy pickup.
Wait.
It was actually a crazy pickup. I will give you that. It just, he didn't have the mana to make it happen. If he had a gem.
the mana.
Oh,
No.
wait. He did. You're right.
He would have
He'd have
had.
a gem.
Wait, he had 8. He had 8 mana.
But he wouldn't be
He's
able to
gonna
get
have
in. He would
gems.
still get blocked. But he could kick the
But he
Leviathan
could
back.
kill Leviathan. Oh no. Oh no.
Was that the line?
Had to be. I mean, that 100% had to be. And okay, I now seeing
Was it winning though?
value. I mean, it was not losing, which but there's not. It's not. Yeah. Oof.
Because Leviathan's rounds start so Hush. I think it's still losing, but like that is probably your only chance. I think that is a very interesting line.
I mean, you were not dying
like
this turn.
Yeah,
you
you
kicked
weren't
the
dying
Leviathan.
this turn.
You kick the Leviathan and kill it.
Right. Well, you don't kill it. You kick it back to hand.
Oh, it wouldn't have killed it.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. Yeah, so he could have gemmed, he could have kicked it back to hand, but then Kavira replays it on the next turn. He survives and then wins that way. So it would have delayed the inevitable, but still crazy series between Kavira and Zirimas. And one of them has to go to the losers bracket now. But Kavira advancing on winner's side to face off against the one who challenged him from last week, Swim. Our winner from Fight Night 13 coming in, calling out Kavira, and is going to get that matchup in the semifinals. Let's take a look at how the whole first round is shaken up. Blevins.
By the way, Katza, that was still a round 1 match, by the way. Yes. Swim, as we saw in our first game, took down Hugs 2-0. Kavira, we just saw that. The conclusion of that game, 2-1 versus Xiramus. Deach took out SharkGui 2-0, and Arax took out MisterBear 2-1. We'll be moving on to the next round: Swim versus Kavira and Deach versus Arax.
Yeah, I mean, I'm super excited for this match of Swim versus Kavira. Deach versus Arax on the other side is going to be really good as well. But I believe we are going to take a short break, and when we come back, we will have Swim versus Kavira. Exciting to see the call out. So don't go anywhere. You won't want to miss this.
Okay, yeah, I'll wait.
Normally I would say something like "Welcome back to Fight Night Legends," and I would talk about how we've had this amazing set of games so far. You know, that incredible series from Kavira and Zirimas. But you know, we spent 3 minutes laughing our asses off instead of actually discussing, you know, what was going on in this tournament or what was coming next. Because you know, sometimes it happens. It really happens. Sometimes you're just doing a cast, you're doing a live stream, and you press the button that makes a baby crying sound instead of muting your mic. And really, I mean, you can't blame anyone for that. It happens to everybody. I mean, you
can blame someone. It's me.
I don't know. It really could have been anyone. It just anybody could have done it. But anyways. We're gonna get back to it. We're gonna talk about what our next matchup might be. Let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket, Blevins, and figure out where to go from there.
Yes, we are going to be watching Swim versus Kavira. Of course, like you mentioned before, Swim, our last week's champion. Kavira, not only a former champion themselves, but also built a championship winning list as well with Hunter V a few weeks ago, having to fill in at the last minute. So Kavira has a lot of success under their belt, as well as Swim, who is our returning Fight Night champion. We're going to be watching them. And of course, Casa, Swim in the winner's interview last week calls out Kavira specifically. We know they test together. They've been playing together. We saw Kavira messaging Swim in the middle of the match saying, why did you let me bring this pile to Fight Night? And then they end up getting the win anyway.
Yeah, I mean, they were still able to find the win at the end of the day. Leviathan Swain coming through. Once again, we did talk about how it is a good way to try and shut down the Lee Sin. I've also seen Infinite Mind Splitter being used to great effect in shutting down these Lee Sin decks. So locking him down with permanent stuns are a good way to actually stop the pain train that comes with the Dragon's Rage. But yeah, there were some struggles in the early games for Kavira with that deck, and of course we saw him call it a pile and say he's not exactly happy with it, but we'll see if it continues to be maybe a weak point for Kavira's lineup, or if he can continue to make his way through the winner's bracket. Of course, did win, and will now be going up against Swim in the winner's semifinal. Swim, on the other hand, pretty quick time going through first round with discard aggro once again. Looked incredibly strong.
It really does seem like discard aggro has been sort of it's been an evolution, right? I mean, we've seen this deck, like we talked about this before, Casa. Draven Jinx is one of the earliest decks, period, in Runeterra. Like, this was closed beta. People were running this deck. I mean, back when Augmented Experimenter could target face, back when Draven had 4 power inherently. I mean, the deck has been played quite a bit for quite some time, and a lot of the cards are the same, and crowd favorite was different as well. I mean, there's so much of this deck that is... Back
when the Boom Crew Blessing was gracing tournament scenes across the world, back when Don't Be Mad replaced his hands with claws in order to be closer to the Augmented Experimenter.
True.
It's a deep cut for people who've been following us for the better part of a year. But
I don't have the Boom Crew Blessing ready. I have a Crying Baby, and I got Tom Kench. Which, of course, was completely useless this week because no one brought him. I was hoping I could do Tom Ken's voice.
It was really crazy. We were in the green room before we were preparing for this week's fight night, and Blevins was sitting there just going through his Tom Kench impression, just trying to get it perfect. And the deck list, the deck list came in, and I've never seen Blevins more crushed than the moment when he found out there would be no Tom Kench. When the Kench was benched.
They benched him. So sad. The only time I've been sadder than that is when we invited Zinc Elemental to Fight Night and he didn't bring Emusives. Zinc, you think you're going to get let off the hook one of these weeks. You're absolutely not. And I know you're watching this. If not live, then the replay. I know for a fact you're watching this. I'm going to call you out every single week until you bring it. Where's the Emusives? We now have a Dragon Moose. We have a
yes,
we have
we
a
do.
7-mana dragon moose now.
We have the dragon moose. The big moose.
Yes.
But will it be loose? Because the Kench is benched, and the moose is not loose. So what do we even have at this point, Blevins?
I'm holding my hand physically away from the baby sound because I think that's what would have been played there. But I'm not. No, I'm banning myself from pressing the baby button. Well, God, I wish that wasn't a thing. Please, game, start sometime soon so I can stop this madness. But yeah, I mean, on a serious note, the discard aggro deck has been insanely strong from a just like explosiveness, right? Like it's got kind of the mid-range refill with Jinx and Augmented Experimenter, but it's also just been absolutely explosive. But we're gonna see the mirror match coming up first with the I don't know. Yeah, I'm looking at Zirimas with the Lee Sin Diana mirror here between Swim and Kavira.
Yeah, the difference of these decks is almost indistinguishable to the human eye.
Yeah.
But it is one Spacey Sketcher for one Lunari Dustbringer in Kavira's list. He has one single Spacey Sketcher. And it actually took me longer than I'd like to admit to figure out what the card difference was between these two decks. But of course, they did prepare together, so it is expected that they would be pretty similar on what their tech choices are. When you see practice partners, a lot of the time it's 1 or 2 cards difference where they just couldn't quite agree on what they wanted to tech. And this time it's literally just one of Spacey Sketcher that Kavira wanted to have. And it may not even make any difference in this matchup. It may just be a mirror match, and we'll see who can navigate around their opponent's cards, make the right reads, and find the draws that they need in order to find this win. But I do overall like the Lee Sin mirrors. I think they're pretty interesting, but we're generally going to be in for a bit of a long one when we've got the Lee Sin mirrors.
I think we're especially going to be in for a long one when it's these two players playing. Because these two players know exactly what they're playing against. They've played against each other. They've played the matchup, I'm sure, quite a bit. The thing about these players at this level is that you don't actually need to have the cards in your hand to represent them, and they know that, and your opponent knows that. So, like something like Hush is insanely good in this matchup, especially considering that Bastion is now not in this list at all. So Hush is just going to completely hush the turn. Similarly to before it got changed, ironically enough, it doesn't need to copy itself because there's not spell shields really anymore in the deck. So I'm wondering if having the Hush is obviously good, but you don't even necessarily need it to be able to go off.
I can't with Kavira right now, man. It just spams out like 7 Darius emotes into Swim because he roped him on turn 2.
Okay, I was wondering what I thought it was something that I said, or if I accidentally pressed the baby button again and I just can't hear it anymore because I've gone mad, which is also very highly likely.
It's just Kavira, man. I just can't. I can't.
10 out of 10 production from Kavira, like just perfection.
I really I can't handle it sometimes when he goes off with the because it's specifically against Swim. You know, when it's not Swim, we'll see him hover it, but when it's Swim, he just lets it. He doesn't care. He just lets it loose. Rip. Yeah, it's I mean, these two are very good friends. They prep together. They've played a lot together, and it's been for a long time that they've worked together on a lot of decks. And you know, if you ever have gotten the pleasure to watch live streams where Swim and Kavira are working on decks, they're very good streams. They're a lot of fun to watch. So it's exciting to see these two duke it out, and the fact that it's on a Lee Sin Diana mirror. I know, you know, mirror match resident sleeper, but I don't agree when it comes to this particular one. I think this is a great one to see two very strong players compete.
Oh yeah, this is actually going to be. I think this is going to be much like the, like some of the, was it Ezreal Karma? I'm forgetting which matchup, but some of these like control-ish matchups, mirror matches are actually really fun to watch. And I think this is going to be one of them. Main difference is obviously you're going to be who can get their Lee Sin out and have protection for it quicker. Who is going to have Hush, or who can build up enough relevant resources, because not just it's not just having more cards, it's do you have cards that actually matter? Like, yes, you can get some damage through early, but does that actually matter if your opponent combo kills you? Do you have the ability to stop your opponent's combo kill? Are you going to go for a more aggressive plan with Diana and Mentor and Goats, or are you going to go for a Lee Sin combo kill? All of those things are on the table, and you really have to weigh them against each other at all times, and we're seeing that played out here as we speak.
Yeah, and I mean, we see Swim getting this Mentor down, which can convert into a lot of gems, especially because it is with this Mountain Goat, which, interestingly enough, will be high enough health that it can actually swing in and would force a spell to actually trade into it. So it could generate quite a few gems for Swim. The one thing that Swim has to be mindful of with this amount of gems that he might be able to create is actually hand size. He may need to start playing them very early, and that's not a bad thing for making sure your Lee Sin is leveled by the time he comes down. But you do have to be mindful when you are creating essentially, 4 gems right away. And Kavira just gonna preemptively gem the his own Mountain Goat so that if Swim goes for this attack, it looks a lot less attractive. But having the Dusk Petal Dust Diana combination is a very powerful combo for this 1 mana of non-spell mana remaining. Being able to convert spell mana into normal mana.
Yep.
Why that combo is so strong. It's why this particular 1-drop is even in the deck. It is to give you the opportunity to play that with your Diana, and also it's just another speed spell for Lee Sin.
Yeah, it's one that I think has really been, it's really seen play in pretty much every version of Diana Lee. I'm not, I sound like a dissenter on all of these cards, but I have played the deck quite a bit, but I'm not 100% sold on Lunari Dustbringer. That might be the word of the event, is I'm not 100% sold. Although I'm 100% not sold on Zed. That card's trash in this deck. But I've really liked the Gift Giver actually in the different versions. It serves a similar purpose. Of course, it doesn't synergize with Diana as well, but in general, it's a little bit better when you don't have Diana. Of course, 2/1 is better. It's arguably better than
it's generally
than a
better
1/2.
Yeah.
In general, you're 100% right there. But
yeah, it's, Blevins. Lee Sin is my favorite deck right now. Also Blevins. I hate every card in Lee Sin right now.
I don't hate Lee Sin. I love Nopify. I love Pale Cascade and Guiding Touch. I'm even a fan of Diana. I'm not the biggest fan, but man, Zed is just trash in these decks.
He's not even here. He can't even defend himself this time, Blevins.
He can never defend himself. He only has 2 health. It's the easiest thing.
I guess that is your problem with him in general.
Yeah.
Is that
if you're running any number of Lee Sins before you're running 3 Mountain Goats, delete the deck and play a different one. Okay, but enough Zed hate for now.
It'll return later. Don't worry.
Yeah, it will certainly return later. So a couple of key differences, because it's very interesting here, because it seems like these 2 decks have drawn relatively different parts of the deck, right? So of course we see the 2 Zenith Blades from Swim, which is, it just feels so bad when you draw a Zenith Blade when you already have one in hand.
Right.
It feels absolutely terrible. It's basically like a dead draw, kind of, in a sense. So Swim trying to get value out of the blades. No blades on Kavira's side, but notably no Lee Sin for Swim here. Kavira starting the Nopify battle.
Nopify into Nopify. Yeah, I like the Nopify here, actually. I think that you're getting the Daybreak value. You might as well Nopify this and allow your... Well, yeah, no, I think I do. I think I am a fan of the Nopify on the Nopify here. I think I like allowing this to go through. You really do want the Zenith Blade to resolve if you're Swim in this current state of the game. And so I do very much like the Nopify onto this. I do think that it gets a bit punished if we're looking at a Pale Cascade, but you do have Hush, which was recently changed down to 2 mana. So
Yep.
I really like the Notify in this spot. I think that Swim has a lot of other plays that are still available for this combat step with the Hush, with the Pale Cascade. I think it really lines up well into kind of whatever Kavira is going to want to do. So I'm a pretty big fan of this setup.
Yeah, I mean, and that's got to be what Kavira is going through Kavira's mind. The Hush. It is a, let's see, it is a 2 of in the list. So it's certainly not it's not unlikely that Swim has a Hush here. So of course, a very key card. So potentially could be keeping it in an opener type of card. But yeah, I mean, attacking with Diana, I mean, really pulling anything that's not exactly the mentor feels like a pretty big risk overall. And it looks like Kavira is making that read.
Yep, and there's nothing that Swim can do about this. I mean, he's just gonna mentor, but you expect to lose your mentor. I mean, getting 1 buff from it is great. Getting 0 buffs is still okay. So the fact that he got 1, I think that Swim's pretty happy in this spot to just have it convert to gems. And now he prays for a Lee Sin draw. I mean, that is really what Swim is looking for. He's got actually all the tools to just OTK. I mean, he's got, you know, he's got Zenith Blade, he's got 4 gems, he's got Pale Cascade. I mean, he is in a great spot to end the game if he has Lee Sin, which he does not.
Right.
So that gets tricky. Kavira on the other side already has Lee Sin. Can Swim try and remove it? Currently, no. There's no way to challenge this Lee Sin. It doesn't need to block. So what does Swim decide to do in this spot? Can he create a lot of pressure to push face damage? Is that a way that he can try and threaten Kavira into losing a Lee Sin or losing any kind of semblance of board pressure? It looks tough into this deck, especially considering what we know is in Kavira's hand. And Swim has to think about a lot of these cards.
Yep. I like this plan. It is the you have to make this decision. Can I win the game from this point if I never draw a Lee Sin? Because that's worst case scenario, right? Like you mentioned, you've got all the tools to pump Lee Sin up, level him up, give him overwhelm, OTK. You've got those tools, but you don't have the Lee Sin himself, which is awful. So Swim has to think, okay, well, what do I have a better shot at? Winning with the units I have on board and the buffs I have on those units, or playing defense until I draw a Lee Sin and going from there? Swim decides to invest another Zenith Blade on to Diana and goes from there. Notably, played it with Daybreak and didn't draw another one. So Kavira knows, I guess Kavira would know that there was another Zenith Blade in hand anyway, but now knows that there's a Zenith Blade and that there was a Zenith Blade in hand.
It's still impactful because now no card is drawn. It's not a new card. It's one of the cards that are in hand that you're
right.
So it's still important information for Kavira to have. And you know, the swing from Swim I think is important. He has to put the pressure on.
Yep.
Kavira has Hush if he wants to look for some kind of trade. There's also the world where Kavira just takes 9. I have not seen that Soraki.
It's so good.
That's a good one.
It's a top tier. I mean, I feel like that Soraka emote is what the chat looked like when they heard the baby for the first time. That was chat's reaction to the baby sound originally. But yeah, I mean, this is kind of a Hail Mary type of situation for Swim. I mean, it's partly testing the waters, like, you know, what can we get away with here? Am I going to be able to beat down, or is this a fool's errand? The problem is that Swim doesn't really have much of a choice. There's not really too much defense that can be played, especially considering if Kavira has the nuts to be able to go off with Lee Sin. There's not really much Swim can do about that.
Yeah, and this is a scary spot because we know that Kavira's got this Hush, And Swim certainly is thinking about Hush. It is on his radar.
Yep.
But you really need to kill Lee Sin, and so he goes for the Pale Cascade, and it's a pretty reasonable sized punish for Kavira. I mean, this is a pretty big punish to get the Hush down onto the goat, keep his Lee Sin alive. And now Swim is on 3 cards. He's on 4 gems, but he's on 3 cards. Right now, none of them are Lee Sin. Kavira has Lee Sin on board that is about to level up. So this Diana is kind of screwed. And
Diana is probably dead.
Kavira then just gets to put more and more pressure every turn. While Swim, we see pick up Deep Meditation. Not a bad draw. It can help him thin the deck to find Lee Sin. It's probably the second best draw next to just drawing his Lee Sin at this point, I think, is finding that Deep Meditation.
Yeah, the Deep Med is going to help him potentially protect the Diana here, which actually might be better than Lee Sin, though probably not. You're right, Casa. Swim just wants Lee Sin at this point. And actually, no, I mean, even if Swim gets the Lee Sin, he's going to need more than just the Lee Sin here because of that concussive palm that would be able to stop the OTK. It's really not looking great for Swim. Of course, he has to fire off the Deep Med here. Now, even Guiding Touch won't be able to draw into a deny to stop this kick from happening. Could theoretically use Palm to keep Diana alive. But that's not even that good.
Yeah, use the Pale Cascade.
Yeah, sorry, the Pale Cascade to keep Diana alive. Yep.
Yeah, I feel like that's such a weak play. And
very.
And he just has to find Lee Sin. There isn't another option. I need to play maybe Guiding Touch on this turn, find Lee Sin, play Zenith and win and hope there's no interaction. And well, I mean, there he is. Step 1.
Okay. Well, Swim is going to be going into a maximum mana turn as long as he doesn't play anything else.
Notably, Kavira sitting on that concussive palm. Nopify does not hit that. Yep. So it will prevent Swim's kind of OTK hopes on this following turn.
Yep. The Nopify generally very good, but like you said, not hitting the conch palm here. And actually would be pretty scary for Kavira if he didn't have that conch palm. Though potentially not. I mean, actually, this still could be kind of scary for Kavira, considering that the Lee Sin is going to come down and be able to kick Kavira's Lee Sin if he wasn't able to conch palm immediately.
I think there's not enough mana for Swim to represent 13 damage on this Lee Sin from just the kick.
Right.
Because that would be something that Swim could consider if he wanted to play around Conch Palm, but realistically, he would want to play around Conch Palm and Deny, so he would also want to have the Zenith Blade, which is the most expensive spell that he has. So while he can go 4 mana on the gems and go up to 8, he can then use the last 3 to get himself up to 10. That's the highest possible damage he can represent from the Lee Sin. And it's not intuitive to do that, nor would it actually work, because he needs to get to 13 to play around Conch Palm. So instead, just kicking the Lee Sin back to hand is the big thing that Swim is going to want to do. But overall, he needs a lot more help from these top decks in these next few turns if he's going to actually win the game.
Yeah, notably here, Kavira is playing around Deny for his concussive palm, which we of course know Swim doesn't have. Kavira doesn't know that. And actually kind of opened up a little bit of a window for Swim there. If if Swim didn't go for this Zenith Blade, actually could have on Kavira, man. Kavira playing super. Okay, decides to go for it there. Yeah, I guess they're. I guess it doesn't really matter. This just eliminates a step in between passing back to Swim.
Yeah, I think potentially Kavira doesn't even want to have the initiative at that point. He
That's
wants
true.
Swim to take it first.
Yep, makes sense. Yeah, I mean, if Deny... Well, now if Deny came out, it would have been a pretty big mana tax for Swim, so Kavira was fine with that, I believe. Of course, it still would have been kind of a sticky scenario because the Lee Sin would be gone, and then it would, again, be a Lee Sin versus not... It would be a Lee Sin versus there not being a Lee Sin hand, but now it's Lee Sin versus Lee Sin. It's going to be going into Kavira's turn. Swim's down to 9. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 can come out from Lee Sin specifically, and any blocker or any damage going through is going to be enough.
Yep. Kavira can go wide enough here. He's got 3 attackers. There's only 2 blockers. He can push a lot of damage with the Lee Sin. He's got both Sonic Wave and has Pale Cascade. So the Resonating Strike from the Sonic Wave is 2 more damage. The Pale Cascade is 2 more on top of that. So that's 4 additional onto whatever attack already comes in. Like you mentioned, Lee Sin himself can go to 8 on the kick. And we even see a Mentor of the Stones just picked up for Kavira, which can add another 2 to that Lee Sin.
Yeah, here it's going to be Kavira playing around cards like Hush, playing around Concussive Palm as much as possible, playing around Deny, playing around the worst case scenarios here, because it is very much in Kavira's hand here. Or the game is in Kavira's hands right now. So how can Kavira navigate this turn to potentially threaten lethal while also not getting blown out by worst possible scenarios? And Mentor seems like a pretty good hedge here. There's really not... I mean, Swim's opens, I think, involve playing Pale Cascades out before anything happens just to get more options. There's just really nothing good going on for Swim right now. The GOAT might actually throw the math off a bit, potentially. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So now Kavira can still kick for enough. Can still kick for lethal right now.
Yeah,
he wants to invest.
He can put it all in on the kick and just make Swim have Deny. And I think that...
Yeah, Deny or Hush.
That can... Yeah, Deny or Hush. He's seen 1 Hush. Yep. Seen no Denies. There's only 2... So there's 3 cards left in the deck to defend for Swim. And he's got Pale Cascade, so he's got an extra draw.
Yeah, Pale Cascade does not draw into Deny here, though.
That is true.
Only have 3 mana.
So it has to be Hush, so it's 1 card in the deck.
Yep.
And this already presents lethal, so then it, ball in Swim's court, of course.
Right. I'm wondering... So, let's see. 4... If Swim blocks... Yeah, Kavira... Oh, right. It's going to be 6, 7, 8. So, actually, Swim can block the hand here and go to 1. Kavira's not actually presenting lethal.
Well, he is. So now Swim hits block, and then we see the Resonating Strike come out onto Diana, most likely.
Right. Oh, right. Because
and then
he has
Swim
to, yes, because he didn't pull the goat. Yep, that's right.
Yeah. He has to present the goat as a blocker, and now I mean, Kavira is guaranteed to win here unless a Hush is hit, and even then, I think this spot is probably not winnable for Swim.
13 is going to be really tough to do without a Lee Sin with
well,
Overwhelm.
Doesn't matter. That's it. That's going to be game number 1.
Yep.
Going over to Kavira as the Dragon's Rage resolves. Diana going to get that hit to the face as well. And we will be seeing this go to a game number 2. Kavira going to be up 1-0 over Swim after winning the Lee Sin mirror. And now, the deck most recently described by Kavira as a pile, Twist of Fate Swain is what remains for him.
Yep.
That he's got to find the win on in order to take down Swim. Swim, of course, challenged Kavira. He called him out after his win last week. Said, hey, I want to play against Kavira in Fight Night. Practice with them a lot. And, well, we see in their preparation, Diana Lee Sin being a 1 difference. But their other decks, very different. TF Swain and Discard Aggro. We will be seeing Diana once again. That Diana Lee Sin for Swim going up against TF Swain from Kavira.
I do think that, and I've said this a bunch, I do think that Lee Sin is in general favored here. Kavira's list is certainly oriented a little bit more to have more answers to Lee Sin, to be able to pop the spell, or to be able to pop either spell shields, which don't actually exist in this case in Swim's deck, but also the barriers of Swim, the additional cards like Blade's Edge and Death Lotus. So I think that does help, but in general, Swim is likely able to set up a Lee Sin that can just be lethal outside of the Swain Leviathan combo, as long as he can fade multiple Ravenous Flocks, I think is the biggest one. And then, of course, also draw the Lee Sin, but he already has one.
Yeah, he's already got his Lee Sin. Like you said, that's big for the Lee Sin decks. You know, Swim had a lot of trouble finding it in the last game. It was a big reason that he couldn't get anything going for him until it was too late. And now he's got it off the rip. He's got pretty much just like the whole game-winning combo for Lee Sin off the rip. It's just a matter of casting enough spells to get that level up and actually find the win before Kavira can, run him over, potentially clear away the Lee Sin with a Flock. I think Flock is a huge card in this matchup.
Oh, absolutely. It is arguably the most important card. And I guess the argument is that Swain's more important, but in part because Swain makes more Ravenous Flocks, and also ends the game too. So, I do think that, stuns in general are good against Lee Sin because he can't kick if he's stunned. He can't attack. He can't kick. If he can't kick, he can't win. And then Ravenous Flock, just a very cheap way to potentially kill a Lee Sin or threaten to kill one. The way that barriers tend to work or work specifically with Lee Sin, you can only give one barrier. So if you can stun a Lee Sin, put a Ravenous Flock onto Lee Sin, if they give the Lee Sin barrier, you can pop it off with one of the spells that I talked about earlier, Make It Rain, Blade's Edge, potentially Death Lotus if he's in the attack step. But a lot of ways to ping off the barrier and finish the Lee Sin off with a Ravenous Flock.
I will say, we see a second Lee Sin draw for Swim, and I don't know about you, but I always love when I draw multiple copies of this card, because since they changed his spell to Sonic Wave, it feels so good. Sonic Wave, having just free extra copies of Sonic Wave feels so strong, but also, I mean, of course, in certain matchups, having just an additional Lee Sin in your back pocket to play if the first one gets removed is also nice. I think this is one of those matchups where I'm less inclined to play the Sonic Wave because I'm a little bit more worried about my Lee Sin being removed due to just how efficient Ravenous Flock is at dealing with him.
Yeah, absolutely. I do think, this is the type of matchup where you do want to have potentially an extra copy of Lee Sin floating around. I really like this play, and here's why. Zenith Blade, like we saw last game, Swim drew a second Zenith Blade while he had the first one in hand. When you get the Daybreak effect off of Zenith Blade, of course, you're drawing one from your deck, so it's kind of like it's free to cast, at least in terms of the card, right? So this allows the GOAT to be big enough to block reasonably. Of course, it still opens it up to be dealt with another card, but every removal spell that's being used on a card like Mountain Goat, that's a W, even if it's a small one for Swim, because that's a spell that's not being used to deal with Lee Sin.
Yeah, I mean, I would say if it eats a flock, once again you are hugifying your W.
Yeah,
it's definitely a big W to actually have your Mountain Goat eat a lot of spells, and I agree with you. I absolutely love the Zenith Blade being used liberally early on when you have the Daybreak effect to come through alongside it, because realistically, you just need one of them. So as long as you're getting the Daybreak effect and it's your last one, you can use them a little bit more, liberally in the early game to help you maintain a solid board state.
Yep.
And he gets a flock. Swim gets a flock out of this Zenith Blade, and while the mana trade on that isn't great, he gets a gem out of it, and he's getting rid of a removal that is very scary for Lee.
Yeah, I think that exchange overall has got to be pretty good for Swim. Unfortunately, not a very good spot to develop a Lee Sin, and therefore not really a good spot to do much on this turn. He's got 2, 4, 6, 8 cards in hand, which is okay. He could cast a full price Deep Meditation. He could cast a Lee Sin. Does open it up to potentially getting hit here, but he does, of course, have the second one. Kavira spamming the Diana emotes. Diana emote has been pretty strong, I gotta say. So
this is just gold card flock, I assume, from Kavira. He can't go red card because of the gem, so he has to go gold card, which I'm sure is the slightest amount annoying for Kavira. Like, actually the most minuscule amount of annoyance, because he misses 1 damage to the face, but that's all. And it's just a nice clean clear on the first Lee Sin, so Kavira's happy with that in general. Like, that is very, very good. And this is a little bit of a late note 5 for Swim. Couldn't have played it on last turn anyway, so maybe having that now can protect the second Lee Sin to come down. But Swain already leveled. I didn't realize that he was already here.
Oh yeah, I mean, he's done 8 with Ravenous Flocks, so that right away,
that right there.
And then 10 with Gold Card. Let's see what
that about does it.
Yeah, that just about does it for sure.
Yeah, there's one more thing I guess that we missed, but
the Croaker, the Croaker.
That's right. He played a Croaker. Yep.
Yeah.
Forgot about the Croaker.
The old Croaker doing work. Yeah, that is a quick Swain level up with a
turn 5.
Yeah, with a Twisted Fate on board as well. And I mean, this is the type of game that makes me very scared as a Lee Sin player. Yes, you still have Lee Sin. Yes, you've gotten rid of 2 Ravenous Flocks, but the fact that Swain is played and is leveled up not only is threatening damage, it's also threatening more Ravenous Flocks, which again is very scary.
Yeah, and I mean, we talked about this at the top of the show with the TF Swains. Hugs also bring a version that is incorporating a lot of these new Bilgewater cards that do the self-damage in order to have very consistent early Swain level ups, as we see Swim overdraw and burn and deny.
Yeah.
But I think he was okay with burning a card there, because he has everything he needs for this Lee Sin to win the game. But I'm sure if he could have avoided it, he would rather.
He could not have, I don't believe. Unless he just took the damage and then played.
Right. Yeah, he was always
the mentor after, but even then, that's still a threat.
I do want to say, I had someone send me a list. It was Earlmeister, actually.
I'm listening.
Sent me a Swain Vlad list with Bilge.
I'm listening a little bit less, but keep going.
And it ended up, Earl even said it ended up not being as. I don't think the list itself is super good, but the concept, immediately going to consistently leveling your Swain for turn 5 is very interesting. And I do think that it works well for these TF Swain lists to run, 1 or 2 of the cards from that new self-harm bilge package.
Right.
Especially Croaker. I really love the Croaker list. I think that is the best one for sure.
Croaker has been very good overall. I like Boxtopus just from a flavor standpoint. In terms of the Boxtopus actually tastes very good when you eat it. No, I'm kidding. The Boxtopus is just a funny card in general. But yeah, the Croaker in terms of playability is probably the #1 from the Tom Kench package, I would think.
Yeah, I mean the whole package
Codger's
is pretty
good, too.
cool in the TK Soraka build. I think that you can run pretty much all of them. And they work out quite well.
Yeah.
Overall, pretty happy with those new cards, and excited that we get to see some of them. You know, a couple of them have shown up in these TF Swain decks, and I do think that they are good additions. I wonder if how many of them will stay around in the TF Swain decks. I think Croaker. I think that's gonna stay. I think Croaker
seems like a pretty. It does a lot of what you want to do. It gives you a little bit of Swain, gives you card draw, which is always good. It gives you an early body. I mean, it's really, let's see, it's kind of, what is it even replacing? Looks like maybe 1 petty officer, 1 zap. I mean, depending on what list you're going off of. But yeah, I mean, there's room for sure to fit him in. So I do think it's good. I want to point out again, the point I was making with the Lee Sin versus TF Swain deck is that the TF Swain deck needs to be putting on constant pressure. I mean, look at how much spell mana has Swim had over the course of this game. It can't have been more than 1 or 2 at any given point. I think he's been spending almost all of his mana every single turn just to not die or to keep his Lee Sin from dying. It is, and Kavira has a full board, a leveled up champion, a Twisted Fate that has had nothing done to it and will likely level up if the game keeps going on. It doesn't end before that. I mean, this is the type of pressure that this deck needs to put on this deck to be able to win. Because if you give Lee Sin an inch, he's gonna kick you out of the spaceship with that inch every single time.
I thought you were gonna say he was gonna kick you a mile or something.
That was probably better. If you give Lee Sin an inch, he kicks you a mile. Yeah, he will kick you out of the airlock.
Oh man, but no, I agree, and I think that this is a great example of exactly why Kavira was allowed to bring this pile. No one convinced him otherwise, because it works well against Lee Sin a fair bit of the time. I mean, we saw it win earlier, even though Kavira was struggling a bit, and now the deny going to come down to stop the stun, but now Kavira has a little bit of an answer. That is the barrier that comes up, but the stun's still going to go through from the death's hand and not enough mana for the Notify.
Yep. This is just it, right? Blocks a 3, takes 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Yeah, it's game.
Kavira, regardless of whether or not he feels like this deck is good right now, once again, with TF Swain, he will be advancing to the winner's final. And this is where we've seen Kavira a lot of the time.
Yep.
When he's been on Fight Night. Now, he had one where I think he just went 0-2. But other than that, Kavira has been extremely solid, having the win, having another good placement, and now once again going to make it winner's final, going up against Deach, coming from the other side of the bracket, took down Arc Arax. He's been flying through this bracket. Deach 2-0 SharkGui, 2-0 Arc Arax. And I'm excited to see how he will stack up against Kavira. This is one of our Brazilian representatives, but we are going to get that match soon enough. But first, we're going to go to a short break. We will have more Fight Night Legends when we return. Welcome back to Giant Slayer's Fight Night Legends. We just finished up with the winners semifinal round between Kavira and Swim. Kavira taking that one, and now we'll be moving on to winners final to face Deach. Let's go ahead and take a look at a bracket, try and see how we got to this point, Blevins.
Yes, so we of course started out the evening, Swim taking a lightning fast round versus Hugs, and then of course Swim played against Kavira. Kavira got the best of that one, winning 2-0, but not before beating Xiramus, aka Brachkata, in the first round. Deach has been making the run here in their Fight Night premiere. Double 2-0, moving on to the winners finals. And in the losers bracket, Brachkata getting taken down by Hugs. SharkGui, our runner-up from last week, taking out MisterBear. So now in the losers bracket, we've got Arax and Hugs playing it out. Swim versus SharkGui, which is a rematch of the grand finals from last week. But up top, Casa, we've got Kavira versus Deach coming up next.
Yeah, I'm excited for this matchup. Deach, someone recommended by our Portuguese cast, Tadano Urso, saying, hey, you should get this guy in. And, you know, I've seen him kind of showing his face in a lot of different tournaments and in a lot of different places, a lot of Twitter threads, very active in the community.
Yes, and, I see Deach all over the posts. And, I mean, hey, you get noticed. You get noticed.
Yeah, so I was excited to bring him on. I was excited to see what he can do. And I remember Deach being really hyped up when SharkGui was here, and now Deach got his chance to come in. He actually takes down SharkGui on his tear through the winner's side of the bracket. And Kavira, I think these sets have been close. They've been really close. And I'm curious to see how he's going to do against Deach's lineup, which is quite different than what he's been playing against. In fact, it's been a minute, Blevins, and I know you like this deck a lot.
I do.
But Deach has brought TLC. He's got the Trundle Ladros control, that kind of OTK combo that showed up in force for 1 week and then vanished.
And then just fell right off the face of the planet. Yeah, you see it there, Trundle. We've got Commander Ledros and the combo of Revitalizing Roar and Atrocity. Yes, I have played a good amount of this deck. I may or may not have rage deleted the decks after I was losing at the end of last season. But I hit a rough patch, I gotta say. But just keep playing Scouts and you'll get to Master. But yeah, I mean, this is a really great deck, especially when we're expecting to see coming into this meta a lot of aggressive decks, and we have already seen that played out. I mean, we're looking at, we've got 3 Withering Wells, we've got a Grasp of the Undying, we've got 3 Avalanches, we've got 2 Ruinations, 2 Vengeances. I mean, it's nothing. This deck is nothing but ramp, removal, and spells that win the game. It doesn't even really like play around with cards like War Mother's Control, which can get you some big units. I don't need that. I just need stuff that's going to keep me from dying or that's going to kill you. That's all they care about. And it's a really, really strong deck.
Yeah, I mean, it really is just the Trundle Ladros combination alongside, utilizing the Vitalizer and the Atrocity to push that damage all in one turn from Ladros. And, this deck interests me because this is into a Lee Sin meta, and I guess you're not playing a lot of units to the board, so maybe that is partially good for you against the Lee Sin. You don't have things that are getting kicked into your face for him to double the damage. You have a lot of removal. He's running, Flash Freeze, Harsh Winds, even in this as opportunities to kind of deal with the Lee Sin. Has pings for early Lee Sins with Unspeakable Horror and Vile Feast to get rid of the barriers. So there's kind of a lot of interesting ways that this deck does interact with Lee Sin, even though historically, pretty much any Freljord Shadow Isles deck has been bad against Ionia. And I think that still mostly stands with this deck, but I'm not sure about specifically the Lee Sin matchup. Maybe you can speak to this a little bit more. I know you have messed around with TLC, but I don't know if that was before Lee Sin was as popular.
Yeah, I haven't had a ton of experience with this matchup specifically. It does seem like on paper, yes, Lee Sin interacts with a lot of what is going on, right? Lee Sin can kind of go unfettered. A lot of the Lee Sin decks are just running the full complement of denies, which there's really only the only spells you really care about: Ruination, Vengeance, Deny, all those. Atrocity, of course, too. I guess if you can have a really aggressive draw with the TLC control deck, which sounds counterintuitive, but you can, if you can get you know, a Ledros out early and then just throw out a raw Atrocity. There's not actually a ton of ways to interact with it outside of exactly Deny, right? There's no like Will of Ionia. Yeah, it's basically like, yeah, if you can get it, you can get it. The problem, surprisingly enough, is actually, so Ledros plus Atrocity does 18, right? No, it does 19. Getting that 1 damage is actually kind of hard sometimes. Surprisingly enough, you do have the unspeakable horrors that can go face, but getting the 1 damage is actually kind of hard to do against a Lee Sin deck. So the combo might not actually come into play. And unfortunately, cards like Revitalizing Roar are actually not super relevant in that matchup because you don't really care about gaining life because they just do.
Yeah,
so.
I mean, it still allows you to reduce your Ledros to a 0 cost and make it available to be played on the same turn as Atrocity. But yeah, you're right. The heal isn't going to be super relevant from that. So you are paying 7 mana to make your Ledros cost 7 mana, essentially. Right. You're just spending that 7 spell mana so that you can play the Ledros, which still quite good, allowing you to play Ledros and Atrocity on the same turn. It is just of course the concern of not actually getting as much value out of the card. But we'll see. I mean, this matchup is likely to come up against Kavira here.
Oh,
and in
yes,
fact,
it is very likely.
Yeah, in fact, it is the first matchup that we will be seeing at all. It's going to be Diana Lee Sin or Kavira going up against TLC from Deach.
Yep, and we're seeing, I mean, there's the hesitation here, but potentially just keeping the deny in the opener. Again, Deach is not going to be able to put on a lot of pressure early game with this deck whatsoever. And even if it does, like, I mean, actually, once the first damage is put through, you don't actually care about taking more than that, really, because Ledros is going to kill you anyway. I mean, of course, Trundle can be good, but yeah, I mean, a relatively aggressive draw from Kavira is going to be pretty strong here with the goat into mentor potentially. There's not a ton that's coming out from Deach that's going to really be able to deal with it.
Yeah. I mean, he doesn't have a lot of these early tools to deal with the pressure that Kavira is going to put on, but as we hit Trundle, it will stabilize for the most part.
The great equalizer, yeah.
And kind of, I would say pretty unfortunate for Deach. He can't Catalyst this turn.
True.
So he won't be hitting Trundle on turn 4. He will have to wait for that turn 5 to actually play that down. Yeah. So it's not troll time yet.
I'm actually really kind of surprised that Deach didn't bank there, considering he had the Trundle in hand and the Catalyst already. It's actually part of the reason why I don't particularly... I think Avaros and Sentry is fine in this deck. It's fine. But like a lot of times you want to just be banking the spell mana so that you can play Catalyst into Trundle, right? Especially since you're actually getting value off the life gain too in a lot of the cases here. So I'm not... I guess being able to play 2 is fine, but like Trundle's going to come out at a reasonable time, not early, and that's just not... It's not as good.
Yeah, I mean, it's... Turn 4 Trundle has been a staple of the Call of the Mountain expansion. It has been so commonly taking over the board that I remember last week you were so surprised that there were 0 Trundles. I mean, it's been something that we're seeing all of the time, and now even this week, it's only 2 of them, I believe. They're few and far between with the Lee Sin meta. It's kind of been kicked out.
Ha! See what you did there.
It makes it worse when you do that, you know?
Oh, I know.
It's just...
You try to do like a little subtle thing, and then I just blow it out of proportion.
Yes.
That's our thing.
That's our thing. Can it not be our thing?
It's my thing. Unfortunately, it's your thing.
It's my,
you don't really have
my
the choice.
thing now.
But yeah, I think Trundle is like the embodiment of a mid-range card, a good mid-range card, because he's really good. He stabilizes. He's a big old dumb troll dude. Stabilizes the board and also can put forth pressure. The problem is he don't do much more than that.
He's gotta be dumb, man. I think Trundle's a very smart troll.
Have you ever heard him talk?
Well, maybe English isn't his language. He speaks troll, and he's doing his best, Blevins.
No comment, because I've already done enough things to get me fired tonight. I don't need to do it. I don't need to say any more things. I do think what my point is that Trundle really only does, he does a very basic thing, and Lee Sin requires a more. Lee Sin is like a fine wine drinking, humidor with the cigar smoking gentleman that needs to be finessed in order to be taken down. Brute force is not the way to kill Lee Sin. Yeah,
and Trundle is the epitome of brute force. He absolutely is. I mean, you just slam him onto the board. You push your way through any other board by using the regeneration, and then you push your way past any blockers. Then the game with so absolutely, I would say he's doing
Kavira. This is, I feel this in my soul. Yeah. I feel this in my soul as a Lee Sin player.
Yeah. Spooky Poro, by the way, pretty good pick for the card back.
Oh, it is a top tier card back. No doubt. Like, if you're just looking for generic good card back, there it is. I do give bonus points. Actually, this combo, even though I hate the cat, I hate the Von Yip cat overall, really good Halloween theme going on. Kavira constantly tonight getting W's in my book.
Yeah.
Great coordination of the board, card back, guardian combo. And just fantastic overall.
Just dub after dub for Kavira, and not only in his matches, but also with the emote usage, with the card backs, the board combo in general.
Yep.
Looking pretty good.
Yep, and here Kavira debating, do they want to maybe use a Sonic Wave? Threaten to kill a Trundle? Is that good? Does that actually do anything? Maybe just kill the Weirding Stones with the goat? The unfortunate part, and this is the tale that all Lee Sin players can really feel here, is that sometimes you just don't draw Lee Sin.
Yeah.
And it's rough because like there's no Lee Sin and there's no Diana, and there's really not a lot of, there's just a lot of support cards right now. So what do you do when you've got nothing but support cards? I guess threaten the Trundle.
Yeah, I mean, you have to just try and reclaim board control and try and utilize the Mountain Goat. But in this matchup, your non-Lee Sin win conditions are pretty bad.
Yes.
They don't do enough. You really need Lee Sin in this matchup. You need it in general, but you can win games without Lee Sin, with Diana Lee Sin, just with your spell buff tools, utilizing Mountain Goats, utilizing the Mentors and Diana, and you can find wins. You can steal them from certain decks, but TLC is not gonna have any of that. It's just going to win the board with Trundle and its removal, and you're just not going to be able to compete.
Right. Yeah, the biggest problem, so you can, this version of the deck allows you to play a, air quotes, fair game, right, with Diana's and the buffs that you mentioned. But problem is TLC is just like that's what it wants you to play, is a fair game, right? Like, it is nothing but life gain and removal, like we talked about before the match. Like, it is very much suited to play against a fair deck. When the Lee Sin deck is forced to be a fair deck because it doesn't draw Lee Sin, that's not good for Kavira here.
Yeah, and this is a big goat.
Yeah.
But I'm just not sure if this is going to find a win for Kavira. And we see, of course, that Pale Cascade literally just being used to try and find Lee.
Mm-hmm. Yep, now the goat getting challenged here, potentially. Would trade with Trundle, but might just get pulled to the side, get some Trundle damage in, because, I mean, yes, you ideally want to use Ledros plus Atrocity, but let me tell you, Trundle plus Atrocity works just as good sometimes.
Yeah, he uses Atrocity pretty well. Generally having a very high attack value after a turn or two. I wonder if we'll see a Crescent Strike just to delay for Kavira. Certainly possible, but for right now, I mean, we are just going to see Ice Pillar from Deach. Now there's two things that are going to get pulled. Mentor can be pulled by Trundle, which actually just means that Deach can protect everything else. He doesn't have to trade anything into this goat.
Yep. Yeah. This is scary for Kavira because now there's just not even. Oh man, yeah. The vulnerable onto the mentor really kind of throws a wrench into this. I mean, Kavira doesn't deem it necessary to Crescent Strike here, which is interesting. Oh, and he's gonna get the payoff though. Boy, is he gonna get a payoff if he wants it.
It's like nice, right? He gets to Crescent Strike both of these. Protect himself for this turn. But from here on out, Kavira must keep Deny Mana.
Yep.
As long as, you know, the threat of Atrocity. 6 mana is up for Deach, 4 must be up for Kavira. And that makes even a Lee Sin draw, which is still the best draw for Kavira, it makes it a little bit tainted. You know, it's not as good because he can't just all in the Lee Sin and try and win that way.
Right.
He has to continually.
I'm like, wait, that's not what you want to do. That's not what you want to stun.
Whoa, slow down. But yeah, he has to continually keep this extra 4 mana squared away, squirreled away for for a chance to stop the Atrocity. And yeah, we see the sad Poro from each.
And the problem is that 4 mana actually, as we see, needs to be 8 mana because there's 2 Atrocities.
Right, considering if there is 12. If there's 12 mana.
Not this turn. He'll only need to keep the 4. He'll only need to keep up 4 this turn, but yeah.
The point stands that Atrocity is a game-winning prospect for Deach.
Yep.
And Kavira needs to be able to deal with that. He finds Lee Sin, though. So this is the chance to come back.
Yeah. It feels like it's a turn too late. It could be potentially right on time, but man, does it feel a turn too late.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing for it is there's no overwhelm on the. So even though we found the Lee Sin, even though we found the card that we've been looking for this whole game, we still can't punch through this 20 damage that we need to deal.
Yeah. Although, if Lee Sin is exactly 1 away from leveling, which he might be.
I believe he is.
Hush onto Ledros, pull with Lee Sin, kick Ledros, Deach casts Atrocity, Kavira casts Deny, is a potentially saving you from the second Atrocity right now.
I think that if that was the line, Deach might just let the Ledros get kicked and
No, the Ledros isn't going to be able to get replayed because Kavira would hush it. That's the open, is Kavira is hushing to give Lee Sin challenger.
Lee Sin wouldn't have enough damage to kill it, so the kick would just send him back to hand. can.
No, he would. Oh no, he
Well,
would because of Mentor. Mentor would give him 6.
Oh, you're right. True. That line's pretty cool. I like that line.
Looks like
It's
Kavira
not
is
the one
going
that
for a
Kavira's going
different
for,
line though,
but
which is fine.
I do like that one.
Oh, this is the classic Kavira looking for. Rip. Oh. Looks like Kavira maybe.
Oh. Level up
the
animation. Turn
level
timer.
up animation. Yep. Brutal. Yeah, let's just go back and let's just restart this game and get it back to exactly this position.
Deach. Kavira.
What do you
If you're
reply
Deach,
to that?
You ignore him. You don't answer him.
I
It's
type out
tournament.
the word smile. That's what I do.
Yeah. It's rough. I do think that is something that Riot, I would like to see them change. I don't think your rope should time out during a level up animation.
I agree with that.
I don't think that's good. I think that is certainly not a good thing.
Right.
But we are going to see the atrocity come out and then deny in response. And like you mentioned, there is one more atrocity for a following turn here.
Yep. But if Kavira can draw another deny, although wait, is Kavira gonna be handlocked here? He is. He's gonna have too many cards. He's not gonna draw anything. He can't actually draw.
Yeah.
A deny.
And you see him hover the Darius, you know, and I think attacking with the goat, is that the mistake here, or was he locked on just 3? Was just the mentor
2, 4, 6, 8, 10. No, it was just the mentor.
It's just the mentor. That is tough.
Yep.
And I wonder if it would be the deny. Deep med.
Deep med could deep med.
Deep med can be anything. Could even be denied.
It certainly could. That's going to be tough, but this is open attack is going to end that regardless. I guess because
yeah, Sonic Wave, Resonating Strike. That's going to be able to get at least a blocker.
Yes. Oh, and I wonder, Casa, if the play old Blev called for would have been good enough. Although actually,
I liked your line. Actually,
the Trundle may have been pushing through for lethal anyway.
Yeah.
Especially with the Vengeance draw, so it may have been irrelevant. But
I think the Trundle overall, I think Kavira just considered it scarier. And especially because you would have to use Hush, so not having Hush to deal with Trundle's overwhelm.
Right.
Would have been definitely a scary thing to have. So I see why he went for the line. I did not hate your line though. I thought it was a reasonable.
Hush is a precious commodity for sure. Yep. And again, I'm getting blinded by caster vision because I can see Deach's hand, so I know that my play was going to work out perfectly. Right. Kavira, of course, is going through the all of the permutations of what possibly could be happening. Or what could be in Deach's hand rather than just what actually is in Deach's hand.
Yeah, and I mean, now we may see just Deach go for the atrocity straight up onto the Ladros. As there was a bit of stream lag here, seeing a little bit of future vision, but the fact that Deach has cast the atrocity means Kavira does not have an answer. And while it may be a bit of a slideshow to finish things off, that is going to be Deach taking game 1 over Kavira. That's TLC, finding the win against Lee Sin. I was asking about it right before we got in this match. Lee Sin was a bit late for Kavira. I think like you mentioned, I think it was like a turn or two too late. If he'd found it earlier, though, I don't know. I still feel like that matchup might overall be Lee Sin favored, but I don't think it's probably not a huge margin. Probably not like massively favored, but it certainly feels like it should win that more than it should.
I definitely agree that you're certainly going to be favored going into that matchup as the Lee Sin deck. And there's Lee Sin.
Oh,
there
we
he
found him.
is. He's saving him for the next game. Oh, that's got to be frustrating for Kavira. But of course, I mean, you're never really going to be upset having the Lee Sin in your hand as the Lee Sin deck, right? Like, it is, at the end of the day, yes, you want your Nopifies, you want your Zenith Blades, you want your your gem producers, but you need the big man. Big man needs to be in the house. Give me Lee Sin. Give me 2 Lee Sins. That's fine too. Like you mentioned in a previous match, Casa, having that having the resonating strike is so good with the Lee Sin spell. Like, you can actually get a ton of value out of that. Pulling with a goat, or pulling an Eye of the Dragon. Like, it can be so good just to have the Lee Sin spell. So always happy to have it.
Yeah, I mean, of course, yeah, very, very happy to have the Lee Sin, even just having the extra one. But Deach, not so lucky this game. No Lee Sin yet. We see what we've seen so many times from Swim as well with the Zenith Blade early on. But Nopify is on deck for Kavira to counter this. And this card has been good. This card has certainly been good from what we've seen in this tournament, but also, I think, from the ladder as well. It has definitely been a strong card from this set.
Now, here's an interesting distinction. So if you Nopify a Zenith Blade with the Daybreak, you do not get another Zenith Blade. However, if you kill the unit that the Zenith Blade is targeting and the Zenith Blade has Daybreak, you do actually still draw the Zenith Blade from your deck. So that's a very interesting distinction, and another W for Nopify. I mean, such a clutch card.
Yeah, it's been great. People were really didn't like Deny when it was 3 mana. 4 mana change was good for it. Now we got 2 mana Deny. Now it's conditional. So of course that's a lot better. But I do feel like the conditions for it are generally good. Like, I'm liking. I feel like Nopify is very good. We'll probably see this in the meta quite a bit. The times that it'll fall out is when we see a lot of the Freljord, Shadow Isles, spell-heavy decks where Nopify just misses everything.
Yep.
If those are finding their way back in the meta, like the TLC, like War Mothers, we'll see less Nopify. But, TF Swain, we talked about how it gets just dismantled by Nopify in general. So, I'm interested to see how this card impacts the meta as a whole, or whether it's just a tech card that sometimes we throw in and it just throws a big ol' wrench into some of these people's strategies.
The thing about even against the War Mothers and TLC decks, like, you're still hitting the Vile Feasts, the Unspeakable Horrors, which can be super relevant even in the Lee Sin deck, where, hey, it's just pinging off a barrier, it's pinging off a spell shield. That can be enough. Like, that's a win con for those decks, is cast Vengeance, cast Vengeance plus ping to stop a Bastion or, a barrier. So,
yeah.
Nopify as a backup there is just so good. And again, like we saw with Kavira versus Swim, like, you can choke the Lee Sin deck out on mana. Just make them spend their mana every single turn while putting on pressure, and they can't catch up. But Nopify helps mitigate that quite a bit.
What is he doing?
He's looking for someone to talk with, I'm imagining. But here, I don't believe that a spell has been played. So could it just be a raw attack? Not even a challenge? Seems all right.
Yeah, just to get the buff on Lee Sin. I wonder if it's reasonable to do that. You are allowing your Lee Sin to get damaged, but there's nothing that's going to kill it on board. The scary thing is, I guess, Pale Cascade on the go, and then you would need to play your own Pale Cascade if you did that.
Yeah, I feel like I'm kind of fine with that.
Okay, so leading with Pale Cascade saying I'm going to play it no matter what, and then you just drag whoever you want.
This allows the GOAT to value block, which is a little bit worse, though. You don't really care. The Mentor has done its damage. You don't really care that much if you're giving your opponent an additional gem. You're getting 3, which is fine. I hope Kavira is pulling up Zed and talking about how trash the unit is in the deck. That would be another W in my book for Kavira, but who knows? The only W's that matter in Fight Night, though, Casanova, are actual wins in the match, and currently Kavira does not have one here in our winners finals.
Yeah, no, many a proverbial W for Kavira, but nay a single physical W.
Right.
That he will have here, but you know, this matchup we've seen a little bit in previous Fight Nights, I think, and it was it's generally gone in favor of the non-Zed version of Lee Sin.
Yes, Zed, not to beat a dead horse, but has been not that great in the Lee Sin deck, at least when it comes to Fight Night performance. Now, it has had quite a bit of ladder success, and I can definitely see why. But when we're talking about the highest levels, I think it starts to fall off quite a bit here. But Deach doing the game plan that we saw Swim kind of have to do, which is, you know what? I don't have Lee Sin. I'm going in here.
Yeah.
We're doing it. I can play the aggro deck here, and this is
I love this. I really love this. It's not gonna work, but I love this. This is just, hey, Kavira, catch. And he throws 12 damage at his face, tries to go for the win immediately. Now, Conk Palm is here. If Conk Palm was not in hand, there is no other, maybe Hush or something. Like, there's a lot of resources you can use, but they're not resources you want to use here.
Yeah. It's the Tofarian Gambit. Hey, you got to have it here, because if you don't, I just win. Sometimes you just go for it, and that was that is a massively high-level heads-up play from Deach of like, yeah, I can actually just win here if Kavira doesn't have Hush or Conk Palm. I'm trying to think, is there another card? No, Guiding Touch also would have kept Kavira from dying. So yeah, there's a couple of cards that could prevent that, but Kavira at 3, all of a sudden, a random errant Lee Sin hit all of a sudden looks really strong.
Yeah, Deach has Lee Sin in hand, right? So
yeah,
this comes down, gets a kickoff. It's just game. Now Kavira's got deny, but this is certainly a crazy mirror to watch. This is not how we've seen this mirror normally go. Normally it's a lot more methodical, waiting for your Lee Sin, and Deach is like, nah. Hold my Pale Cascade.
Yeah, well, I'm going to be honest. I think that's really the way that you have to play it, especially considering that it's the Zed version, because, as much crap as I talk about about Zed, I would never speak ill of my man Lee Sin. As much crap as I talk about Zed, the random damage that you're doing on an attack like that is actually, Zed is helping further that game plan, right? So, if there was a Zed in hand or potentially a Zed drawn, that's actually a relevant and useful card for Deach here, considering that Kavira is at 3. Unfortunately, Kavira...
Is he complaining about messing up the
I'm gonna be honest, Kavira, that's not a W for me. Just play like 3 seconds faster. It's okay.
Yeah, I agree with him that they should change that.
They definitely should change that.
But it's 2 times, Kavira. Chop.
Here's a preventable problem.
I do feel for him, and I do agree with him. It is something that does need to be. I feel that it should be not something that happens. I don't think your turn should run out during this unskippable animation.
Right.
So either make it skippable, which I'd rather not. I don't. I prefer them to. I love the animations. I don't want them to make it skippable. Right. So therefore, don't let the turn timer run out during it. Right. If that's possible to do. That would
also,
be sweet.
People remember back in the old days, not only did the level up animations take forever, but also spells being played take forever.
Yeah,
that was like, man, those old days, like in Puff Cap generation. Remember those?
Oh yeah, the game is like, so much snappier now. It's it is significantly snappier. But Deach actually doesn't have enough damage to push through anymore with just the kick. Yeah. So Kavira was able to heal enough with that resonating strike on the Dragonling that now he's gonna survive, and the deny can even keep Lee Sin on the board.
Yeah, the question for Kavira is, do I want to cast the deny here, or do I want to just recast the Lee Sin? Is being at 1 different than being at 7?
Yeah, I think you recast Lee. Because I totally, 1 is not different than 7 in this matchup.
Not when there's a 2 Eye of the Dragon out, I would say.
Well, also this Lee Sin is kicking you on the next turn, and potentially it'll have more damage. You don't know what Deach will draw. You don't know what it'll have. You don't know if it'll hit a Zenith Blade, and then know it's guaranteed to be done. So I would rather hold this deny an extra turn.
Yep.
Look to just end with your Lee Sin on this follow-up and have deny to protect that attack. I think is going to be a little bit more solid. So I like how Kavira played this. I actually think he's got a good shot to close this out soon, but we do see Deach has some answers.
Yeah, the hush is going to be big.
Conk Palm. Those are definitely going to be helpful for Kavira.
Hush is definitely going to be big. Conk Palm, I don't know if it's going to be relevant considering the 2 denies. I would imagine Kavira is going to be holding at least one of these denies, I would think. And also, I don't know if we've seen a hush yet from Deach. And Deach does run 2 hush. So I would imagine Kavira is putting Deach on at least 1 hush. I think that Sonic Wave cast just to make sure that there are Dragonlings coming out, I would imagine, and also reduce cost deep med.
Yes, it was. It was to secure that. Now, another Sonic Wave. Try to set up the lethal potentially. I'm actually not sure if Kavira can set up lethal here.
I don't think so.
I wonder if he needs to deep med to look for Zenith Blade so that he can try and win on this turn.
Yeah, the problem is that Kavira knows that Kavira is a very, very methodical and play around the worst case and the outs type of player. There's no way that Kavira is going to be playing into a hush here.
Right, yeah. He can still win by removing Lee Sin.
Sure.
So playing into hush certainly is a little bit strange. He also has the denies for the kick, so as long as Lee Sin doesn't come down with a Zenith Blade,
right,
he's still fairly safe. He's got some healing. So I think Kavira probably can win the slow game.
Yeah, I think with the deny and the deep med.
Ooh.
Not going for the life.
Kavira doesn't care about the life. He doesn't want to give the gem.
I can see that. Maybe I can't see that. Well, I guess just doesn't want to give.
Thanks, Kavira.
Yeah. Okay. Obviously, doesn't want to give gems.
We figured.
Doesn't want to give gems. So what does a gem do? A gem gives a guaranteed open attack Lee Sin kick. Okay. It just maybe wants to prevent that. Sure.
I guess Kavira is playing to the potential that Deach just doesn't hit spells. Maybe Deach is on units. Maybe he's bricking a couple Zeds in his hand.
Right.
And so, this play is really cool. I like this. I like the denial of the gems.
Zenith, okay.
find the Pale
Alright, Pale-
Cascade even, and with the change to Hush, Lee Sin would be dying, but it's going to force out the Concussive Palm to get the barrier, and now Deach is on no spells for his Lee Sin.
Yeah. No spells for Lee Sin. Full board going to be coming up for Kavira, including a couple of Dragonlings here. But, I mean, the chances that Deach draws a spell very high. Spacey Sketcher can draw a spell pretty easily as well. Of course, the denies are going to prevent the kick from happening. Okay, Sketcher. And the pick. Let's see, what would be good? Does Equinox do anything? No. The Charger actually could be relevant, surprisingly enough. Getting one in with Overwhelm could certainly be relevant.
Yeah, the Charger, the Trickster.
The Otter. Yeah, the Trickster.
Yep. Your set's still going on.
Oh,
Kavira.
and there is the Trickster.
Okay. Deach has to decide if that's going to win. I don't think either of these other spells are better.
Right.
I think
I
you're
don't
always
think they
just
do anything.
Just trying to go for this. So Deach.
I think that's going to do it, too. I don't recall. There's two denies. There's a couple of Zenith Blades in hand. Neither of those do anything. I think it's just play the Trickster and keep your fingers crossed. I guess the consideration was like go for Crescent Strike because it's a spell and also will keep the life gainers from blocking. That was certainly a possibility.
And then just
but
attack with everything.
Yeah, but the problem is that I don't think Kavira has cast a single deny yet, and there's been what 2 or 3 deep meditations
and
played.
Yeah, 2 or 3 deep meds, and also only 1 Nopify from Kavira.
Yeah, so
I think that it always has to be Otter.
Mm-hmm.
And from what I remember about Kavira's hand, Otter is going to win. The Trickster will be able to push that damage, and there isn't healing available that will be able to save him, so I think.
Yep, and I think that Kavira is hovering over Sad Poros right now, and/or Darius is, and that's going to be it! Deach, the 2-0 versus Kavira, secures his spot in the grand finals, which secures his spot in his invite for next week's fight night. Wow.
Yeah.
First time coming.
Representing Brazil in his fight night debut.
Yep.
Making a very clean run. Actually has not dropped a game.
Yeah.
In the tournament so far.
Don't say it. Don't say the P word. Don't say the P word for the run, or else it's gonna jinx it. No one in chat say it. Also, people might not know what I'm talking about.
All the way to the grand finals.
Yes. Don't say the word that rhymes with nerfect.
I'm not going.
Don't say it. I'm just saying it. Don't say it in chat either.
We'll see if Deach can hold on to this. Welcome back to Fight Night Legends. We just had the conclusion of the winners final, and we know our first finalist will be Deach. He will be coming back next week, but there's still plenty more Runeterra to play. Up next will be the losers semi-final between Arax and Swim. We haven't had a chance to see Arax on the broadcast, so let's take a moment to, talk about him. He's a player from Argentina, from the LATAM scene, that has been around since open beta as far as tournaments are concerned. This is someone we've actually cast a couple times, Blevins. Over the course of our cast, we have run into him a number of times. He's someone who is always streaming his runs through DORs in the early stages. So when we were finding streams, Arax was somebody that we would step in and watch. And we hadn't got him on Fight Night yet, but I've been excited to see his growth throughout the time that the game has been out. And while I don't feel like Arax has had the highest successes indoors in particular, he's done well in the LATAM scene and also just been a consistent player that's always been on my radar. He's always been doing good things. And in this tournament, he has brought a completely unique lineup. No one else has brought what he's brought, and it feels weird. It's like a blast from the past as he's running Ashe Nox and Karma Lux. And Ashe Nox is something that has been a dominant tournament deck for a very long time. But it's completely fallen out of the meta. And Blevins, how do you feel about Ashe Nox in the current year?
I'm going to be honest. I think it's kind of a good choice. You think, okay, what world are we in right now? Lee Sin. I think that's a pretty integral part of the meta right now. It is the standard bear. It is the centerpiece of the meta right now. What's quite good against Lee Sin? Frostbite effects, flash freeze, harsh winds, Ashe. It's great. You have a lot of interaction with Lee Sin. You've also got the culling strikes. I mean, we've seen culling strike be one of the best cards in the meta to it is nigh unplayable to now, hey, guess what? Culling strike kills a raw Lee Sin. So they either need to preemptively gem or have a pale cascade, or be able to level up in response. But if you can get a culling strike onto a Lee Sin just raw, that is a game winning play. And the same goes for Reckonings as well. Again, there are a lot of there are denies in these decks, but man, if you can pull off a Reckoning at a key time, can you blow that deck right out of the water?
Yeah, I mean, I really like a lot of the things that this deck does against specifically Lee Sin, and I'm sure that that's why we're seeing Arax make it all the way to the losers semis already. He's had to win a number of sets to get here. He took down Hugs. He only lost to Deach. He actually took down MisterBear in round 1 as well. So, Arax has had to he's gotten a couple of wins, and I think that against the fact that there are so many Lee Sins in the field, it does make this a lot better. Funny enough that this week there are actually less Lee Sins than in previous weeks, so maybe this choice would have been even better a week ago. But it is in response to the popularity of Lee Sin that he's bringing it, so we would always expect to see at least slightly fewer of that list when we go to a following week.
Oh, here's the thing about the deck. It is never really a terrible choice. It is a very, standard mid-rangey deck. It's got a lot of interaction with the Frostbite and challenges. It's just doing pretty good. I think let me just completely start that over. The reason that we've seen less of this is because Noxus has been in Pirate aggro recently. That's where the Noxus slot has gone. So you can't run in the Fight Night format. You can't run Pirate aggro and this deck. People have been leaning towards Pirate aggro. Well, if you're taking Pirate aggro out of your lineup, potentially, you now have the option to run the Ashe Noxus deck. And I mean, like I said, cards like Culling Strike and Reckoning feel very good right now. You have our good friend, the captain himself, Captain Fair, and Captain Crunch is going to be able to end games very quickly. And Ashe almost does a good Lee Sin impression of just, hey, harsh winds plus Ashe level up can sometimes just OTK regardless. I mean, we've seen that play out in Fight Nights past, where it's just a board stall into freeze your entire board. Good luck trying to nopeify my freezes, Lee Sin. they are burst speed. It doesn't matter. Just freeze the whole board, OTK with Ash. And of course, I mean, Sejuani, just a great card in general.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it is interesting to see it come back in such form. You mentioned Pirate Aggro being one of the ways that Noxus was being used, and prior to Pirate Aggro, TF Swain was actually extremely popular. So that was another way that your Noxus was taken out, and so now this is just a new way that we're going to be seeing. Well, not a new way, but it's an old way coming back that we're seeing Noxus being played again, and it does make sense. I think that it has looked very, very good so far in this tournament, able to find wins, and it looks good against, you know, the Lee Sin decks. I'm sure it would have been good against TK Soraka with some of the people available with Reckoning and Culling Strike, but obviously no one ended up bringing that. But yeah, we're going to start out with the other deck, which we just briefly touched on. This is another kind of old school deck that is Karma Lux.
Really old school, actually. Yeah, I was going to mention that like Karma Lux we haven't seen in quite some time. Hi chat. We haven't seen it in quite some time. But it is back. And although, I mean, granted, this has a lot of, I mean, I don't know if we certainly haven't seen a version like this. This actually probably has the most new cards in it, in the, like, it's running Egghead Researcher and Nopify. So there's 2 new cards in it. That might be more than most of the other decks.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, there's another new card, Kadrigan. Of course, there are 0 other dragons in the deck except from the Egghead Researcher himself.
Yeah, I think that Arax is saying that this may be the worst dragon he could have gotten. I think that's
arguably.
Reading his body language there, that's kind of what it seemed like. And yeah, I think it likely is. I think you're looking for, you know, obviously the Screeching Dragon is kind of your best.
It's always a good one.
And yeah, you don't really want a 9-mana follower in this deck. That's not really the strategy that you're looking for whatsoever.
It is a gigantic dragon that, if the game goes super, super long, could be good. But I think if the game's going super, super long, you're already good, and you don't need to have an overcosted dragon.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost not even good if the game is going super long. It's only if you have literally no other plays and you have 9 mana, then it's like, okay, well, I guess we'll play this dragon.
Yeah, don't get me wrong, it's bad. It's definitely bad.
And I don't think there's any discard in this list either, so it's not like it's fodder for anything. So it's just going to be chilling in the hand, and instead Arax has played a 2-mana 1/3, which not really what he's looking to do. But in this matchup, 2-mana 1/3 is better than no 2-drop, because you do need bodies to block. And so I'm sure Arax is overall okay with at least drawing his 2-drop for turn 2.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen the discard aggro deck really pop off when it has those visions hands, those super wide board, you know, able to get value off of a visions or jury rig or flame chompers. Those type of hands be really good. But when the deck gets slowed down, until you're starting to get into Experimenter and or Jinx, and you've already applied some pressure, you're actually kind of in a bad spot with not a ton of way to break through the board. Yes, there is burn, which is great, but you need to get to the point where the burn is relevant. We see the 2 get exciteds, but like, yeah, do 6. You can take Arax can take 6 right now from these get exciteds and be fine, right? Like, that's not threatening.
All right, Arax, Blinding Assaults, actually very valuable in this matchup, being able to target the units you want to remove and be able to take them down. He's got 2 of these, and the double Tasty Feyfolk going to be able to help out against this aggro list very heavily. And overall, Karma Lux, it has struggled in certain aggro matchups in the past when they just go too fast. They go too quickly under you. But with Blinding Assault and Tasty Feyfolk, I think that helps in some of those matchups that used to be a lot tougher, if you can have them early and then try and curve into that Radiant Guardian, which has been nerfed. But I think Radiant Guardian still does the job against the very aggressive decks. It's less of a beamer into into mid range now. It still hurts you if you're mid range. It's still a pain.
Yep.
But it more so does well against aggro.
Yeah, it's less of a just generically always the best option, regardless of the deck you are playing or the deck your opponent is playing, and more of a, it still hoses aggro quite well. It's just not, you know, providing a 4-turn clock as well. Now it's a 5-turn clock against other decks. Blinding Assault coming out here on the defensive. Arax notably did have the option to pull unit last turn. Could have pulled potentially one of the 2/2s. Decided not to, though.
Yep, just going a little bit more defensive. But Nopeify on that Get Excited going to be good. But notably, Get Excited does still cast the Vision. So this is kind of just like casting a 3 mana Visions and getting... you know, getting another card out of your hand and getting a Nopeify out of Arax.
Yeah, certainly still a fine exchange. I mean, like I was mentioning before, though, like pretty good trades are going to be able to come out across the board here. I mean, both Battlecasters are potentially going to go down. Draven will be alive, but every other unit besides Draven is going to go down here. 6 is going to go to Arax's face, which is great for Swim, but it's going to be the like many of these games, it's going to depend on what comes out of this augmented experimenter.
Yeah, and I think one of the big things for Arax is he's going to get a very heavily discounted Remembrance off. And that's going to feel very, very good on this turn. Now, normally in Lux Karma, you think, well, I just want to cast my Remembrance as 6 mana. Well, when you're against aggro, you don't care about it. You just want to get units on the board to defend yourself. And Remembrance for... Oh!
There it is. The pop-off from Arax. He knows.
Oh!
Swim.
That was a gut punch, and I felt it.
Yeah.
Getting this Radiant Guardian... on this turn, after things have died, he gets the lifesteal.
Yeah. 2 mana Radiant Guardian, you don't really care what deck you're playing. You're going for that, I think. Oh, weirdly enough, I wonder... I mean, okay, so here's the thing. There was no bad draw. There's no bad rip from that, right? If it was... one of the challengers would have been great, you know, to potentially eat Draven here. If it was the Moose, I mean, Moose is always fine in these situations because it's hitting like an absolute truck. But of course, yes, Radiant Guardian was the best possible rip from this and is really gonna undo a lot of the damage that Swim has done so far. Is gonna force Swim to commit more to deal with this, and there's not a ton of resources left for Swim here.
Yeah, I mean, Arax could just go double Tasty Feyfolk, try and heal the full. Off that, you also have the Radiant Guardian that also represents lifesteal.
Yeah, here's the other thing, Casa. Deny sure can target the augmented experimenter spell.
Sure can.
And that, I think, will be will spell the doom of Swim more than even the massive amount of life gain that is being threatened here.
Yeah, Arax giving us a glimpse of the nutrition facts of the Tasty Feyfolk.
Yep, he tastes purple.
He does.
I taste purple.
It's pretty good. That was pretty good, beloved.
It's not as good. It's like a B tier impression for me, but that's okay. I can't all be A pluses.
Well, Draven gonna be sacrificed in order to set up for Augmented Experimenter to remove this Radiant Guardian.
Yeah.
But like you mentioned, you sure can deny that.
That's gonna be a well, it'll be a deny here, but it will certainly be a big ol' nope. Swim deciding just to take it makes some sense.
I mean, okay, so I do like allowing the attack to go through and then hitting with the augmented experimenter, because now on your Draven attacks, on your attack turns, theoretically, you can buff up his attack so that the Radiant Guardian can't block Draven.
Right.
You know, of course, deny, but the deny is bad either way, and and this is just a really tough spot for Swim. He only has one other augmented experimenter in the deck. Concerted Strike is just, I mean, that's just brutal coming out.
That's what you want to see. And honestly, might be what he had to see, considering that Swim kind of out of nowhere is going to be back and presenting quite a bit of damage here. That's a 6-5 crowd favorite.
Yeah. I mean, this is not blockable by the Radiant Guardian, at least in this sense that your Radiant Guardian will die if it blocks it. So you're going to have to get the life gain from somewhere else, but Swim can go for attacks where he just goes with the Poros and with the crowd favorite. And then blocks become awkward. Because Arax can, of course, throw away the Tasty Fae Folk into the crowd favorite, but it doesn't kill it. It just puts it down to 1, and he still takes the damage. So it does make it a little bit more difficult, but Arax having the Concerted Strike, I wouldn't be surprised if he takes 8 here, and then tries to use Concerted with both lifesteal units, because he can generate 8 life off of Concerted Striking the crowd favorite, and that is kind of disgusting.
Pretty good.
And, wow, great draw for Swim, right?
Wow, I mean, arguably the best draw?
I think it is, yeah. I think it is actually just the best draw. I think it is better than Augmented Experimenter.
Yep. Swim doing the fast pass back, trying to get Arax to commit some more, but Arax says, nah, I'm in a good spot here. I want you to act first, please.
Yeah, I mean, Swim knows there was 5 mana held up. If he plays Jinx, it just dies to a Concerted, or it dies to a single combat, or it can't be protected. So Swim is hoping that the board can go somewhat in his favor again before playing the Jinx, but the odds of that actually happening, I think, are pretty astronomically low. And so I think that Arax has this locked up. I think the Concerted Strike itself was pretty much locking this game up for Arax. But on top of that, the single combat for this Radiant Guardian is just going to open up so many more doors for the life gain. And we're going into an Enlightened turn for Karma, so it really is going well for Arax.
Yeah, he just has the ability to just commit so little and do so much here. Like you mentioned, Casa doesn't even need to care about the crowd favorite yet. It's just, I mean, what was that? -5 damage on that turn or something, like, it just doesn't matter. And even has the ability to gain even more. Can maybe finally play the Cadrigan and trade with a 4-mana 6/5.
Ah, yes, Cadrigan hitting the board.
Oh man, this is like I hate to say it, and I don't say this lightly. This is almost like Zed and Lee Sin Zed levels of bad. Well, if you think about it, Cadrigan is really just like three Zeds stapled together, right?
I'm not gonna think about it. I'm not.
It's a 3/2. It's a 3/2 3 times, right? That's 3 Zeds stapled together. That's what Cadrigan is. Think about it, chat.
Chat, you don't have to think about it. You don't have to do things the Blevins
really
says.
that's really just it's so 5-head. That is Rally the Fallen, or Remember the Fallen, or AKA.
Oh, is it? Oh, it is. I could not see it. For the Fallen. Yeah, of course.
There we go.
Of course, yeah. I could not make out what the art was on that. Maybe I should be wearing my glasses. But...
Yeah, that's enough.
Yeah, I mean, Swim seeing Cadrigan, I think, was really the nail in the coffin.
Yes.
No, it was
he
probably
saw 3 Zeds stapled together.
the enlightened karma, making him realize that he's probably not going to be able to do it. And Arax, I think, played that beautifully. I think a lot of players may have been a little bit more aggressive with that concerted strike, but Arax understanding that he's winning without playing it, so he should wait until maybe Jinx comes out or just until he needs to use it, because he had so much life gain available to him that he was able to just kind of hold out and play slow. And I think that was really well executed, and I think there was a lot of ways that you actually could have kind of screwed up that game from the Karma Lux side. And it shows a lot of experience on the deck from Arax to pilot it so well there and actually just ensure that there was no way that Swim could have won that game. Absolutely nothing Swim did matter at that point. Like, once it got to that point where the Radiant Guardian came down and Arax drew that concerted strike, there was no thing that Swim could have done that would have won him the game as long as Arax piloted cleanly, and he absolutely did.
Yep. I agree 100%. I mean, it is I mean, that's one of the level up moments or the aha moments that I have, or well, that I see people executing. Kavira is a really great player for this. Swim himself actually is really great at doing this as well. There's plenty of others that are too. That it's just, how can I do the minimum to get the most out of it? I know it kind of sounds counterintuitive because it's like, well, that just kind of sounds lazy, but you need to be lazy with your resources. You need to be efficient with your resources. Don't just go firing off the concerted strike just to kill the 6/5. What does the 6/5 actually do? That's another generic card game question that needs to be answered. What does it do? I understand what the card does to 6/5 overwhelm, but what does that actually do in the context of the match? And Arax correctly figured out that it doesn't do anything. Doesn't matter. I'll take 6.
It does 6 to me, but I'm generating more with the lifesteal, and on the other side, there are still cards that are scary. Like, for instance, Jinx coming down and generating that 4 additional damage every turn would have been something that he had to play around, and we know that Swim ended up having that, and Arax able to play safe into it. But Swim now going to go to the Lee Sin. Swim actually, I was talking to him, during the tournament today, and he was saying that last week when he brought the discard deck, he was pretty uncomfortable with it. He even talked about it in the interview. It was the deck he was not super comfortable on, and he was kind of learning it mid-tournament. And he said this week, it's pretty funny, he spent so much time playing discard during the week that now he doesn't feel super comfortable on Lee Sin, and he feels like he's been making a lot of misplays today on this deck. So Swim, after losing game 1, he has to win with both. He swaps over to the one he's less comfortable on, see if he can get the win, because that's going to be the hard one for him, is the Lee Sin deck as he plays into the Ashe Freljord, deciding that, hey, I've got to win with this, so let's go with the harder one first.
I think it's a very small thing, but in my mind, it seems like that it's actually quite relevant because, there is theoretically less pressure. Yes, Swim has to win here, but and he has to win this matchup, but there's theoretically less pressure right now. It's like, oh, I'm already down 1-0. If I lose, I'm out anyway, right? And I'm already playing a bad matchup, so let's do it. But if he wins, if say he cues the discard aggro deck and wins, then it's game 3. There's now more pressure riding on the deck that he is admittedly less comfortable with. So I actually think it is not only like a preference thing, but it makes strategic sense, at least somewhat. So I think it's real smart.
Interesting card from Arax that we're seeing already that wasn't in most versions of Ashe Sedge prior, or Ashe Nox in general, is House Spider. And we're seeing that being buffed up by the Omen Hawk here. Omen Hawk on 1, so we know that Arax has passed the good player check, as he does have that one straight away.
True. We'll see if he's full. Wait, is he playing? I need to look at the list.
He's got trappers, yeah. So,
okay, I was gonna say, is he gonna pass the full Yugi test?
Yeah, where he draws his Yetis right away. Yeah. I mean, we'll see if he hits a trapper. And
he doesn't have trapper on 3, so he's already not Yugi. So
he's
that
a
we
little behind.
Yeah, he's already a little behind, but he could still be a good player.
Yeah, it goes go Trapper 3, Yeti 4. That's the classic Winding God.
Yep. I don't hate House Spider in this deck. With the thought being that I'm going to be playing against a lot of aggro, right? If I'm thinking that there's going to be a good amount of you know, discard aggro or pirate burn, or even you know, some of the other more aggressive decks, I don't mind a House Spider. It's always a fine one to have when you're thinking that you're going to get rushed down. Didn't necessarily pan out like that, and I think House Spider's just kind of a mediocre card outside of that, but it seems all right here at least.
Yeah, for sure. I think I can really understand it in the context of Pirate Aggro being a popular deck, which, funny enough, there are exactly 0 Pirate Aggros this week.
This is why
crazy.
I love Fight Night so much.
Crazy.
I love it so much. Especially when they're, and I'm not going to call out any, I don't want to call it any games specifically, because then the people over at Wizards of the Coast that make Magic the Gathering would probably be mad at me if I called them out specifically for having a really dull meta. That's why I'm not calling out a game specifically. Where like they have like, it's like literally 80% of the meta is a single deck or like a single archetype. And it's like, yeah, that's just, we've had individual fight nights where one deck has a lot of representation, but the meta corrects itself, or like it evolves. The players are actually trying to beat the meta with different things. I love it so much.
Yeah. I mean, Runeterra is just a beautiful game. I mean, not only like visually, but it's the way the metas are able to develop is cool. I think, you know, our format really thrives for having very diverse meta, but there's other formats that are really good for it as well.
Yeah.
And I think that is just a testament to how good the game is, because there's multiple competitive formats that work really well and have diverse, you know, metas within them. And, you know, we'll be seeing different tournament formats a lot in the near future. I think there's a couple people running some single deck stuff actually, and then of course there's the 3-deck 1-ban that has been so common.
Well, and there's the you know, the Riot in-game Gauntlet one, which is 3-deck 1-ban, like pseudo no like champ overlap. I don't even know what you would call it, but that's even a new format as well. So I'm really interested in seeing how that one pans out too. But
so here's the type moment for Arax. We see the Zenith Blade going on to the Eye of the Dragon, and Arax of course had the opportunity to go for the Culling Strike, and you mentioned this earlier that the draw would still come through for Swim because of the Daybreak. So Arax has to decide, okay, well, he's drawing the card no matter what, so it doesn't matter really whether I Culling Strike now or not. The only exception would be a Pale Cascade. If he wants to even remove this Eye of the Dragon. If in his mind he's like, okay, I'm going to Eye of the Dragon with my Culling Strike, the only time it would matter about casting it there versus after the fact is in the event of a Pale Cascade, but triple eye.
That is a weird looking dragon if I've ever seen one, because it's got 3 eyes.
Yeah, Swim opening his 3rd eye and looking deep within himself to try and find this win.
Yep. The other note here about the potential Culling Strike play is that Arax has the ability to Ice Veil into Culling Strike if he wants to be even safer. Has the ability to do that too. I think right now, unless a second spell comes out, there wasn't, and that was another play we've talked about in weeks past, where you can kind of soft pass into Eye of the Dragon if if it's a matchup where the dragons are relevant, or even a specific game where the dragonlings are going to be relevant, which I would argue this one is, or it's a match where they're relevant because if they haven't played that second spell, they're kind of priced into it if they really want to get value, and you can utilize that to your advantage, and we saw Arax do that. But Swim took the pass back and ate a decent amount of Arax's mana there.
Yeah, and Swim now has Lee Sin, and now we get to see just how good this deck deals with Lee Sin, right? Because we talked about how the freezes should be massive when dealing with this champion. You need to be able to stop him from getting big kicks. You need to stop him from getting those attacks off. And even the early game board stabilization with his challenges can be slowed down by freezes. So this is kind of a big moment for us to start seeing that. There's a lot of access to freeze in Arax's hand.
Yep.
And also, because of that, thinking about it, there's not a lot of great ways for Swim to play around a burst speed mass board freeze attack in with Ash.
Yep.
There's Pale Cascade, and we see 2 of them. So, to be fair, this game in particular, Swim has good answers. He's got double Pale Cascade. But in general, that is kind of his only response when those freezes come out at burst speed and the attack comes in.
Mm-hmm. Now, here is a very crucial moment because Swim went below 4 mana, which was double Pale Cascade mana, to prevent this play, this Ice Veil Archer Calling Strike play from happening. But Swim has that card that's really been sort of a key card in this tournament, Casa, and that is Nopify. So can counter a Calling Strike if it does come out right now.
Yeah, there's no world that Swim will Pale Cascade this Lee Sin. I think he's holding on to Nopify specifically for the Calling Strike right now.
Has to be.
That is the scare card in this game. He's been able to buff his Lee Sin already. All he has to do is make sure that it stays alive. Like, that is his best bet to win the game. And we're going to see potentially an Ash from Arax. He will not be able to level on this turn.
Yep. Not quite enough.
Essentially will be 1 off.
Yeah, I mean, by Arax's next attack could have the Ash leveled up, which might be the let's put some pressure. Let's get Swim to invest some resources defensively here. Let's get some let's put some pressure on Swim, maybe get a little bit more damage, hit that another, get Swim below 10 or another threshold where an open attack potentially can be lethal if you can get a safe develop of Ash afterwards, and go from there. Because right now, I mean, Arax has to feel pretty safe about the Lee Sin OTK. Let's be frank, is not going to happen anytime soon. There's no spell shields in Swim's deck, and even if there were, there are ways to deal with it, to be completely honest. So Arax not going to be scared of Lee Sin really at all here. So it's how can he put on enough pressure to tax Swim's resources before he goes for a kill with Ash.
Yeah, I mean, that absolutely is the name of the game for Arax. He's got to set up for his next attack token to try and end the game, because when there's a leveled Lee Sin on board, you don't normally have a lot of turns. Now, the benefit of this Ash Sejuani deck is he's got freezes, so he will have more turns. He will have, in fact, a lot more turns than the average deck would have. I think, theoretically, if he was not playing a deck with freezes, not winning on this turn would mean he would lose. Because I think that Swim, goes to his turn. He's got the Mentor to buff up Lee Sin. Lee Sin goes to 6 attack. He's got double Pale Cascade. That's 10. That's game. There we are.
Yep.
Right? So it is just a matter of these freezes being huge against Lee Sin. And now, the fact that the Lee Sin deck does not handle Ash very well means that I feel like this is a great counter if you're expecting a lot of Lee Sin. I'm loving this more and more from Arax. And this is really cool to see a deck that maybe people kind of forgot about even after it dominated for months in tournament.
It's just now gotten to the point where I don't like cringe seeing the deck, because we saw so much of it and I just hated playing against it so much. Now I'm like, the deck feels a little bit fresher. I think there's some cool choices you can make. I saw Fresh Lobster actually on a stream earlier today was running the Noxus landmark. Not sure if it's great. I mean, in the games that he drew it seemed pretty decent. I mean, you're playing a lot of 5/5s, and being able to eat their units every turn is a pretty good way to go into the late game. Not sure if it's actually good, but it was fun. But yeah, I do think that this is a pretty decent meta choice if you're going to be seeing a lot of Lee Sin, especially in your ladders or tournaments that you're going to be playing.
All right, so this is potentially Swim's final turn. If he can try and put something together, that's third Pale Cascade. So I guess that also means that the big attack from Ash probably won't end if those are kept around.
Right. That's true. Well, it won't end the game on the spot, is I guess.
Right. Yeah, that is
thing. But we'll probably end up being a
point.
lot of resources used.
Ooh, is
Also,
that Lee Sin only 2 of 8? Is that right?
I mean, we have seen 3 Eye of the Dragons out for a very long time, and I don't think we've seen a single Dragon Link.
It's just been 2 Zenith Blade casts.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, we're not getting there then. We're not playing 6 spells this turn.
No, we are not. And, I mean, there's still not really much pressure being put on from Swim. I guess the unfortunate part for Arax is that there's also not really a lot of pressure being put on from him. It's like little chunks every couple of turns, but it's just like not too much. I mean, Swim only needs to really cast one spell here to just pull the sedge. Pull the sedge with Mentor here and Lee Sin. Like, who cares about flipping? I'm just gonna play Lee Sin as a big challenger.
Yeah, I mean, but still, again, that's where these freezes come into play for Arax. He's able to just slow it down. Like right now, even now, yes, the Lee Sin's gonna get buffed, but theoretically, you could go Ice Veil, Arch, ride one of these the spiders or over the spider and just freeze him to try and slow down any kind of challenges or attacks that would happen. It's not a big deal. I don't mind just straight up passing across the board for Arax and just waiting until Swim attacks, play a freeze, and then follow up with Ash. I think is like a really reasonable line. I think that's the one we're seeing Arax take right now. He's saying, okay, attack me, I will freeze, and then I will play Ash. And then I will look to open attack on the next turn and win the game. So I expect that's what we're looking at from Arax. That is what I'm anticipating.
Yep.
As we see these challengers do come down.
Yeah. And again, any resources that Arax can tax, I mean, you just look at the card economy for Arax. I mean, he's got what, 2, 4, 6, 8 cards in hand versus Swim's 4 right now. So I mean, every 1-for-1 trade that he can find is going to be in his favor in general. Yeah, and I mean, yes, Swim gets a, value trade on the Ice Veil Archer with the Diana, but like Arax literally needs more board space to play units in his hand. Like he was at the point where he was just going to be playing over units he had already out. So losing units is almost useless. Or almost useless. Useless is not a word. Okay. Pale Cascade comes out to save the Lee Sin. Well, save the Lee Sin from taking damage. But the Lee Sin wasn't going to die anyway.
Interesting. Okay, the Calling Strike going to get committed. That can be responded to by either a Pale Cascade or an Opify.
Yeah, I'm interesting usage here of the Calling Strike. I can see it for sure. Again, it's more resources that are going to be taxed from Swim. All the 1-for-1s are going to be in Arax's favor in general, right? So, and even like a Nopify is like whatever. Swim's not getting additional value off of that besides getting a tick for Lee Sin, and Pale Cascade is also not really getting a ton of additional value.
All right, the Nopa fight. Yeah, well, the Pale Cascades are going to be good for trying to respond to an Ash later in the game. It's definitely a consideration that has to be made for Swim. And at this point, I guess we see the Ash come down. And then at burst speed, there can be 4 freezes on an open attack.
Yep.
Should Arax want to go that route?
It is a bit committal, especially considering that there's a pretty decent likelihood of of Pale Cascades existing in Swim's hand. I almost wonder if that's what Arax was specifically trying to get out of Swim's hand, was Pale Cascades that last turn. Like, if he could have gotten a Pale Cascade out instead of the Nopify, that would have been a lot stronger for him, because he obviously does not want Pale Cascades to exist because of that essentially being able to surprise block with Ash. With Ash leveled up, that is. That's a re-counter to the Pale Cascade. Although I guess, no, it doesn't work like that, because you can just declare the blocker. So it does not work.
You'd still be able to block. And with those gems, Arax can't even really look for the strategy where he levels Ash here and then plays the Enchanted Crystal Arrow on the next attacking turn. Because gems respond to Enchanted Crystal Arrow very easily. I wonder if we'll see commitment from Arax going in with the Harsh Winds and the Brittle Steel.
Yeah, the reason I don't like it is because if there is a counter to it, what are you left with? And I don't know. I feel like I guess the question is there an attack that Arax can make that's not necessarily a lethal pushing attack with Ash, but it's just a good value attack, maybe pushing some damage or potentially forcing Swim to make some bad trades that could potentially be made, and then maybe go for a lethal attack later and save the freezes, because we're now at the point where Lee Sin is online, right? He was very far away from leveling before. Now that is very simple to have. That is going to be a very simple task for Swim to get with the Pale Cascades and the gems and the Guiding Touch. So,
Yeah, I mean, I also wonder if there's ever the 20 level up starts to help out Arax. There's no direct damage in the deck, I believe.
There is Captain Farron.
Yeah, I guess so.
There is Captain Farron. So that's a possibility.
I guess so. I guess there is Farron.
I mean, there is Farron in the sense that Farron will be threatening to end the game just regularly, regardless of Sedge's level up.
But Lee Sin is at the point where he is kicking people out the airlock. You know, he's dealing plenty of damage. It's just a matter of getting through these freezes. So Arax still has time. This game is just going to go on a lot expected. I think that there's, Swim has answers, and so Arax is playing patient around the fact that Swim could have answers. And if Swim does have those answers, in a lot of trouble.
Right. Yeah, I think this is actually solidly back in Swim's favor here. Lee Sin is going to be able to threaten to kill Ash this turn. Freeze can come out. Yes. The response can be a Pale Cascade. Double Pale Cascade. That's going to be tough.
Yeah, I mean, we see the freeze onto Lee. It's going to level up
Okay.
Ash. Single Pale Cascade does not do enough damage to kill Ash. We'll send her back to hand, however, because I believe he will be leveling on the Pale Cascade. He'll have 3 attack.
Yep.
Could use another gem, however. Make it so it is threatening to kill the Ash.
Yep. Yeah, the problem is that now Swim knows that an arrow is coming out next turn, so he really does not want to. He's going for it. Okay, or he's going for something here. Okay.
Yeah. Arax also. There's been one Notify. The arrow can be responded to by Notify, which is definitely something that you have to have on your mind.
Yep. This is just a I'm going to attack you for 4.
I'm gonna attack your mana bar, I think is what this is.
Except you're not, because Arax is still going to be floating 4 mana.
Yeah, I think he is too. But yeah. Play your Ash.
Yeah. Play it back. Okay. I will. Yeah, just a do 4. I mean, you might as well do the 4, right?
Yeah,
you want to level up Lee Sin. Yeah. You deal the 4. You still want to keep your gem and your Pale Cascade.
Look, it's good. If Arax wanted to play fair in this, couldn't.
True.
It's very much
very true.
It's very much just it's just nice for him to be getting that 4 damage in.
Yep. There's arrow.
Yep. Arrow freezes the whole board. Gem plus double Pale Cascade will provide blockers.
Okay, no response to try to draw an answer, which makes sense because that would be extremely committal.
Yeah.
Another Ash drawn.
Insane. It's another freeze. That's big.
Okay.
You've got that plus your harsh winds. But obviously, once the Pale Cascade is committed, you can put the blocker out, and even if the freeze comes through,
right,
does not matter.
Yeah, I mean the additional freeze is good because now it kind of turns off the gem as being an out, right? Because you can't play the gem and then immediately block, right? Because if there's attackers out, the gem can't be played. So the gem has to be committed now, or potentially
The thing with the gem commitment is the gem just gets frozen by ashes. So
oh, that's right.
So the gem is never an answer, but the gem does enable these Pale Cascade to draw.
True.
And so
and
this
gem
is
plus unit works too.
Yep, gem plus override is solid. Now it's brittle steel plus the attack.
Yep.
Gonna go in. This will level Sejuani, by the way.
Okay.
This turn Sejuani will level. That's just a guarantee, pretty much.
Okay, so Pale Cascade is going to allow the game not to end. 5 plus 6 is 11, 14, 17, 23 total. I was wondering if there was a world where he could like double Pale Cascade a Dragonling, but that is not the case.
Okay. There is also this palm in hand for Swim.
Yep. Which if he blocks like this, he's going to have to use.
Yeah, if he blocks like this, he's not going to be life stealing. Okay. Can you use Sonic Wave Resonating Strike to get another block?
Okay. Blocks the Sedge. Okay. 6 being dealt by Arax. See, does Troll Chant kill him?
No. It would prevent 2 healing, so it'd put Swim down to 4.
Well, yeah, okay, yeah. 3, 6, 9. Yeah, it's not. Well, because if no, yeah, that would never work out. Well, no, it technically could be relevant. There's a scenario where it could be relevant. It's just not this one.
So we're gonna see the Sejuani level up, which, funny enough for this deck, doesn't normally actually make a lot of difference, just because of the fact that you don't have ways to proc it prior to combat, which is the only time that freezes matter for Ashe, is pre-assigned blockers.
Yep.
So it does matter for trades, right? Because when you're attacking, if you get damage in at the start, then yeah, the rest of the trades are good for you. But yeah, overall, not huge that this level up comes through. It more so becomes something if Farron is played, but even then, I mean, once Farron is played, like, the game's probably over anyway.
Yeah.
So interesting for sure. There's more freezes for Arax available for the Lee Sin, so he's not worried about dying. But it will be about punching through at this point. It is about punching through this last 6 damage. I think that Arax is still in an okay spot. The fact that Swim picked up this deep med is drawing more is really good for him as well.
Yep.
This is still close. This is still, it could go either way from this position. I think Swim is still pretty comfortable, but the fact that Arax has all these free, huge. It's certainly huge.
Yeah, Arax has the freezes, but Swim is constantly being annoying, threatening the Ashe over and over again, and is also going to be gaining life here as well, which is not irrelevant that the life is being gained constantly here. And notably, if there's 0 attack on the Lee Sin, the kick actually won't kick, which I did not realize at the beginning of this season. You need at least 1 attack to kick at all. Okay, guiding touch being drawn.
We'll see if Swim goes for one of these Sonic Wave resonating strikes in order to make the kick happen, or if he's just like, okay, you can have your Ashe.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing as before, right? Where it would just be, okay, well, you're taking 4 damage here. You're taking 4 extra damage, and you're going to need to spend 4 more mana on your Ashe. Okay. Swim not committing it. But it is all tied up at 12 here. On this, what, 500th or 600th turn of the game? But, I mean, so this is how this is actually a pretty common thing to happen with this Ashe Nox deck, where it's like, okay, the game gets to a board stall relatively frequently. It happens a lot. So I'm not super surprised. One thing that's notable here, that a choice that Arax made, was he decided to use the Ashe's Frostbite instead of the Harsh Winds, which certainly makes sense from you may want to have an aggressive Harsh Winds draw that will, prevent blocks from happening, but it doesn't. It was sort of mana inefficient, technically, to do it, because you could have actually spent the 6 mana, and it was effectively the same investment as spending 3 mana. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be Conk Palm likely onto this Sejuani, which actually allows for these units to trade with what Swim has played. on the board. So
Oh, wait. So right now, yeah, the Conch Bomb is coming out. I'm like, wait,
yeah,
something's
yeah.
not right because
So
this Lee Sin is dying. Okay, Conch Bomb happens. Troll Chant, potentially.
With all the effects on Lee Sin, I can't even see how much attack he has. Is it 2?
It's 2. It's 2
Okay.
right now. So Troll Chant will put Lee Sin down to 0.
Yeah, this ordering being very good, of course, putting Lee at the end, forcing Swim to block everything. Or else it would freeze the Lee Sin and he would die to the Rhyme Wolf. But now we're looking at Swim's hand, right? And there's only one response left to give Swim attack, and Arax has held on to a freeze.
He has. But there can always be a Lee Sin on top. Also, that concussive or the
yeah, it's a Lee Sin. So,
it is a Lee Sin. Okay.
I think that Swim is deciding that, hey, you've got 11 mana, you've got a freeze. I'm gonna keep my Lee Sin.
Yep.
And just replay it. And Arax is running out of cards. I mean, Swim doesn't have the big scary Lee Sin anymore, but he's got a small, pretty scary Lee Sin as well.
Yeah, and a pair of mentors.
Yeah.
I'm wondering, hey, Mountain Goat also coming out. This is going to provoke Arax to play anything. Okay, House Spider coming out as well. Swim not even doesn't really gain anything from committing the Lee Sin this turn. Might as well just take his mana. Culling Strike, pretty good. Second Lee Sin, also pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah, making sure you've got your Lees, certainly going to be a strong pickup. I wonder if Arax has like a read on the Lee Sin as far as the fact that there's no more attack buffs in the hand. So going for something like Harsh Wind's Cull is feasible.
Yeah. Well, the thing is that the Harsh Winds.
Maybe you want it for an attacking turn, maybe, but
well, I think you can effectively get double duty out of the Harsh Winds now because it's going to be representing killing a couple of units.
I do think Arax is pretty firmly in the driver's seat with the current hand states. I think he very much has a lead in this game. We're going to see the Lee Sin try and restabilize, probably by kicking the Ash. You need to kill this Ash. It's threatening to kill you on pretty much each and every turn.
Yep.
He did see an Ash's Frostbite earlier as well, so he's got a decent idea that there might not be another one in hand.
Or that there might have been 2.
Fair. That's another read that you could make.
Okay.
So
Locks coming out.
Yeah, I mean, certainly you just go Harsh Winds. Probably. How do you feel about not doing the dragon here? How do you feel about going on the goat instead, so it doesn't generate a gem and you keep your board integrity? And you take 4 to the face for it. Because I don't think that Swim's health is bothering you right now. I don't think that him being at 16 versus 20.
Yeah, I mean the gem I don't care about because he's getting 3 gems anyway, right?
Right. Yeah. I mean, it's not 4 versus 3 gems, not a huge.
Right. Life total might be relevant. Especially since you are making a very, very big attack this turn. I'm wondering. I think if Swim plays anything here, it's going to be an end of turn calling strike, open attack, and it's probably lights out for Swim, I think. I guess depending on... Yeah, I feel like... Has there been 2 spells played or only 1? Well, that's 1, so you can take your pick of whatever you want to kill here. There's not going to be a Dragonling played. Although there actually could be a Dragonling if Swim wants to commit gems, and I think if he does, then...
You just, you do the open pass. You wait to see if a Dragonling's going to come out, because if it's just 2 units on the board, I think that's pretty okay. You're just winning the attacks right now. And then if the gem gets played, you're just calling the eye.
Right. So is Swim going to play 2 gems? Is the
question I wonder.
He's not.
No.
Oh, and that's going to be brutal. Yeah, that's just best of both worlds for Arax.
Oh no, it's 1 off. I was gonna say that's game, but it's actually not. It is 1 off.
15.
So,
yeah.
I wonder, do you just go for double Gory Seek?
Just attack and don't pull.
Oh yeah, you're right. No, you're totally right. I always forget about this when I'm looking at
I do that a lot
blocker.
too.
But no, yeah, you just attack in. You're right. You're absolutely right. That is enough damage. So unless there's a spell, this is just game straight away. I think Arax playing around exactly 1 Conch Palm.
I feel like this is playing into a Conch Palm, isn't it?
Oh yeah, true. Because you could stun the Ash.
Yeah, you stun the Ash. I think I
what is
think
this playing
this
around
is
then? What is
this is playing around the either Pale Cascade or what's it called? The card that is actually in his hand. Resonating Strike.
Gotcha.
To buff up the This does it.
With double Challenger coming through, and then you just pull everything this way because you have more damage that you can represent. So this is probably the safest way to do it. And Arax, bit of a pop-off play from Arax.
That was a pop-off, and a well-deserved pop-off, because, man, that was honestly, like, I think Arax, if we had an advantage bar, maybe like a little bit in Arax's favor, but it's like, it was like 1 misplay away the entire game.
Yeah,
there was never a huge lead from Arax. It was always like, okay, well, if you overcommit here or make the wrong call, like, Swim has the ability to turn around. He drew Lee Sins at crucial times all the time, and Arax played flawlessly there to be able to get the win in the end.
Yeah, that advantage bar at any point would have gone from even or favored, whereas Arax to being like a 99-1 for win if there was a slip up, and it never happened. It never happened. And Arax, a well-deserved win over the previous week's champion Swim. Arax will be moving on to face off against another Fight Night winner, Kavira, in the losers final. We're going to go to a short break, but when we return, we'll have more Fight Night Legend. Welcome back to Fight Night Legends. We have just a couple more series to go before we crown our champion. First one that will be up is Kavira versus Arax in the losers bracket final. Let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket and see how we ended up with this matchup. Got Arax moving through the losers bracket, just taking down Swim, but go ahead and break down Kavira's journey for us, Bleb.
Yeah, absolutely. So we saw Kuvira go up against Zirimas in the first round. Of course, that is also known as Brachkata, a tournament regular. We then saw Kuvira take down Swim 2-0 and then lose to Deach, who is currently sitting in the winners finals. Lost them 2-0. And now Kuvira has been patiently waiting for the winner of Arax and Swim, which just concluded. And that was a 2-0. You can see that on the bracket, but if you're just tuning in now, let me tell you that was one of the closest 2-0s that we've ever seen. It was an absolutely spectacular match. I implore you to go back and rewatch the VOD if you didn't get a chance to catch it, or even if you did and just want to see how some really, really spectacular play from both players, but Arax in particular really shined through in that match.
Yeah, absolutely. They've been playing amazing today. It's been incredible to see Arax, especially, you know, his first fight night. Deach, his first fight night, also playing spectacularly.
Yeah.
Going up against, you know, veterans of our format, of our tournament, but also just veterans in general. Very winning players like Swim, like Kavira. And, you know, there's a chance for Arax to make this run back through, beat Kavira, and then have a shot at Deach. And when we look at the bracket, Arax hasn't played against Kavira yet. He did lose to Deach early on in the tournament in the winner's semifinal and has had to make the run ever since. So he will be looking for that rematch going up against Deach in the grand final. But first, of course, has to get through Kavira, and that is no small task.
No, that is certainly not an enviable position to have to beat Kavira to make it onto the next round. I mean, Kavira just, you know, has been a really a pillar in the competitive community for quite some time now. Even before they came on and played in Fight Night. I mean, it's always any sort of late night NA stream that you hear with a top competitive player, you'll hear Kavira in that stream, usually in voice chat. If not, you'll hear, oh, where'd you find that deck? Oh, well, I've been playing with Kavira and we came up with this list. Just been a part, has had his fingers in the sort of the witch's brew of the competitive scene for quite some time. I don't know where I was going with that. I think that
it's October.
Kind of makes sense.
You get away with that one.
Yeah, it wasn't egregious, I think.
No, yeah.
So I think, and not only that, but also just spectacular play. I mean, just really solid play. I mean, we talked about in the last round, the like knowing the minimum amount you have to put in to get the maximum output, just getting so much value out of the spells, getting so much value out of the lobster pass that we like to call it, the open pass, the, hey, I don't ever want to have initiative. I'm going to give you initiative. I'm going to react to what you're doing. Kavira is an absolute master of navigating that. And it's a very, very tough strategy to play against because it's so good and he's so good at it.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, we talk a lot about Kavira because of the fact that he's been so involved in the competitive scene. Like you mentioned before he was even on, we had players that were winning Fight Night and shouting out Kavira for helping build their lineups. And we even had the first time he was supposed to be on and he had internet issues. He had a Phil come in and play his lineup that was Type V or Hunter V, and he won with Kavira's lineup. So he's very well known for being so good at building these lineups. And he is considered a quite good pilot. Now, his claim to fame is lineup building, but like you said, he has been so clean in this tournament, and just in general, is a pleasure to watch. And so, Arax on the other side, first time in Fight Night, but he has played this set versus Swim, I will remember this for a long time. I will remember this from Arax for so long. I think he played so well against Swim, and while it was a 2-0, that series was so close, and Arax came out on top. So we'll see if he can do the same thing against, you know, the other side of the duo of Swim Kavira, of the practice partners. Can he beat them both? I mean, we're going to see. We saw him pilot the Lux Karma so well the first time. We've got it again. Egghead researcher once more. We'll see if he hits a better dragon. You see him praying for it. He just does not want. He does not want the Infernal. He does not want the 9 mana dragon.
I mean, Kadrigan was so good last game. I mean, he played it and he won 2 turns later, right? I mean, it had to be because of the Kadrigan, right? Not the fact that he was way ahead and it could have been literally any other dragon and it would have been better, or a blank card and it would have been exactly the same.
Yeah, I mean, he's really hoping it's not Kadrigan. Can it pass the turn 3 for this Remembrance? We see that so commonly with the Karma decks over and over again.
Yep.
And this isn't an aggro list he's going against. It's Lee Sin, so it's not like he's going to get a better value Remembrance later. He doesn't need the 2-drop to block anything. Right. It's not going to get any value against this Mountain Goat regardless. So, I'm going to go for the Remembrance, and we'll see what he hits. What do you want here, Blevin? What do you?
I always
what
want
5-drop do you want?
Give me the Moose every time. In all reality, let's see, 5/5 tough is pretty good because it goes through a oh, well, there we go. Give me the Moose. Don't care. I was gonna say that 5/5 tough goes through Goat plus Pale Cascade.
Right.
But I mean, Moose will give him the beat down. Yeah,
the Moose is loose for sure. And like you mentioned, the Pale Cascade, that will be able to answer the Moose. But in this spot particularly, Kavira would have to play another spell in order to get the draw mechanic out of the Pale Cascade. And I don't see a world where Kavira plays Pale Cascade without drawing. I think he absolutely will be looking for that. So I wonder if he wants to eat 5 here while he waits to set up a Pale Cascade. I think it's likely.
I think it's certainly a consideration at the very least. There is some life to gain, right, with the Dragon Links, so you can take at least some amount of damage. I mean, this deck is not really bursting you down anyway, so taking 5 isn't the biggest deal in the world anyhow. But also, the Eye of the Dragon, has life to gain, especially with 2. There's life to be gained to make up for taking 5. Kavira actually deciding to say, to hell with life gain. I'm just going to blow it now, and I'm going to get this Moose out of here.
Yeah, going to trade the Mountain Goat, plus the Guiding Touch, plus the Pale Cascade for the Moose. But because Pale Cascade and Guiding Touch both draw cards, you kind of come out ahead, even though the card exchange was in Arax's favor.
Yep.
And it's Kadrigan! Kadrigan the Infernal! Oh, Arax!
That's called the caster blessing right there. You've got 3 Zeds stapled together, and guess what? Zed sucks in the Lee Sin deck. Overall, it's an alright card. Nice Kadrigan. Now, so notably here, because there's another Egghead researcher, the Kadrigan actually could get some value. I mean,
he could
very
be
much
better
unlikely
than he was, but it's, oh man, I mean, he probably, at this point, if you have the Kadrigan, you actually want to hit your 3rd Egghead researcher and just, get these dragons down. We're playing dragons now. We're trying to get those buffs going, but, oh man,
is there any?
That's insanity.
Oh, okay. So you can use karma. You can if you get karma generated spells, you get the 1-drop spell that bounces a unit back to your hand. You replay your eggheads. Oh man. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, he got Kadrigan Omega. I mean, what I meant to say was you use your 1 mana spell to bounce back the Kadrigan to get an additional +2/+2. Oh man, that's funny. That is funny. 66% chance of getting Kadrigan according to on-camera Fight Night performance for Egghead researcher.
Yeah, 66% of all Egghead researchers on the Fight Night stage have grabbed Kadrigan.
If I'm doing dragon research, the first thing I'm Googling is whatever the coolest, biggest dragon is. So you find Kadrigan, right? That's the first thing that pops up in the Google search. The Cadrigan just has such great SEO that, he's all that pops up when you search for dragons in Runeterra.
Oh boy. And Lee Sin just gonna eat that dragon, that White Flame Protector. So Cadrigan already losing some value straight away.
Yep.
Not gonna be able to generate that. At this point, you don't even have the Moose, so you can't even just go like Karma into generating Ghost, try and win with your Elusive.
Oh man, that would just be fantastic. But no,
There's,
not there.
Unfortunately that one's off the table. I know Arax was really looking to that play in particular, but he's not gonna.
I know I was.
I feel like Arax is in a weird spot here because the Lee Sin's on board and he doesn't have perfect interaction for it. He doesn't have a lot of units on board to actually play the Concerted into it.
Mm-hmm.
So he's kind of in this awkward lull where he has to try and figure out how he's going to reestablish board control.
Yeah, he's got to kind of figure, because the problem, I mean, unlike the matchup against Swim, where this deck got queued into the discard aggro, which I think is a very nice matchup in general. This is like all these life gain units, like 3 mana 4/2. Like, what is that? Radiant Guardian. You're just playing a 5 mana Bull Elnuck, please. It's just not good against Lee Sin. The life gain is irrelevant against the Lee Sin game plan in general. And a lot of these interactive spells, yes, you've got Concerted Strike, sure, that's pretty good. Detain is all right against Lee Sin, sure. But for the most part, you don't really have a lot of interaction with him unless you have a board already established.
Yeah, and of course, Concerted is generally good because it'll break through the barrier as well, but you need 2 units established that can kill the Lee Sin by themselves for Concerted to actually work out for you. Right. So right now, for Arax, that's a tough task to actually get 2 units on board that will kill the Lee Sin. And he can go double Tasty Fey Folk here and look for something like the Concerted, but the problem is Lee can still be healed from this point at 4 health, and so double Tasty Fey Folk isn't necessarily going to get you there.
Yeah, I don't know if you need 2. You don't necessarily need 2 units that can kill Lee Sin, because the first one will pop the spell shield. Right, yeah. You can choose the order that they strike, right? So you can have the one pop the spell shield and the second actually go to kill the Lee Sin. But the thing about it right now is that Arax has 0 units that kill Lee Sin, which is certainly the wrong answer.
Yeah, that's the wrong amount of units that can kill Lee Sin.
Yep.
And so this Lee Sin has 11 attack, Blevins, and there is a Zenith Blade in hand.
There is. Yep.
And other than Detain, and that's a one of.
Yep.
Not a great way to answer. So, do we see Kavira play around Detain? My answer is yeah, he will. Probably is going to do that.
He might. It also worth noting that Notify and Deny stop the Zenith Blade, and while that might not always be like a huge play, obviously it would keep Arax alive, but it also is not a Daybreak Zenith Blade, right. So Kuvira will be losing the Zenith Blade if it gets countered entirely. He'll be losing the chain. He'll be breaking the chain of Zenith Blades, rather.
Well, you even lose it to the Deny and the Notify. That was something you had brought up earlier.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
And in general, though, I guess maybe the Zenith Blade doesn't even make a lot of sense. You just use this Lee Sin to try and deal 11, and you just push as much as you can. I guess you don't have to win the game right here. It's not...
Right.
It's not like you're lacking control. You have full control of this game. Right?
Yeah, you're under close to 0 pressure right now. So, Deny is a possibility.
Okay.
But Kavira says, if you've got Deny, then whatever. Okay, double Concerted Strike. One that actually will do it.
Does it? I think it's one off.
It's 10, right? The first pops, and then he takes 5, and then he takes 5 more, right?
It should, right?
Unless
what's happening here?
Wait.
Yeah, you're right.
Wait, am
did
I
he?
missing? What am I missing?
Oh. Wait, what?
What happened?
Wait, did he strike with the Tasty Fey Folk first?
Oh.
I thought he did it right. I thought he did it right. I just missed it, I guess. I just missed it.
Wait.
Oh, no. He put it on the stack. The first one he did right. The second one, he did the Tasty Fey Folk first, I think.
Oh, and because it happens, backwards.
That's what happened. That's what happened. Because it happens in reverse of what you did. I think he just realized too.
Yeah.
I think he just realized. Oh no, that hurts. That's why that's where I lost it too.
Yeah.
That's where I lost it too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, that is
the second one you cast is the only order that matters.
matters.
That's heartbreaking.
Yep.
That is heartbreaking for Arax. Because he had the answer to the Lee Sin. I mean, that was way back into this game.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that is unfortunate for Arax to take that L there in that fashion. But I will say that is a reason to use the eye, the all-powerful eye at all points in the game, because that will at least potentially keep you from give you a chance to not do that.
He even did, and he was confused. He thought it was like a bug or something, and he just didn't check the first one that he put forward, or I guess the second one.
The second one's the only one that matters, though.
He didn't fix the second one after he put it forward.
Yep. I also think he was kind of running out of time too.
Yeah,
he was, like,
he's under time.
I mean, it's confusing. It took us a second to realize that, but unfortunately for Arax, that is going to be the first game loss, and Kavira 1 game away from making their way back into the grand finals and securing their invite for next week as well. Kavira with the reassuring words for Arax. Of course, it's easy to say that when that just got you a win, but I mean, what are you supposed to say?
That is Kavira, though. I knowing Kavira as a person, he for sure actually feels for Arax on that mistake. That's a tough one. That is a tough one, especially this deep in the tournament. And, once again, Arax, that's the first real mistake that I think I can point out from Arax. And it wasn't a brain mistake of, I've made the wrong play. It was a brain mistake of, I've accidentally misordered this thing, and it looked like a bug.
At its core.
Yeah, at its core,
right,
it is some kind of miss.
Yeah. Are we going to see Cadrigan again?
Well, first we're going to have the remembrance. So is it Moose again, Blevins?
I mean, I always want the Moose, and you definitely want it here. Okay, Screeching Dragon.
Now Cadrigan becomes way better.
True.
I know Arax is like, please God, don't give me another Cadrigan. Please give me anything but Cadrigan.
And you probably can't get a soul off of it, right? I don't think you can get. I don't think you can get champions off of cards.
No
it explicitly says, which is weird because
I do think Howling Abyss is the only thing that will actually give you champions that you don't have that exist in your deck.
Gotcha. And I
actually think it's the only. Yeah. I think that's the only card that does in the entire game. Could be wrong, but I'm like 99% certain that that's true.
Yeah. But I mean, Screeching Dragon going to be pretty good here. I mean, in this case, better than Moose. As good as Moose, probably better than Moose, right? He's going to be able to eat through this House Spider and not have it get killed by the errant spells in Kavira's hand.
Yeah. Fury can get some value as a keyword in this matchup. A lot of smaller units for Arax to be eating with this Screeching Dragon. And as long as he dodges, particularly things like the Ravenous Flock, some of the spells are going to have a little bit of trouble getting through his Screeching Dragon. I think that's a big pickup for his Remembrance.
Yep.
Straight away.
Absolutely. Especially when this Cadrigan gets pulled off of the egg. Oh man, I really want it to happen at this point. Like, you know,
Just the third Cadrigan. You just
I
want the run back.
I mean, that is definitely, absolutely a square on a fight night bingo card is getting Cadrigan
3x
times.
Cadrigan.
Honestly, getting one at this point is probably for from now on a square.
Yeah, when are you literally going to make this bingo card, Blevins? When's that
all
happening?
I'm saying is that Morpadorp said that they were gonna make it, and I haven't seen it.
That's true. Morp did volunteer for that into his chat.
That was a mistake to volunteer to do it, but I never said I was going to do it. I said I wanted someone in chat to do it. Morp raised their hand.
Oh man!
But sadly, not a third Cadrigan. Really, just honestly a misplay. If I'm being completely honest, not getting the Cadrigan off of the random draw.
Yeah, I'm sure that Arax is very happy that. I'm sure that seeing a White Flame Protector is overall a dub for Arax. Maybe not his favorite dragon actually, but just getting a 4-drop that he can play is pretty reasonable.
Yeah, it's something that can. I mean, you don't really want to play the Radiant Guardian out if you're not getting full value. You're not likely to trigger the Radiant Guardian this turn, so
yeah, Arax is gonna try to, in the sense that he's gonna be like, okay, Kavira, do you want to cast spells here?
Right.
And you know, if Kavira commits a bunch to removing the Screeching Dragon, then Arax says, okay, well, here's my Radiant Guardian.
Right. Yeah, I committing feels a little bit bad, but there's not really, I don't think, too much choice here.
So I don't fully understand this, because now the Fury procs and Dragon is at 2 health. Is there a keg somewhere?
Oh, there's a lease Twisted Fate.
Oh, okay, so maybe gold card? Is that what you're thinking here?
Maybe there's also Petty Officer.
Right, could go keg into Make It Rain. Yeah.
That's risky if there's another unit.
Yeah. Interesting. I wonder if even Kavira didn't want to kill the dragon, but wanted to set it up to die on another turn. Like maybe he's like, okay, well, this is Radiant. I'm gonna like set this up to die on another turn.
I mean, Kavira is an amazing player, but what are the chances that they just didn't factor in the Fury?
I want to say low, actually.
I think lower than average for sure.
He was hovering a couple spells there. It was like he was debating, like, ripping the Make It Rain mid-combat as well, because then the Fury wouldn't activate, right? The both spells would put it to 2 health, and then the TF would kill it. So I think it's very low probability that Kavira straight up just wasn't sure. Gets to develop the Petty Officer with the barrel, and this is set up to now you've eaten some mana from Arax, so if on this turn you end up killing off the Screeching Dragon, and then you've at least delayed a turn from the Radiant Guardian, and you could potentially get away with not killing the Screeching Dragon here. It's just you wouldn't be able to attack.
Right. Which is probably fine. I mean, you're not... Kavira, I don't think, is really looking to attack right now anyway. There's really not too much going on for the attacks here. I mean, this looks like maybe if you're not going to kill... excuse me. If you're not going to kill the dragon, maybe it's a twisted... just a Swain Devella? I don't know. I feel like you just got to go for the kill here. This is a very cheeky single combat that will lower the amount of damage that the red card is going to do by killing the Keg, and also will pump up the dragon with Fury.
Yeah, this Make It Rain will be pretty devastating, and because of that, I wonder if we actually see a deny on it. I feel like, oh, there's an open buy. I didn't even see it. Okay, that's way better. That's totally okay. Yep. For Arax, he's gonna be able to keep the Screeching Dragon. Yep. And still retain 5 mana. to be able to play a Radiant Guardian should Kavira go for an attack. But if I'm Kavira, I'm kind of cool with either passing or just playing the Toad here and then passing.
Yep. I don't hate playing Croaker. Pretty good. Croaker being a I don't know, if we had a power rankings of new cards right now, just based on tonight's performance, I think Nopify is a pretty strong contender for a number one. Croaker maybe a number two.
Croaker's been really good. Yeah, Croaker's been great. If this is just based on the performance of tonight, and there hasn't been a lot of cards that have been played, right? So I think absolutely it would just be Nopify and then Croaker, because I think Nopify has been absolutely stellar. I think it's been a great card. It's really pulling its weight in tournament play. And I do expect that we'll see a lot more Nopify as the weeks go on. Unless the meta develops away from spells that cost under that because of Nopify, right? Like it has the capacity to somewhat shape certain aspects of the meta.
Or like we see like Bannerman rear its head back. It's like, yeah, go ahead. I don't care that you have a cheaper deny. There's 0 targets in my deck anyway, right?
Yeah, it would just be like what, single combat or something would be in the deck, and that's the only spell. And
we've seen versions where there's not even single combat potentially. Like it's just
just like Ranger's Resolve.
It's Ranger's Resolve, and I think that actually the new hotness is the +2/+2. I have no idea what the name of that card is. Yeah,
the one that
I don't even have close to an idea of what that card is named.
Yeah, that's one I don't have the name of. You got me here, Blevins. You caught me on one that I have not researched.
You have an excuse. I've been playing the card, and I just still don't know what the name of it is.
Oh, it's been in a deck that you've been playing. That's unfortunate.
Oh, yeah. See, well, here's the thing. This is different than normal, because it's not that I've forgotten the name of the card. I don't think I've ever once known what the card's name was. So that's a little bit different. It's still egregious, but it's a different level of egregious than my normal just forgetting what cards' names are. It's just I never knew.
You know, cards have feelings too, Blevin. They need you to know their names.
You know what? I don't know the names, but boy, oh boy, can I do the voice of their card.
That's true.
Unless it's a spell.
Really?
Spells don't have.
Oh, well, that is because that is a spell. So I was like, is there a voice line when you cast that?
There might be an interaction if
I've
you
never
cast
seen
it on
it
like Shyvana.
cast personally.
I've casted a good number of times. Like the card is actually good. It's just we haven't seen any decks. No decks were brought that new decks were brought that would be wanting to run that. I think in the what I'm just going to call the Riot format for the seasonal tournaments, I think we'll see a lot more Demacia representation, at least potentially in that, because I think triple aggro is a much more viable strategy, and Demacia can really facilitate that quite well.
Yeah, for sure. I could see that. Maybe more scouts leaning, but maybe we'll see.
Sure,
we'll see some stuff.
You sure can play that in scouts, because let me tell you, you're now all of a sudden it's giving +4/+2 instead of just +2/+2, right?
Yeah.
So
so this concerted is a little bit risky, but obviously the fact that
is it
Notify, it helps. Well, it's soft to specifically double. Ravenous Flock, right?
Yeah.
And you know that there is guaranteed one there, right? Because of the fact that Swain exists. So single combat just to get value out of this. I mean, yeah, this makes sense. Now there's no Swain in Kavira's hand, most likely.
Well,
but Leviathan survives.
I guess the
Oh, Leviathan doesn't survive, actually.
Leviathan's gonna get laser.
This was a very good play from
Massive
Arax.
Brain. Yeah, that was
very good.
Really good play, yeah.
And yeah, that sets up the Leviathan's just gonna go in and get some damage, but Kavira's gonna lose it to the final spark, and Lux at this point can start to just command the board, can just absolutely take control of the game, and that is quite the spell to pick up for Arax.
Yeah, but that's actually extremely relevant considering the card that Kavira just drew, which was another Leviathan.
Yeah, and for Kavira, you just got taxed a lot of resources. I think there's definitely a world where Kavira just jams it it makes sense.
Kinda
And the
have
top
to,
deck
right?
concerted is so... Oh,
and
no, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if those sad poros were for Arax, thinking that, like, oh, you just did all this stuff to kill my Leviathan and I drew another one, or the just knowing that my Leviathan is not long for this world.
And, yeah, now, as we just see Arax hover over that Twisted Fate, that becomes the way back in for Kavira. He needs 2 draws. He actually has 2 draws.
He's got him.
He has
Our
the
boy,
Croakers.
Croaker. Trying to compete with that Nopify for the power rankings for Monuments of Power. The Monuments of Power rankings. There we go. We got there.
Yeah, there you go.
And
no monuments
leveled up
in that one.
What's that?
No monuments in that ranking.
No, not a single one for
in the Monuments of Power rankings. There's not a single monument.
Yep. There's a fast spell and a froggy boy. Actually, I don't know if
I think
Croaker's a boy.
I think she's just a fortune teller, kind of based off.
I'll just say
like,
a froggy creature. There we go.
Froggy. Yeah, Kavira getting a little froggy here with with 3 Croakers. And has some spells to actually try to set up the TF. Has a couple of units to be played as well.
Oh yeah. I mean, beating a leveled up Twisted Fate is certainly a classic Fight Night bingo card square. So
and it's a square we've seen a little bit more commonly recently, actually, which is kind of insane.
A little bit, yeah.
A little bit.
It is definitely insane, considering just how ridiculous of a card leveled up Twisted Fate is.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Arax has to think about where this deny is going to get spent, because this attack potentially can be quite scary. Oh,
so,
there's another Twisted Fate.
Interestingly enough, I think that Arax really wants to spend this deny, because it will grant him a final spark to get rid of Twisted Fate. I mean, he played that concerted earlier, so he's 5 of 6. Now, ideally, he finds a cheaper spell that he can just finish that off with, but right now, all he has is deny. So you kind of want to be able to find an opportunity to get that final spark to clear away this Twisted Fate.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Arax, there will be a second Twisted Fate coming out. If and when that does happen, there's still a lot of resources here for Kavira. I mean, even these Death Lotuses are potentially threatening. I mean, just because they're cheap spells, they're threatening to do quite a bit of work here for Kavira.
Yeah,
and I mean, Hand coming out.
Death's Hand gonna get a lot of value. Of course, the red card coming through, so that's where the deny gets spent. Red card's still gonna get some value, of course, getting rid of the Grizzled Ranger part of that 2-parter. And now we get the final spark onto TF, but importantly, Kavira has drawn an additional Twisted Fate, so there will be the opportunity to replay a leveled TF on a subsequent turn here.
There absolutely is, and attack's not really looking not really looking possible at all for Kavira. There's not only there's a single attack that can be made that makes even a little bit of sense. Not really any cards that can be played. Taking the time to plot out, how does this next turn pan out? Do I lead with Twisted Fate? Do I need? What does an open attack look like? Are there any burst spells that potentially throw that off? Kavira considering an attack here. Of course, this is with Death Lotus, and actually, this Death Lotus is going to get quite a decent amount of value here.
Yeah, it's actually a great Death Lotus with the way that Arax decided to go for these trades.
I'm kind of interested because that's like the
value.
This attack makes no sense outside of Death Lotus. I don't think, like, Make It Rain doesn't really make sense. All right, no. The attack's coming in, and Kavira sniffs out the Radiant Guardians. Says, no. I'm not falling for that one. That's the oldest trick in the book. It's not happening. I'm not giving you value on these Radiant Guardians ever.
Yeah, the flight of Radiant Guardians not going to be able to come down with toughness or lifesteal.
Yep. Ooh, Hired Gun is a nice one. Granting the Lux vulnerable.
When it's called granting, it sounds like it's a good thing, but it does not feel good. No,
it means it is permanent, but it is permanent for your opponent.
Yeah. I will grant you this vulnerable. This one time I shall.
Here, this is for you.
Yeah.
I know you don't want it. It's okay. Okay, single combat potentially quite nice, or Arax to potentially answer this Twisted Fate, but will it be able to happen?
Yeah.
Fast enough.
Interesting. I'm pretty sure Arax is getting double Radiant Guardian on this turn.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to think how Kavira like gets through that. Level TF helps. I guess he just needs to find a Leviathan, and then it's okay. Because then he'll find one more Swain, and then...
Yeah, let's see, there is one more Leviathan. There's, I think, one or two more Swains. I guess if there's been two Leviathans played, then there's been two Swains played, and they're gone, right? So there's only one more Swain. This attack... Does this attack do anything? You can't cast Death Lotus. It'll kill his 3/1. Okay, just gets damage onto... I guess red card plus Blade's Edge would threaten to kill
the
Lux.
Yeah. Yeah, I would get there. The scary thing about that is it does play into single combat.
Right.
Now, we are acutely aware that there is a single combat. For Kavira, it's 3 cards, and you probably think at least one of them is another rating. I think that's actually a pretty reasonable read from how this has been going.
Yep.
It's going for the blue card. Could just keep blue carding and passing, just looking for Leviathan.
I feel like Kavira's kind of okay with just like end the turn. Yeah, Arax goes, come on! Just give me the Radiant Guardian value, please! But now it seems like the issue is being pressed. There's a Moose and a Spark. That's going to be starting... that is going to put the pressure back onto Kavira here.
I mean, having an answer for the TF is massive.
Right.
So Kavira, I think, just needs to go for the blue card. So just play Hired Gun. Yep. Mm-hmm. Get the blue card. At least get your card draw value out of the TF. Continue to search for that Leviathan.
Yep.
And
a zap. Okay.
Zap at least will help thin the deck more to reach that Leviathan. So it's a good draw. There are a lot of bad draws still. This is one that's neutral to good.
Yep. It'll draw it also. I mean it's technically attacking for a 1/5 of Arax's health, which is that's not
fair
nothing.
Point.
I was gonna say I feel like Kavira is more than happy to take a block here. His life total is very important right now, and also literally just needs board space.
Yeah, the House Spider and the Dreadway Deckhand have been unplayable for a number of turns at this point. Yep. And I wonder if finally Kavira says, okay, you can have the Radiant Guardian, or if he's going to take 5 and go to 4. Lux on board is a little scary for the taking 5. He could block with a 2/1 on the Moose and then Death Lotus if he wanted to not take that damage, but that does feel not the best.
Though?
Yeah.
To what end?
You do kind of have to eventually deal with it.
He's doing it. Kavira, the absolute mad lad, just says, I don't care about your stupid Moose. I'm going to take 5 and go to 4. You're not getting Radiant Guardian value. I would rather die than give you Radiant Guardian value.
Yeah, no thank you, says Kavira. Not going to allow... I mean, yeah, he's got the read that it's at least 1, but he might even have the read on 2 at this point.
Right.
I would say that is possible. Deciding that Lux, hey, that is still a threat. Going to get rid of that.
Yeah.
And gets the single combat in response.
Now that happened, I don't get the not blocking Moose as much anymore. I guess it was so that the single combat isn't on a flip or an upgraded Radiant Guardian. I'm not sure.
Not sure. Hard to say. I mean, obviously, Kavira doesn't know the hand for sure, so single combat maybe not on the radar. Maybe hoping that Arax would just develop and that he could get away with Arax tapping below 5 mana. There's a lot of potential things there.
Yeah, just maybe a little bit of a greedy play that didn't pay out and had to pay the price for it.
A greedy play that could have just been like winning completely if Arax messed up, right? Like if Arax messed up, like the game could just end off that.
Yep, I agree.
So
no, it definitely makes sense. That is definitely the types of like the tester plays that we see high level players make of like
ooh.
That's a spicy one. So Nightfall, create a random
this
dragon.
is the value. The value is absurd. Absurd value, and that's an Empyrean.
Wow. Yeah.
What a hit. I guess that's why you play the card, right? I mean, the value generation.
We're going to be like, wow. Yeah, that's a spicy meatball.
Eclipse Dragon is insane. That is like an insane pickup off of this Egghead Researcher. Just strictly, I mean, you're just top decking, and the value that you generate is absurd from this card.
That was just a thing of beauty. The Eclipse Dragon. Wow.
Yeah, I was about to meme about, well, I guess at this point in the game, Cadrigan, it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, but then we saw that. And man, does Eclipse Dragon put Cadrigan in his place.
The Empyrean also would have been a great draw, but Arax goes, why not? How about both?
Yeah, also, I missed the patch note when Empyrean gained the Dragon tag.
Yeah, that was, I think when, it was a couple of patches ago.
Yeah, so that was a interesting thing for me. I did not know that was going to happen.
Yeah.
Super cool, though. Empyrean can just be killed by the Ravenous Flock with the barrel being online.
I mean, that is good value. Fortunately for Arax, that was a free generated spell, and there's also, let's see, 8, 15, 18, 19 additional power on the board already still. So still a fine spot. Yes, he does get Kavira does get a very good mana exchange there, but
yeah. And of the Celestials to generate from the Eclipse Dragon as well, the Messenger obviously not one of the big chonky ones that you could have gotten, but it's more value generated. So this Egghead Researcher was worth 4 cards, essentially, because the Eclipse Dragon gave him 2 more, and then the Messenger will give an additional 1.
Yeah, I feel like we've seen both ends of the bell curve here. Like Cadrigan is one and Eclipse Dragon is the other. Empyrean is also probably in there, but when Eclipse Dragon also gives you Empyrean, that's probably like we're we're pushing the far right side of the bell curve here, and then something like a White Flame Protector is probably somewhere in the middle. And yeah, I mean, I'm in on Egghead Researcher, honestly. In a mid-range Demacia deck like this, it seems quite good.
On the slower ones that are more, need some extra value, absolutely. Like the Egghead Researcher works as a good jump blocker. As a 2-drop, the 2-drop slot opened up a little bit with the War Chef's nerf. And yeah, there might be room for this guy in some of your decks.
Yeah, he might make it into the discussion for the Monuments of Power rankings. I think that this is a Eclipse Dragon honestly might be making it in now too, but
I wonder if there's a world where we find a place for main deck Eclipse Dragon, because it certainly is a terrifying card. Of course, it's infinitely more terrifying when you generate it for free with your Egghead Researcher. But yeah, I do wonder if there is a world where we'll start to see Eclipse Dragons being played. But for now, that is 1-1 Arax, bringing it back after the big misplay in Game 1, having a very solid showing in Game 2. And we've got the final game tied up 1-1. And, well, hello, this is an old matchup.
I was going to say, what year is this? Okay, it was always in 2020. It's all in 2020,
but
what patch are we?
What month is this?
What patch is this? I mean, we're seeing an oldie but a goodie, TF Swain versus Ash Noxus. Trying to think, Casa, where does this one traditionally end up?
Isn't it TF Swain favored due to the board lockdown from the Leviathan and the Swain? Or no, this ended up being more even because culling strikes couldn't be interacted with, so you would freeze culling the big units.
Yeah, you freeze culling.
So
and
this
you can
was
just culling Swain as well.
This was heavily teched around. Because things like Noxian Guillotine could swing it in the TF Swain favor, whereas things like the Culling Strike plus the freezes could swing it in the favor of Ash Nox. So I think this has always been a fairly close matchup, maybe slightly favored to the Ash Nox in certain metas.
Yeah, I also think the old Winding God version with the Reckless Trefarian was actually pretty good, because it just it was effectively a 2-for-1, because there was no real good way to deal with it. I guess Flock, it was really the only one card way to deal with it, but it requires a little bit of setup. But now Casa, Arax is potentially going to be able to show whether or not he is Yugi.
Hit the lonely Poros to do the sad Poro emote. But yeah, we'll see. Like you mentioned, does he have the Winding God luck? Does he have the Trapper into Yeti?
Yeah, and I'm gonna be honest. I think if the Yeti's on top here, not only is it game for Arax, I'm going with tournament favorite all of a sudden, because I'm not going to bet against Yugi Moto in a card game event. That's just silly. Why would you do that? You know he has plot armor. The show's called Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yeah. I also will point out that with the way Kavira's TF Swain is teched, I think it's probably really bad against Ash Nox.
Yeah.
It doesn't have any of the normal tech cards, and while we see Arax not hitting his Yeti straight away, he does have a lot of very thick boys to put onto the board that Kavira is going to have a very hard time dealing.
Yeah, I mean, there's all these great little, Death Lotuses here and Make It Rain, but when you're playing 5/5s, it's great. Okay, you can tickle a Hearthguard. You can tickle him through his, giant Elnook wool parka. Great. Good luck. For the reference, I don't know if it's actually made of Elnook wool in the lore. I don't want to get bashed by Riot lore people. I don't know. I'm just making it up.
Yeah, I mean, Elnook wool would make sense. I think, that or Mountain Goat. getting something from them. I don't know. I don't know what they make it out of. Yetis.
I mean, it would be pretty badass if it was Yetis, but
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the trolls wear Yeti garb.
oh, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, I think they've got some.
Okay, and there's Hearthguard right there. They need to make more oddly specific voice lines. They need to like describe what they're wearing and where.
Ah, yes, like, my Elnuk fur coat.
I was gonna say Poro fur, but that's a little dark. Although they could, you could like
shear
it could
your
be,
poros.
It could be like a sheep. Yeah.
Yeah.
You could humanely shear a Poro, potentially. I don't think that's how it works. Also, I don't want to imagine what a furless Poro looks like because that sounds terrifying.
Just during the summer months, you just take down their manes a little bit. It's not like they're hairless, it's not nothing crazy.
Only the upper crust Freljordians will be wearing Poro fur. It's like it's very rare to get, a very rare commodity.
Well, we talked about how this matchup could be very favored towards the Ashe Nox, but it's not the case when you only have big drops, and on the other side, all of the early game is coming down from Kavira, and he is trying to win immediately. Already pushing Arax down to 5 HP. The Yeti finally picked up. It's a little bit late, but, that 5 mana Assessor potentially going to be able to draw a couple cards, look for some freezes to try and stay alive a little bit longer, but Hired Gun is actually a terrifying card right now, being able to set up for the weakest of Kavira's units to pull these blockers.
Yeah, and this is, again, a great position for Kavira, who, on this attack, can just go ahead and take 15. Like, attacks come through, okay, great, I take 15. Yep, press O, just snap, press OK. If Kavira wants to. There is no threat. And Arax isn't even going to say, you know what, I'm not even giving you the option to take 15 here. Kavira, open attack. Arax does have a harsh winds, which looks like it will keep them alive. There is no... It's a Blade's Edge, which is not going to get the last one in, which would have been hilarious.
It's one, though. It is 1 damage, which... I mean, it's 1 damage that can go anywhere.
True.
So I wonder if we do have a situation where this Blade's Edge finishes the game. Kavira honestly just has to get 2 more, and he has a Zap on board. So 2 more.
Legitimately possible.
Very possible.
Yeah. I mean, the unfortunate part for Arax, I mean, there's a lot of unfortunate parts here for Arax, but the massively unfortunate part is, like you said, he has a lot of beef, but he's got too much almost, because he doesn't have enough time to play it all, right? You can't, if you have a bunch of 5 drops, you can only ever play 2 in a turn, right? And a 5 and a 6 drop, you can never play both of those. You just have a couple of 2 drops, but the Icevale Archers, he wants to play defensively. Kavira is likely not going to give him the chance to do that. So we'll have to see. Sedge might be able to help here. He's got a couple of challengers as well.
Is that Croaker? I think that's Croaker on the far right for
It
Kavira.
Looks like a Croaker from the little speckle of corner we can see.
Huh. You know what card is about to be insane?
I do. Death Lotus.
Yeah, I do think that Arax should likely go for Sejuani and just get rid of this Zap. I think you don't want this Zap existing.
Yeah, for sure. Either Sejuani or Rhymefang will also deal with Zap.
Right, yeah.
Because it does have the Hearthguard buff, so it can value block. Could also go like Icevale Archer plus a Rhymefang to get another blocker. Yep, there's Croaker. Okay, Croaker coming down. Did he draw another Croaker, or are we on hand delay? I can't tell.
I think that's a new Croaker, yeah.
Wow.
I think that is Croaker into Croaker for Kavira.
Betty Croker, very good card. Going to be feeding Kavira more cards. The instant easy bake oven.
Betty Croker. Okay. Yeah.
I'm in on it. I'm in on it.
I'll take that one.
I mean, it makes sense. Yeah, there it is. The chain. Get the chain started. All right. Zap down. You know, it's going to be potentially really unfortunate for Arax. We talked about the Blade's Edge, like only needing to do that extra 2 damage. The thing is that I think in most, or at least many cases, I guess Make It Rain and Dust Hand also do 1. So it's not like Arax is going to willingly go to 1. So I guess the Dust Hand isn't necessarily going to have the surprise factor, but oh man, could be deadly.
Yeah, there's also potential for Kavira to start developing barrels.
True. Very true.
Barrel plus Blade's Edge puts 1 away.
Yeah. Which is, I will say, pretty hilarious. 5. Sinister Poro. Can we see open attack? Open attack. Okay, so hear me out. Open attack right now would threaten 1 damage. Right? Because all the blocks have, and it's Kavira's at +1 unit. So, okay, now it's actually threatening more than that. But open attack would have threatened 1 damage. And then post-combat, Petty Officer Keg into Blade's Edge would be 3.
Yeah, but Arax doesn't find a hit, so this is just going to be game. Kavira, after all this, is going to find his way back to another grand final, having another shot to take on Deach, but Arax, so impressive today. I am very, very happy with this guy's performance coming into Fight Night for his first time. There was 1 mistake, but it was a weird one.
It was a misclick. It was basically a misclick.
Essentially a misclick from Arax. And it hurt him, but at the end of the day, Arax played so well. And it really goes to show, I mean, the strength of LATAM in general, since we've started to get more invites to that region, has been impressing us week in and week out. And it's great to see another top 4. This is a top 3 placement for LATAM. This is Arax getting 3rd this week. He won't be qualifying for next week's Fight Night, but I'm sure we will see him in a future Giant Slayer tournament.
Yep.
But congratulations to Kavira getting yet another invite back to Fight Night. And he will be taking on Deach in the grand final. We're going to take a short break, but we will have that final for you when we return. Don't go anywhere. More Legends right after this. welcome back to Fight Night Legends. We have ascended the mountain once again, Blevins.
Yes.
Here at the top, we've got the grand final. Deach representing Brazil, Kavira representing France, going up against each other. Kavira has a Fight Night victory belt. Deach, this is his first time here, but he has the advantage of being on the winner's side in the grand finals. But speaking of that, Blevins, for anybody new here, we just, we had Arax come in with the raid. For any of Arax's, or anybody new to this entire format that we do here at Fight Night, why don't you break down the format for us?
Absolutely. So we are here in the grand finals. We've made it here through a double elimination bracket with 8 invited players from around the world, some of the best players that are in the Legends of Runeterra community right now. Every match has been a best of 3, and the players have brought 2 decks with no region overlap. And to win a match, players need to win with both of their decks. And of course, they're playing for their share of the $200 prize pool. And of course, now first and second, that's a big jump there. That's a $50 smackaroos between first and second. But I'd like you all to focus your attention on the little black box at the bottom, because we are here in the grand finals. And if the grand finalist from the lower bracket wins, in this case Kavira, a bracket reset will occur and the finalists will play one more best of 3. However, if Deach wins, as we can see from the winner's side, it will be over. If Kavira wins his first best of 3, reset happens and we go into a second.
Yeah, I mean, and just looking at the road to the final for both of these players, right? We had Deach taking down the previous Fight Night runner-up with SharkGui, the Brazil team kill. There was some flack on Twitter for Brazil always playing each other in the round. I don't make the rules here. It just happens based on seeding. Well, I do make the rules, but it happens based on...
I was going to say, well, that's not technically true.
Yeah, it's seeding is based on ranks, and so it just happens to be that way that they turned out playing against each other. And well, we saw Deach, beat SharkGui. He took down Arax and then took down Kavira and made it without a single loss all the way to the grand finals.
Yeah.
Now, on the other side, we have Kavira, took down Brachkata or Zirimas, then beat Swim, who had the winner from last week, who had called him out, and then finally fell to Deach before dropping to the losers finals, where he was able to take down Arax. And this is a rematch from the winners final, and we've had this happen a lot, where it's a winners final rematch, and the person who won in the winners final generally wins. Now, it's not always the case. I believe that the one time that someone has come back from the losers bracket and won an entire Fight Night was Sarah.
Correct.
And I do believe that he lost to Chelo in the winners final before coming back through the bracket and then winning in the grand final. So
also correct, yes.
I believe that is correct.
I would confirm that.
But yeah. Yes, I believe that is absolutely true. And so it has happened. There is precedent that this is something that we could see. The games from Deach and Kavira were close already. I think Kavira's got a great lineup. I think Kavira, obviously, really strong player. Deach has shown up in his first Fight Night, and it will be exciting to see if he can take it first time here, finding a victory. But, no longer can we say, hey, winner's bracket, you're basically guaranteed the win, because we've seen the reverse happen. Finally, after... I believe it was after 12 weeks. No, it was after 11 weeks. After 11 weeks, Sarah broke the curse of the losers bracket, found a win over Chelo, and now we'll see if Kavira can do it again, or do it for a second time that in total it'll happen for Fight Night. Looking at the lineups though, Blevins, do you have a favorite going into this one? We've already seen the matchup, but did you feel like that was Deach winning due to lineup, or did you feel it was just kind of some draw stuff that maybe could change?
Deach is the tale of 2 decks for me. And of course, yes, everyone brings 2 decks, but it's two decks that I have very different opinions of. TLC, one that's been close to my heart after I don't remember. I think Fight Night 11 or 10, maybe.
Yeah, it's either 10 or 11, where there was like 3 of them.
There's like 3 of them. Rattling Bones. I think I don't think he won, but he had a variation of it that I really liked. Had a really good showing. I believe had one of the best matches actually against Zinc. I remember that was that mirror match was fantastic. I did play a variant of that on the ladder quite a bit that I really liked. I really like this deck. I think it's in an interesting spot. It attacks the format in a different angle than something like the War Mother's Control. Really like it. Ledros is an all-time favorite card. One of my top cards just overall. Love it. On the other hand, we have another deck that is one of my favorites, or an archetype that is one of my favorites, but it is playing an absolutely trash champion for the deck, and that's Zed. I gotta say, I do like Zed. In this deck, though, it is just, I don't like it. It has the chance, I'll credit where credit's due. It has the opportunity to pop off, and you can have these unbeatable Zed draws. Sure, that's all fine and well, and especially on ladder when people aren't ready for it, or they're not teched for something like this, they're not super teched for Lee Sin. That can be really good and really strong. That's not really the case here. Kavira, his decks have the frame of a Lee Sin meta in mind already, and B, Kavira is such a good and meticulous player that will play around the cards that are possible, and is able to do that. And I think that lowers the value of the Zed sort of power play overall. So I mean, I can't predict a Zed Lee Sin win, especially since I'll be eating my words in a winner's interview if that happens.
I totally forgot that Deach was the one with the Zed when you were saying A Tale of Two Decks. And I was just like, yeah, Lee Sin, yeah, you like that. And then it dawned on me before you got to the part that this is about to be a bad time for that deck decision. But I think that, Deach has shown he's deemed Zed Lee so far this tournament, coming in undefeated, going into the grand finals. The way he's piloted the Zed version of the Lee Sin deck, I've really enjoyed getting more aggressive in the early game and then utilizing that pressure to convert into a Lee Sin. But we're going to be jumping straight into game here. Deach starting off with that TLC going up against Kavira on the Lee Sin. We saw this matchup in game 1 of the previous match, and Kavira just couldn't catch a break with finding a Lee Sin until it was too little too late. We will see if that is the same tale told once more as he goes against Deach here, as we see the Weirding Stones into Trundle ramp setup.
Yeah. And even has the ability to play the Sentry because of the Weirding Stones. So good. Weirding Stones just makes it so nice and smooth. You would have to potentially bank mana here for the Catalyst, but now Deach doesn't necessarily have to. Still has the option to if he wants. He doesn't have to play the Sentry here if he doesn't want to, but has the ability to. Which is quite good. Could be another card.
Okay, so decides to wait on the Sentry. Now it's Weirding Stones into Trundle potentially, but I think is this advantage to Deach if he just passes forever?
It's close, and I would think in general it's gotta probably be, right? So the awkward thing is I don't know that you can I think you actually can't play Weirding Stones. I think it's either pass or Catalyst and just take your damage. I mean, you're gaining 2 life off of the Catalyst regardless, right? And this is the biggest punish, of course. Weirding Stones, I don't think you could actually play it because it could be Diana into either Pale Cascade or the Mentor here, which would have been absolutely brutal. Deach now does get a little bit punished, but gets the Trundle on the turn 4, and that's always step 1 for these decks if you can get there.
Yeah, there's also more ramp available for Deach. He can actually go double Weirding Stones on the next turn into an Ice Pillar, which is pretty insane ramp. And there's potential for plays like that to come out in this future setup, but the fact that the Mentor gets to live is really brutal. And it's going to get an additional buff here. It might even get that. Probably not. Maybe we just horror goes through, but the damage is done, and Deach couldn't even swing because he had to be afraid of Pale Cascade on to the 4/3, being able to actually trade with his Trundle.
Yeah, the unfortunate part about Trundle here, and I think this game, at least this instance right here, is certainly telling of why we've started to see the sort of the pushing out of Trundle. I know we asked this question earlier. Why are we seeing so much less Trundle? And I think this is exactly why, right? Like Trundle couldn't really attack. He can block, or rather, he's going to be forced to block here by Lee Sin likely, and there's really not going to be much recourse from Deach. Yes, he can pop a pop a barrier here, but it's not even enough to kill the Lee Sin, and there's no follow up.
Yeah, this is a very tough spot. I do think, I did say that this matchup felt like it should be favored for Lee Sin, and this is kind of one of those spots that it looks like, okay, well, what does Deach do? Now,
right?
Maybe if he was on like a Vengeance, this better, because then you would force Kavira to have deny, or else you're basically back to parity.
Right.
But yeah, this is tough. It's a really, really hard spot. And, maybe not the end of the world. Deach might have some good matchups against TF Swain. And also he's got another set. He's got another chance if this does turn out bad. But I also don't want to call this game straight away. There's potential to go into this Ruination. And if deny isn't there, then maybe Deach stabilizes. It's just a very scary start to this game.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And Kavira, the aggressive early Lee Sin, getting the Zenith Blade put on him immediately, with the mentor that's already active. I mean, it's just so scary. If you're Deach here, and there's really, like you said, there's no real answers here. Certainly nothing clean. It's gonna end up probably coming into the Tofarian gambit of just playing out the Ruination and hoping that Kavira doesn't have an answer for it.
Yeah. You kind of have to. You kind of just have to get rid of it, right?
Right.
You can't allow Kavira to keep this Lee Sin on board. It's just going to end the game in a few turns, honestly, of existing. And so you do feel really forced into a Ruination.
Right.
Most of the combo existing for Deach, if he can make it to turn 10. But he doesn't have that one extra damage. Well, he does, actually. He's got the Unspeakable War.
Yeah.
You just can't play it all in one turn.
Doesn't have the Atrocity, though.
Right. He's one card off.
Yeah, and we're just that is just so far away at this point. Yeah, and I think Deach is now weighing it like, he has deny. Am I beating deny anyway? Right? Like, what is the play if I don't play the Ruination here? Ice Pillar as sort of a soft pass. Okay. Trundle. The first Trundle's gone anyway. You don't really need this. Maybe give Kavira a potential to misplay here.
Yeah, creating opportunity for misplay, but this is such a tough spot.
Yeah, because I mean, Weirding Stone's not doing much. The Revitalizing Roars, sure, that's fine. Like they can help you execute your game plan, but like the deny is still there. If Kavira thinks it's gonna be good, the deny is still there. I would imagine Kavira just says, I don't care at all about Revitalizing Roar. Like it's just not relevant.
Well, he's gonna be able to one-shot Deach at a certain point in the game.
Exactly.
With the Lee Sin online. I think Deach seeing that deep med has got to be just the worst feeling, because you already were kind of scared to cast this Ruination because of deny, but now it just feels so hard to actually pull the trigger. And part of me is wondering if he has to win, or if Deach can play slow and maybe find squeeze something out with the later.
It's gonna be tough. I mean, it's certainly possible. Like just like play out the Ledros, sure. I mean, that is certainly a clock in and of itself. The problem is, like, the Ledros isn't really attacking. Kavira just pulls it like anything else, right? Like, I think the problem with Deach, the not problem with Deach, but the problem with Deach's position here is that he's like he's like on the edge of pulling ahead, but every one of those lines that pulls ahead loses to deny, right? It's always if Kavira has deny, I'm not winning with this line. It's like, oh, well, I can go to the Ledros line and maybe like win with an atrocity, loses to deny. Oh, I can get ahead with this ruination potentially and kill this Lee Sin that's active, loses to deny. So I think Deach is picking the plan that may still lose to deny, but will leave Deach in the best position if it like goes through, right? So like, because even the ruination could still just resolve and Kavira could play another Lee Sin, it doesn't matter, right?
So this one drop is now an 8-6 overwhelm.
I like it.
That mentor really became problematic fast. And now Deach can't even use this vulnerable to pull and kill this extra unit that is now threatening to just kill the Ice Pillar on the next turn.
Yeah. Pretty hilarious. All right, big draw here for Deach potentially. Harsh wins. All right, that buys time. That buys some time.
Certainly a good card. Certainly a good card for Deach to pick up here. Be able to slow down the Lee Sin. Be able to slow down the 8-6. Ah, sorry. Excuse me. The 8-7.
Yeah. It's not an 8-6 anymore. Lee Sin's got to be close to leveling here as well.
Yeah, he's 2 away. I believe he just hit the double arrow mark.
Mm-hmm.
And Kavira has so many cards. Like, it's hard to imagine a world where this Lee Sin is actually removed. I think that's what Deach is also considering.
Mm-hmm.
That if he doesn't play Ruination this turn, he doesn't have another way to do it. So somehow Deach just has to dodge deny. Like the biggest deny dodge that has ever happened.
Yeah, well, so here's another possible line is Deach just plays for board here. Like, Trundle's leveled up now.
Yeah.
Ledros comes out here.
That's true.
We've got, okay, the Lee Sin won't be getting vulnerable, but the 8-7 can be dealt with. Bot can trade with Ledros, and then he can just does he just keep playing Ledroses and like punish Kavira going too slow? I don't know if he can go fast enough though.
Okay, well, what about this? What if he goes Ledros, and then he actually pulls the 8-7 with the pillar and just goes with as much damage as possible?
Okay. I mean, it's a lot of damage, and Kavira's going to be at 10. Again, Nopify cannot counter Ledros' ability. It's only deny. So I doubt Kavira is going to be casting the deny on this. But, I mean, this is an opening, Casa. I like your line. Just go upstairs. Pull.
Yeah, it's a little worse now that there's a Eye of the Dragon. In fact, it's a lot worse now that there's an Eye of the Dragon.
Significantly and infinite. Well,
oh, it's way worse. It's
definitely way worse.
It's quite a bit. I probably wouldn't go for that line anymore, but
yeah, but the question is what line can you go for anymore? I guess just keep pulling with Ledros and the slow grind with Ledros, maybe. Another Harsh Winds is going to buy Deach a lot of time here, actually.
How can Deach get out of this?
All right. It looks like Deach is considering your line, Casa. I mean, it's a lot of damage. Resources can be used again. Getting Kavira to use resources on. Oh wait, he can if he frostbites. If he frostbites, then nothing can block the Ledros. Wait,
that's true. Okay. Nothing can block Ledros as of now.
Right.
Of course, there's a lot of... Well, it's mostly just Pale Cascade. But we haven't really seen that yet.
I mean, I love this play from Deach because it is absolutely...
Yeah. How else does he win?
Right. It's the... Okay, well, deny... Let's just pretend Kavira has deny. How do I win? This is how.
Okay.
Potentially.
Lee Sin's Sonic Wave Resonating Strike.
That will allow Deach will allow Kavira to block.
But yeah, Deach subscribing to the Make 'em Have It playstyle, which I do love this.
You really have to. Still will. I mean, Lee Sin is going to effectively gain 5 life here. Guiding Touch, of course, another 2 coming through.
It's just not fair. He's just got spells and he's drawing cards.
Yeah, he just has it all. Life gain, spells, card draw. And Deach getting a little bit of damage through. I mean, does lose his Ice Pillar, which is certainly a big, a pretty big deal. Does still have the second Harsh Winds to, you know, not die this turn, which is good. But to what end, I suppose, is the question. Because so I like the line that Deach took because it was a line that was presenting a possible win, regardless of a deny from Kavira. The problem with going that route of going under deny effectively is that you're like, now if Kavira has it, they still have it. Whereas if you try to like overload the deny and try to get Kavira to use a deny, then maybe if Kavira only had 1 deny, you could overload it and then they don't have it anymore, right? But now it's like if Kavira ever had it, they still have it because never gave him an opportunity to cast it.
So at this point for Deach, was that the last hurrah? He's got another Harsh Winds.
Atrocity!
It just doesn't quite get there right now.
No.
But it is impactful in making a comeback if he can survive. It is an important card.
Yeah, it is definitely an important card and gives I think at least the out. It at least gives the out to Deach to potentially be able to present another lethal, right? I don't think it's gonna get there, but maybe. I don't know. It's certainly, I think, to say the least, it's not looking good for Deach.
Ooh, the magic words, but certainly it's incredibly hard for Deach to find a spot through all of the cards that can be in Kavira's hand at this point. I think it's based on the last turn, Kavira having a Pale Cascade maybe isn't super likely.
Right.
So this Harsh Winds could theoretically be at least salvaging Deach's position.
Right. Well, here's the other thing, though. Here's the other thing is that right now, as it stands, Kavira needs to cast another spell just to save Lee Sin.
Right.
if that happens, the atrocity could technically go at the Lee Sin to pop the barrier and go from there.
That is scary just because if there is an attack buff, then it doesn't matter how much, then Lee Sin will kick the Trundle away.
Right.
And that trade won't happen.
Yeah. So I guess we'll see. Okay. Kavira just says, okay, Lee Sin gone. That's fine.
I'm so confused. Obviously Kavira didn't have a better play, right? He's not going to do that for
Doesn't have Pale Cascade is a pretty good read right now.
I just don't know, like, what are these 6 cards?
You can see the look on Deach's face. Like, what in the world is Kavira on right now? Because
the attack is still fine in my eyes. I actually don't, like, you just saw Harsh Winds. Like, you're going for kind of the win here. It's just, what does he have that is so bad? Is it just all denies and nopifies? Yeah. Nopifies would make sense. Those are pretty dead.
Yeah. And the Ruination...
Maybe another Diana? Like, there wasn't a Diana down, so no Pale Cascade, so like multiple Dianas in hand?
Oh, that's possible. This attack's just coming through. That's going to do 8. It's going to put Kavir to 5, and now...
Yeah, now you roar Ladros, and you have Atrocity.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you've got Atrocity on Trundle regardless, but yeah, Mentor, I mean...
They've all been units. Everything he's played. It was Goat, it was Diana, it was Mentor. I think that's likely that there might be another Diana in this hand.
Wow.
It was just all gummed up, and I'm sure there's more nopifies. It was nothing.
It was just air the whole time.
It was nothing.
I mean, it could still be one deny, right? There's still, I mean, there still could be deny.
Yeah, absolutely. There could be one deny, but I think it's more likely almost that it's nopifies, but maybe not. It could be deny, but Deach can wait. He's not under threat.
Yeah, it's technically. Well, no, let's see. I'm looking at the wrong list. It is technically the same odds that it's nopify or deny in terms of number of copies.
I guess there's never been a chance for either of them to really be have been played.
Yeah.
But Deach is now handedly in the driver's seat. Sketcher, not really it.
Sketcher could potentially be relevant for no. Never mind.
Nopify.
There was a Nopify. Okay.
Nopify thrown away.
All right. I was thinking that Sketcher pulling Equinox would be good on Ledros, but like, what does that even do? Who cares?
Zenith Blade in hand.
A Zenith Blade, a just raw Zenith Blade.
Plus gems so you can block Ladros.
And then but Trundle. I guess it's gotta be Conch Palm then?
Yeah, Conch Palm plus the buffs onto
Yeah, Conch Palm. Okay.
And there's probably one deny. One deny.
But this is
this
just
hand
air.
Was so bad.
This was air for Kavira. I'm not gonna lie, Casa. This is more exciting not seeing the hand in this game, just because of how it played out for Kavira.
Yeah.
Because we're thinking the same thing that Deach is.
Yeah, this looked awful. This looked so hard for Deach.
Yeah.
And then that attack in Deach, you saw the confusion on his face as well. He was like, wait, I could have been winning this whole time.
Yeah. Well, what's insane is that Deach took the line that gave him an opportunity to win.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, and the Equinox comes out and Deach goes, okay. All right, this is gonna answer. This kills a Ledros, sure.
Yeah, but Trundle gets to be, just the game winner, realistically, from this point forward.
2 cards in Kavira's hand.
You could even rip this Atrocity just to say, hey, show me your deny. It's okay here.
Yeah,
I don't think he has other plays that are better. I think this is totally okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yep. There's the deny.
Yeah,
That
he says,
actually
"Show
he
me your
just
deny."
drew. It wasn't the one that he had
I
in his
think-
hand the whole time.
I think that was far. It was,
Oh no, that was
yeah,
far
yeah,
right.
it was-
I'm thinking opposite. Yeah, I always get
he's had it
confused.
forever, yeah.
Yeah, I always get confused with the. Yeah,
I do.
opponent's hand.
It's very difficult to keep track
Yeah,
of.
'cause
But
it's
no,
like
he had the deny.
Not mirrored, I guess. I don't know. It's weird. But yeah.
But now Trundle, I mean, it's one card. It's one, and there's another Ladros.
Wow. Wow.
What a
The
game!
pop off from Deach. That. Casa, we were talking 10 minutes ago about what Deach was going to do in game 2 and 3.
Yeah.
He won that game.
I can't believe that. I can't believe that. It was so, the start was like, like if I was playing ladder from Deach's side, in tournament I would always play it out, but in ladder side, I might have scooped that game. Considering
I'm not gonna lie, I
that
probably
start,
would have, because I'm a degenerate and just want to play more games. But wow, and oh god, Cass, I'm gonna have to have a winner's interview
with Zed.
With Zed. Oh
maybe,
no.
maybe
Oh,
it is Lee
no.
Sin versus 2 decks, and it so far in this Lee Sin meta, it's been rare that Lee Sin has been bested twice.
Right.
But you know, Kavira also on Lee Sin. Maybe his will get bested twice here if Deach can find the win.
Yeah.
Zed, traditionally we've seen it struggle, but Deach came here on a mission to prove Blevins wrong.
Yeah, and you know, I will say, and I'll do a little classic backtrack Blevins, that the way that Deach plays the deck, I don't have anything against that whatsoever, and I think that he plays the Zed Lee Sin deck very well. I still argue that the Zed version is worse than the other ones. But hey, all Deach needs to say is scoreboard to shut me up, right? Like in the grand finals.
You know what's sick?
2 mana Zed?
2 mana Zed.
Yeah,
that's
you know what?
That's a crazy card. 2 mana Zed's a really good card.
I agree. I mean, this here is these are the nut draw, what in the world is happening? How could I ever possibly lose this type of draws? And that's exactly what Kavira thinks too with the Darius emote.
And one of the big things about Zed is you feel like you rolled really hard when you attack on evens with Zed in your hand. Because you want to attack when you play Zed down. You don't want to be on a defensive turn. Well, you know how to get around attacking on evens being a low roll? Pull a Moon Silver off of your Spacey Sketcher.
Oh my gosh.
And this Zed is either leveling or Kavira is losing value. Those are the options here. There's no winning against this as far as this turn goes.
I agree. And now it's like, okay, Diana here would be quite nice. Of course, Pale Cascade, Casa. Pale Cascade can throw a wrench into that plan potentially. So here's the problem. Here's the potential problem for Deach here is that there is a decent number of eggs that have been thrown into the Zed basket, and as we see here, that basket is about to be dropped.
Yeah, bye Zed. All right. Well, fun while it lasted.
Yep.
And now, instead of representing a terrifying board, Deach has 2 damage.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, I feel like I can let Zed speak for himself here.
100-0 real quick with that that Sonic Wave.
Yep. I mean, that's the sort of line that you have to take with this deck, right? Because like the Zed plan, hedging with the Zed plan does nothing, right? I mean, it does a little bit, but I feel like your deck's just not really built to be like an aggressive deck that uses Lee Sin as a finisher. It's a Lee Sin deck that has Zed as an alt win condition where you use all of the Lee Sin resources on Zed to do 20 damage instead of the OTK with Lee Sin. So when you're in a position like this, you're kind of like, okay, I need to put my resources into either Zed or Lee Sin. Zed was the answer here. Zed's gone. And now you're left with kind of just like a derpy hand.
All right, pull into more Pale Cascade and an Opify with this Deep Meditation. Just trying to get more cards drawn. Mentor the Stone's pretty good pickup, but Lee Sin for Kavira.
Yep. Lee Sin, certainly what you want to see here. Just need to... Now, Kavira needs to... Yeah, there's not really even an attack that would put Kavira at risk to a Hush, which is certainly a Hush or Pale Cascade, actually, because they're all 1 power. That is just brutal for Deach here. So Kavira gets the relatively free attack, gets to eat, gets a mentor buff, and gets to eat an Eye of the Dragon. Worst case scenarios for Kavira are Hush, I guess, which actually does nothing. Pale Cascade does nothing.
Yeah, I mean, this is the Lee Sin early on buffs. And Deach, this time, his deck doesn't really have any tools to deal with this. I mean, yes, you mentioned the Hush. Yes, there are, some challengers, but the Lee Sin getting a buff really puts its HP pretty far out of the range that Deach needs, and Mentor is just not the card that he needs to find.
I mean, is it like go wide and attack with a bunch of Mentors and like maybe get some value out of some Pale Cascade, something like that? And that's really the only line that's available, right? I think, something like no attack is certainly not an option here.
No, I think you have to get tricky with the Pale Cascades, and you have to just you want to use them to draw. You want to look for your least, and just try and put some pressure onto Kavira. Because this is just not going to be winning if you play too patiently.
Well, and now you're also put in the unenviable position of, yes, you can play a Pale Cascade to threaten the Lee Sin, but like you already see 1 spell in the hand of Kavira. Like for a fact there's a spell, at least 1. Are you banking on the other 4 being non-spells to not give the Lee Sin? But the alternative is you've just thrown away your Eye of the Dragon.
Yeah, the one spell is a gem, so at least.
Oh, that is a gem. Okay, I thought it was the.
Wait, I think it.
I think it's the night. You're
right. No. You're right. It is the dusk petal.
Dusk petal dust.
Yes, it is. It is the dusk petal dust. So yeah, you're absolutely right. It's 1 spell visible, but if Kavira doesn't block with Lee Sin, it either signifies that he's respecting Hush, which totally possible.
Hush plus Pale Cascade would be a way to deal with that.
Yep.
Which also... No, Hush plus Pale Cascade would counter single Pale Cascade from Kavira, so Kavira could theoretically still have 1 Pale Cascade.
Yeah. So Deach able to get away with the bluff and push a good amount of damage onto Kavira, but this is still, a problem. The Lee Sin.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Both sides fairly low on cards. But the Guiding Touch getting value. Deach has his own. Luckily for Deach, he's on Pale Cascade plus Guiding Touch, so those cards are going to generate more value. But we see Kavira's Spacey Sketcher on the other side going to be value for himself.
Yeah, Spacey... So the way that these decks are built, there's not a ton of value from giving Lee Shield Spell Shield. So Equinox would be a quite a good one here. Obviously, hitting one of the Mentors would be quite nice. Even just the Trickster, would do 3 damage, right? It would be an uninteractable threat, but I'm trying to think what other good options would be. Even Crescent Strike is like, okay, if this gets out of control, you've got sort of a fog for a turn if to punish Deach's potential development.
All right, turn passed. Kavira has the attack token with the Lee Sin now. Deach finds a goat. Not the Lee Sin that he was looking for.
Yeah, he did find a goat, but I don't think it was the goat here because it's not that great of a draw. Certainly not the greatest of all time here. There's the Equinox coming out. Which now gives Deach a nice 3 mana 1/1.
Yeah, there's a world you actually know by this because there's so few cards in Kavira's hand.
Yeah, I almost don't hate nopifying. I mean, the nopify helps you win the nopify war, I guess. Like if you need to deny a, well, yeah, I guess it actually doesn't. No, I actually kind of really like nopifying there. Though the mentor doesn't really do too much right now, I don't think.
No, not a ton.
Like, all right. But the not doing too much and being just all right is kind of the peak of what Deach is putting forth right now with this board. So maybe it was worth fighting over.
Yeah, at least in 2-turn clock available for Kavira. Gonna be pushing 10 on this one.
Yeah, and also gaining back 4. So even the aggressive plan from Deach is all but gone here.
Okay, Deach deciding to prevent the 10 on this turn.
Notably here, Kavira. Okay, so I was gonna say that Kavira is no longer playing around the, is not playing around specifically deny plus hush plus Pale Cascade, which Deach theoretically could have. And what's interesting is that it's actually only additionally playing around deny here because Kavira was already playing around Pale Cascade plus hush earlier. So it's not unreasonable to be. So this is as weird as it sounds. This is almost kind of a loose play by Kavira standards.
A little bit, right? He could have pulled something else that wouldn't have been able to threaten that. And that would generally make a little bit more sense. Pretty late for Kavira. Obviously, he doesn't get punished for that. It wasn't specifically that hand combo. But you're right. He was playing around some stuff earlier. And, well, this Lee Sin kind of changes things. Because if you kick Kavira's Lee Sin back to hand, well...
That's a heartbreaker for sure.
Okay.
But a deep med of your own. Okay. All of a sudden, we've got a game, Casa. Deach is going to have a mentored up Lee Sin. That's going to be 5, 6, 7 from the Tail Cascade is going to potentially be able to pull and kick the Lee Sin.
Deach can't kick. He needs 2 more spellcasts.
Not leveled up.
And it's 2 spellcasts, so he's not getting there.
Yeah. Unfortunate for Deach there.
Plus,
but it is gonna...
I was going to say, I don't want to interrupt you here, but we know that Kavira has 2 spells because he played deep med. So Lee Sin cannot even be killed by traditional means.
Unless the deep med pulled 2 Zenith Blades.
Okay.
Or like Nopify.
True.
Well,
deny.
Double Nopify, deny, Nopify, Zenith Blades. Like,
was that ever the play then for Deach to just chance it? Because are you winning this game any other way?
I mean,
if yes, then no, don't chance it. But if no, then maybe you just need to go for it. But there were 4 cards available for Kavira. It's a tough decision to make.
It's really tough. I am honestly not sure. Okay, so now Kavira, we mentioned, has at minimum 2 spells in hand. could be a lot of different. It could be a variety of different things, right? I mean, it could be notifies and denies, which wouldn't be castable technically. So, okay, Lee Sin's Sonic Wave.
Okay.
That's going to give Lee Sin the option to pull. His Guiding Touch needs to find something like a deny or not a mountain goat, I think was the answer.
Yeah, but Deach can save his Lee Sin. It will bounce to his hand, but he at least gets to keep it alive.
Okay. Okay. 10 to face with the kick. But that's not 20. Kavira has to decide what the play is here. I think if there was a hush or something from Kavira, it would already have been slammed. But the kick happens. Lee Sin goes back to hand. 10 done to the face of Deach. Deach now has to redevelop Lee Sin.
I mean, is a stampede of goats going to do anything here for Deach?
Stampede. Why play goat when you can play 3-mana goat, which kind of makes a second goat, but doesn't give you gems?
Yeah.
I mean, it might just have to be, right? It might just have to be the Stampede. The problem is that there's no Overwhelm. There is a Dragonling.
Okay.
Lee Sin.
That is a good draw because it does enable your Lee Sin to actually get both procs. I mean, you did need a spell draw. That was very important that each found a spell.
Mm-hmm. True.
Which also arguably makes Zed better because it increases the odds of drawing a spell, but it's by a very negligible amount. You could also just play Zed on this turn to double it. So, realistically not. But Lee Sin's Sonic Wave will potentially not allow Deach to actually kick the Lee Sin back into the hand of Kavira.
Feels GG adjacent.
Yeah, it certainly does.
Yeah.
You could go for the last ditch attempt to kill Lee, which
you
is
gotta
what
go
Deach
for
is
it,
going to go for.
Even if this doesn't work, it's two spell ticks that are being used on a defensive turn. Which, I mean, with only 3 cards in Kavira's hand, that's potentially a very relevant play being made here.
There's no way that Kavira doesn't have a... It's not happening here.
I mean, we had the air turn last game, right?
Right.
But the thing is have we seen any of the spells that have been gained from... I don't think so, because the spell that got cast to proc Lee Sin last turn was a Lee Sin's Sonic Wave. It wasn't a spell, so the 2 deep med spells are still in hand. So is it just Nopifies? And I feel like even Zenith Blade would have been cast.
That's another Lee Sin. Another Lee Sin. Lee Sin Sonic Wave.
Okay.
Played, and that should seal this out.
Well,
there maybe are top deck opportunities.
Oh, because gems. Yes, there's gems that are being cast here.
Right. So this would have to be deny plus another spell draw to give barrier to Lee Sin, and then Deach could still win. That's what he needs to hit. Nopify, third Nopify. That's not going to do it. Deach gonna scoop that one up, and we will be going to Game 3 of Set 1 in the Grand Finals. Kavira versus Deach. Kavira gonna tie it up, and now Lee Sin versus Twisted Fate Swain remains. How do you feel about this matchup? Lee Sin versus TF Swain in general.
I think it's Lee Sin favored. Again, I'm pretty heavily biased towards it. Not that I want it to win more than the other, but that I've played it a lot more. I do think that unless the unless the Twisted Fate Swain deck comes out to a very aggressive draw, you can be relatively conservative with your Lee Sin and just wait until the turn that you have to play it and go off that way. Now, Deach does tend to play the deck a little bit differently than that, and also like the Ravenous Flocks really kind of throw that math off potentially, but we will certainly see how this one plays out here, but no champs on the side of Deach so far.
Yeah, we will see if he can find Lee Sin.
Hired Gun just seems like it has been an all-star pretty much forever, but I feel like it's the type of card that flies under the radar from time to time. Like, it's so good.
Yeah, it does. It does end up being an early cut in a lot of decks.
Yeah.
For sure. And I do think that this card is super good. Just granting vulnerable.
Mm-hmm.
Always having that exist on the target that you want it after playing this down. So Hired Gun certainly sets you up for good future turns. It will make it so that this Eye of the Dragon is at risk of going down.
Yep. Deach can potentially play Pale Cascade here if he wanted to. He can go Guiding Touch into Pale Cascade potentially to just draw the full cards here. I don't hate it.
Yeah, this is quite good. Setting up your Dragonling for the next turn, setting up, well, actually hitting a Deep Meditation, so that will be playable. It likely won't be played, seeing as how there is that Zed, but makes it playable. And just sets up some interesting potential turns for Deach.
Yeah, I think this was actually pretty great here. Yes, Kavira can play Death's Hand potentially to kill. Could play, I mean, Flock obviously will do it as well, but I think this sets up to be relatively taxing to Kavira regardless. And now, like, Make It Rain didn't do it. You know, the Blade's Edge, Death Lotus, those cards did not do it there. And also, Deach needed to draw cards anyway, right? Like, Deach needed to dig into one of the champs, so he's fine. Even if you're not getting maximum value out of a Pale Cascade or maximum offensive value from a Pale Cascade, is getting the draw value and getting Deach that much closer to his champs.
Yeah, Arachnoid Sentry going to be stopping Zed in his tracks. Nopify, not an answer to that one.
Right.
Earlier, the skills notably not able to be stopped by Nopify.
Yep. Now we could see a flock come out from Kavira. Again, every flock that's being targeted at something that's not Lee Sin, I think has got to be at least a small W for Deach. Does have the ability to Nopify a flock if he so desires. I mean, outside of that, something like double Make It Rain, Death's Hand. I mean, there's a lot of cards that deal with Zed in this deck, but the Nopify is there. But again, the Nopify has such a high value against this deck. This can answer every single spell that is cast from the Twisted Fate Swain deck.
Yeah, so the question becomes, do you want to save the Zed? Or do you want to save Nopify for a future turn? Because you know you'll get value from the spell.
Mm-hmm.
You know your Nopify will do something good in this game. Like, it will cancel out some kind of spell. And I think using it on a Death's Hand is pretty mana efficient.
I think the fact that... Wow, well, that's good. I feel like Deach and I are having the same exact reactions when these cards happen. Like, I'll take it. Yeah, no, I'll take that. I don't know how much more value you're going to get out of the Nopify in this case, considering that Deach doesn't actually have another threat right now. Like yes, the mentor plus I is kind of a threat, but it's not the same level that Zed is, obviously. So here, of course, Zed is, I think, definitely going down here. Not really anything that Kavira can do about it. I do actually really like this pass from Deach because it potentially is almost like a bait pass, because it's offering Kavira like, hey, I've got this nice juicy 5 mana that you can eat from me. You don't get to kill my Zed, but boy, do you get to eat 5 mana, and you got to develop. Go ahead and take it. And there's really not too much value lost from giving this pass, I don't think. So I actually really like the pass here from Deach. It's subtle, but I like it a lot.
Yeah, but, you know, not going to end up having a big payoff for him. The hired guns putting in work in this early game, going to set up for the Zed to go down. And, you know, the Nopify not able to keep the Zed alive any longer. This is just follower combat. And Zed, I mean, okay. Zed has created some pressure. It is soaked some spells, but nothing major. And ends up dying to minion combat, which is kind of worst case for him. He wants it to have to be dealt with.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Zed really didn't do much, was easy to deal with, and didn't help the game plan whatsoever. I don't know who would ever have guessed that that was the case for Zed in the lease index. Certainly not me. I definitely haven't been saying that since the beginning of time, but that's okay. We're still here. Deach now digging, trying to find a Lee Sin, even trying to find another Zed here to get something going, because the clock is going to be ticking. Kavira has the ability to really ramp out, not ramp out, but really put on some pressure quickly, potentially, if something like a Swain comes down.
Yeah, Deach is certainly going to need to find that Lee Sin and actually have that champion rolling on the board, setting up for the win. And now looking for the Spacey Sketcher, potentially trying to throw away one of these cards. But all of these cards are kind of good right now. So it's very difficult to decide what you can Spacey Sketcher in this spot.
Yeah, I am not sure what I like as a Spacey Sketcher pitch here. Yeah, and there's Swain. Spacey Sketcher, maybe, and Guiding Touch feels bad. Could it possibly be Mentor? Is it the Resonating strut? Or Sonic Wave? Yeah, is it Sonic Wave maybe? I don't know.
Oh, it can't be Palm. No, there's not with Swain on the board.
Can't be Palm. Can't be Palm anymore. Maybe it's attack with the Mentor, hope or hope that Kavira just kills the Mentor and you get gems to discard. Oh, there's a good card to discard of the Spacey Sketcher.
The other Spacey Sketcher.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, a Zed drawn would have been a great card. No, Zed is always my discard target if for some reason it's in my deck. In the Lee Sin version, I actually I do like Zed as a card. I want to point that out. I like Zed as a card in other decks, not this one though. All right, there's Betty Croker feeding Kavira cards in the Easy Bake Oven.
Yeah, Betty Croker coming down.
That's sticking. That's sticking.
Yeah, for sure. I think that absolutely a good one. I expect Deach has to go Conk Palm on Swain. It's a matter of, does he want to do pre or post combat?
I'm wondering, is there a punish potentially? Something like a sentry, a punish to a pre-combat conch palm. I don't think so.
Not really. No, an Equinox available for Deach. That's a massive pickup. Being able to have that for the Leviathan later on.
Yes, technically yes, but is a 5/8 not that is drawing you a Swain not good enough anyway, even if it doesn't have the insane card?
Against Lee Sin, you need the stun, right? You need the persistent stuns locking down the board.
Right. Yes, that is true. Yeah,
So I would argue yes, Blevins. Yes, a 5/8 is not good enough.
Maybe you might be right. I don't know. I think I almost given the state, I almost think you need to go Cosmo there. Try to draw that Swain. I mean, you need this, or not the Swain, the Lee Sin. It doesn't matter. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead and Equinox the Leviathan. It's still a 5/8. But we'll see. I mean, it may just be like it may just not matter anyway. I mean, looks like Kavira might just have this one locked up relatively. Oh, I mean, a Lee Sin draw is always on the table. I also really like the Conch Palm onto Twisted Fate here because, you know, Kavira's not going to want to attack into a Pale Cascade potentially. So even though Deach does not have the Pale Cascade, Deach knows there's no way that Kavira's attacking with this Swain.
Yeah, continuing to thin the deck is Deach here.
Yep.
He's just gotta find the Lee Sin. I mean, like you're saying, it's important. Like that is, you know, the fact that you brought up Cosmo, I can agree that would be a reasonable, you know, pull the Cosmo, try and look for your Lee Sin,
right.
and say, okay, well, I just won't have Equinox this game for a Leviathan.
Right.
Nopeify pull there, pretty good. Get all of these Zenith Blades out of the deck.
Get him out of there.
Lee Sin's gotta come soon, right? Like it's
maybe. I don't know if gotta is.
It's gotta. It's gotta. It's gotta.
It's gotta if Deach wants a chance to win. I'll give you that.
Yeah. Yeah. Species Sketcher. Maybe you find the Cosmo this time. Oop. Nope.
Moonglow. Again, there's a lot of these cards that work around Lee Sin. They don't matter if the boss is not in town. I don't know. I actually don't know that Moonglow does anything. Because I think the battle for Lee Sin would likely be happening in response to Moonglow. And Kavira is, I think, unlikely to tap down to a point where like a free Moonglow is going to happen on something like a Lee Sin. So I do like the Moonsilver pickup here.
So we're reaching the bottom 20 of Deach's deck.
Okay.
And 21 cards. Okay, spooky. That could be a leveled TF pretty soon.
Yep. Okay. I mean, Sonic Wave will threaten to kill the Lee Sin here. Oh, man, I don't know why I'm messing these up. The Twisted Fate here.
Look, we've been casting for 6 hours and 45 minutes.
That is true.
You're bound to make some mistakes.
True.
After talking for that long.
I agree. I am bound to make some mistakes.
Yeah. I guess I could have just stopped there. I didn't have to say.
Yeah. And you didn't even need to preface it with anything. You could have just said, Blevins, you're bound to make some mistakes.
Yeah. I really could have done that. Yeah.
I did literally press a baby crying button earlier in this cast, for those of you who weren't around.
Okay.
All right, there's Lee Sin, but you can tell the look of exasperation from Deach is maybe a little too late. But Asa, we might be seeing the payoff though of the Equinox. If the Leviathan is committed.
Yeah, if that comes down and Deach responds in tow by playing Equinox, Lee Sin, Zenith Blade on this turn, he basically, I mean, he almost has the game at that point, right? Like that almost just ensures it with these gems. So if Kavira commits it, then this might just be Deach winning.
Yeah, I mean,
Fight Night 14.
Deach, the Lee Sin draw really does turn it around. Now, a little bit choked on mana.
Croaker.
Eddie Croaker coming through.
Okay.
Deach.
Can he even play this Lee with 8 mana on the side of Kavira? Is it safe?
Oh, I mean,
I know Kavira's teched kind of weird.
He is. It's Ravenous Flocks are, of course, the big one, but literally not castable right now.
So, Blade's Edge Ravlock, but that is interruptible by the Guiding Touch.
Correct. Also, Sentry Flock would do it.
Right.
Make It Rain Flock is the same answer as Blade's Edge Flock. Okay, Hired Gun. Okay, that was a good dodge there. That's all of the hired guns. Okay. The window, the door may just have cracked open a little bit for Deach. It's certainly not open all the way, but it might just be a little sliver. It might be feeling a little bit of a draft and potentially an opening to go through.
Okay. Lee Sin on the board.
Yeah. And notably...
Overwhelm. Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, I was incorrect about the Sentry Flock because Flock not going to actually be enough damage because I forgot that Lee Sin is already leveled up.
Right. Potential for Lee Sin to have Overwhelm going into next turn with burst speed spells.
Yes, and doesn't need to do a ton of damage. Okay, what does that put you at? That puts you to 2. At 5 spells in hand for Kavira. I think you're probably fine, especially if Kavira wants to try to go for it now. You have the Guiding Touch. There's no way. It's literally, I think, impossible for Kavira to have enough damage to kill Deach from there. Okay, Eye of the Dragon.
Okay.
Moonsilver on to the Zenith Blade will give Lee Sin the barrier here. So now it's going to be it's going to be a combination, or I guess it would be a spell to proc.
It hit Lee. It hit
Lee. That's big. So now there's damage onto Lee Sin.
And the gems don't get him out of flock range. If it's flock, Lee is dead.
Yep. True. And we've seen, I think, 0 or 1 flocks played, and there's potentially Swain's flock, Ravenous Flock as well. There it is. Yep, Swain's Ravenous Flock.
Deach needed to not play that Guiding Touch.
Mm-hmm.
He needed to hold out. He could have waited. He could have capped off the heal on to the Lee Sin after the attack step went through. He could have allowed Lee to drop to 2 HP from the Swain and then healed it back up to full using gems and Guiding Touch.
Yep. That is a huge. He also had the option to just take the damage. That is also, I think, was an option as well. But this now is not going to do it. Not even possible, I don't think. Yeah, I mean that's a tough one to take, but looks like we are likely going to be seeing the bracket reset here, Casa, as it seems like open attack is pretty much there. I think we're at the point where open attack will do it pretty well. Maybe not. It's close. Okay, with another zap, that's another spell drawn. Yeah, gemming up. It's fine. Gain 2 life here from Deach, but yeah, you can see it on Deach's hand. He knows that he at least had the opportunity to push through there, but the Lee Sin going down. Kavira taking maximum advantage there. And we're now at the waning turns of this game. Pale Cascade potentially could draw closer to another Lee Sin, but it is looking like a Kavira W here, enforcing the bracket reset.
Yeah, Death's Hand going to get the removal plus the stun, and Deach can protect against the Swain, but it would require him playing Pale Cascade without actually getting the buff for it. So instead, I like this. Gem onto the Dragonling.
Yep.
Try to be able to block the Swain.
Okay, deny. And I think now, even if we're at Deach can stack his deck, yeah, the Blade's Edge also gonna eat a deny. How much more value do you want from your Blade's Edge than to eat your opponent's deny? Well, pair of zaps comes through, but let's see. Lee drawn. Lee gets challenger. Put
yeah, from the Zenith Blade.
Kick Swain. Where are we then? That's the question. Then where are we?
He pushes 10.
Yep. You could even potentially full attack. And you might as well, right? At this point, you might as well attack. And 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 means that Deach cannot block the Swain, or else he will die beforehand. And actually, that also means that he will just die in general, I believe. No, okay. Just the 4 here for Kavira. Is it Lee Sin? It's not, but it could lead to one. That's not Lee Sin. That's not going to do it. And Deach now just thinking back to those turns. Maybe a difference of play could have made a little bit of a difference here. But now it's Leviathan, another Swain. Equinox can come out. Great, yeah. There you go. You Equinoxed a Leviathan. To what end?
Just gonna buff up this second Eye of the Dragon. Be able to generate more Dragonlings.
Yep.
And even if he hits Lee at this point, he needs more turns. He needs Lee, and then he needs another spells.
Yeah. Needs Lee, turn to draw a spell, and then he needs like multiple turns of that, right? And that's also considering that, you know, he doesn't just die. Again, I think it's going to be a very tall order. Okay.
Croaker. Betty Croaker.
Third, Betty Croaker. Is Deach's out that Kavira decks himself out somehow?
Well,
I would imagine Deach is probably a lot further into his deck than Kavira is.
yeah, I would imagine so.
Well, I mean, Kavira, as Kavira is wont to do, is playing this one slow and steady. No real reason to get to try anything fancy. Also, no real other attack makes too much sense. You don't want to just give Deach a bunch of gems for no reason. So I might as well just attack with the 4 power worth of elusive. Kavira, not sure what Kavira is thinking about here.
Really considering if there's another play. I mean, there's no cards in hand for Deach, so you know that this is going to.
Right.
It's just a matter of if there are any other attacks to make, which I don't think there are. Deny is a very dead draw.
Yes, I agree. Okay, you got a 5/7 Overwhelm Eye of the Dragon. Kavira has the possibility to... He's got a lot of possibilities. He can not block. He can block. He can line up pretty much any block that's not Zap Spray Fin onto the 5/7, and it's probably fine. And another problem for Deach here, on top of the many, many more, is that the Dragonling Express has also grinded to a halt. Flock coming out. Double Flock is going to kill the 3/5. Okay.
So you just deny the Swain one so it doesn't reshuffle.
Okay. Relevant plays still being made by Deach. Relevant in the sense that they are doing something, not relevant in the sense that I think it's going to change the outcome of the game. Another deny.
Oh my god. Well, that should do it, right? Just the open attack of everything. We'll be able to push 6 guaranteed.
Block, block, block. We'll do 2, 4, 6. Yeah. I mean, still could be like another guiding touch. Could be
right.
Is Conch Palm in this version for Deach? That's a yes. There's one. No, the one Conch Palm has already been used. Okay. So gold card is deniable. Kavira. Well, now it should be. Well, now open attack's only pushing 5, or attack is only pushing 5, right? Block, block, block. No, it's still 6. It's still 6. Okay.
Yeah, it's.
Thank you.
It's still enough. And well, Kavira is going to pull the reverse sweep and move on to another set against Deach for his chance to make the loser's bracket run.
Yeah.
And find a win at Fight Night 14. This is, I mean, incredibly close set. Nail biter through and through. I think Deach had an opportunity there with the Lee Sin, potentially squandered it or blundered it away. And now he's going to have to try to rein it back and bring it in for this last set. See if he can take down Kavira.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's already, super, super close sets that we've seen from them already. I mean, even the first set that they played, it was a 2-0 in Deach's favor, but it was a very, very close 2-0. I do think that Deach, I mean, if you look at the set we just looked at, I mean, the TLC match was super close, and Deach played it masterfully, and Kavira ended up having nothing, and Deach won. But, like, I don't think that match is necessarily favored towards the Trundle-Ledros combo, even though we've seen it win twice already. So,
yeah, I certainly don't think it looked like the entire game. It looked like Kavira was winning until we found out that his entire hand was bricked, and then at that point, Deach was able to completely turn it around. And like you mentioned, it was masterfully done to keep himself in the game when it looked like all hope was lost. And we'll see if Deach can pull it off again. Can he actually find the victory over Kavira? We're going to be jumping in to the final set of the night. Winner of this is the champion of Fight Night number 14.
Yeah, this is for all the marbles. No more resets. This is just a straight up best of 3 finale. A little bit slower of a hand from Deach here. No turn for Trundle, at least not yet. Two-thirds of the combo drawn from Deach, though. And the secret fourth part of the combo, which is deal 1 damage, has been achieved.
Yeah. It has indeed.
It is an important part.
So, Deach has ramp, no Trundle yet. If he hits Trundle on this next draw, it'd be massive for Deach to go into that with the Weirding Stones, but because he doesn't have something to ramp in, a potential for him to pass, but with the Mentor being played, it seems like a very easy Weirding Stones turn.
Yep.
Kavira offering, potentially? I wouldn't expect that.
Yeah, I think if it wasn't if it was almost any other unit besides a Sentry, I think I'm fine with that trade. Kavira is likely okay just having the gems, wants to cash those in, but the problem is that the gems are at the cost of a card drawn for Deach, which is not great for Kavira.
Especially with the ramp going on.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the ramp happening. Yes, it's not ramping perfectly into a Trundle on this turn, but just getting to, your Ledroses earlier, and when you do draw the Trundles, getting to be able to play your Ice Pillars earlier is certainly going to be good. And so ramp is going to be useful, even if it's not useful right now, though. Kavira is going to have the opportunity to potentially pull the Weirding Stones next turn, which I imagine he likely will do.
Yeah, I think so. I think for Deach on this turn, I'd like to see him get rid of this Mentor with the Vile Feast, just to ensure that the Lee Sin does not receive buff and get out of hand in the early game. It also protects the Weirding Stones somewhat, because it would require Kavira to at least expend a gem, which is, whatever. He's going to expend the gem. The Weirding Stones are likely to die, but I think just getting rid of the Mentor is still important.
Yep. Mentor really quite strong. 6, 8, 9. So Kavira doesn't have to play a gem if he doesn't want to. Just pass the turn, go up to 10 cards. Can open up with a pull onto the Weirding Stones.
Okay.
Combo online, though.
Yeah. T, L, and C. Except for no Trundle, actually.
Yeah, just the RLC, the Revitalizing Roar. RRLC, Revitalizing Roar, Ledros. Atrocity. Okay, no, maybe it only kind of works. The deck is called Trundle. The combo is called Trundle Ledros combo. The combo doesn't have anything to do with Trundle.
Well, Trundle's face is kind of on Revitalizing Roar, so.
Okay, and also sometimes Trundle
good.
Gets the Atrocity because he's bigger than Ledros sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely. And well, as you brought up previously, Lee Sin just going to easily deal with the Weirding Stone. So Deach not going to be able to ramp into that enlightened state for the Revitalizing Roar, but is on track for this Ledros Atrocity combo to end the game.
A of course, that is going to be top priority on Kavira's mind, and will, of course, cause Kavira to lean more heavily towards denies. Though we did see Deach very, very expertly play around deny the entirety of the game, the last game against Kavira. So we may see that repeat once again here for Deach.
Okay, well, Deach forced to pass on 9 mana, just completely having to float it. There's no play for him to make.
Yep.
And really missing that Trundle to help bridge the mid game.
Mm-hmm. File Feast, not what we're looking for.
Yeah, not even ramp. There's no ramping going on.
Nope.
Didn't really ramp into anything with the Weirding Stones. But, you know, saving grace is the combo is there.
Combo is there, and potentially Deach is going to be backed into a corner and might just have to go for it. So if Kavira doesn't have deny, Deach might be able to pull this one out, potentially, you know? There's not really anything. I guess if well, that's not even necessarily true either, because Kavira can just have a little bit of life gain and can stop the combo too. So I would have to say it's very unfavored for Deach, but I mean, I would have said that a while ago. I would have said that in the first set that we saw these two decks play, but it ended up being in Deach's favor.
Yeah, I mean, these plays are... I mean, they're obvious for Deach, but also he's trying to think about how he wants to win this, right? Because obviously he doesn't have anything to do right now. Yes, he could attack and just throw away the Avera's Sentry and try and go for draw, but it's not an incredible play overall.
Deach feeling, I think, the way a lot of us are feeling when we go into the wee hours of the tournament. Just get that coffee going, get a little yawn on. It's okay. We're still here. We're still playing. We're still seeing top level LOR, despite this being one of the longer events that we've had so far. And it being I mean, super late for Kavira, though. Maybe not, because Kavira is like I want to say like a sleepless being. I don't think Kavira actually needs sleep to sustain.
Yeah, it's a problem for sure. Kavira certainly just never sleeps.
Yeah.
And you know, one day he'll get old and won't be able to do that anymore. And
say such awful things like that.
He'll be like us.
Like the fact that
Blevins.
someone will be old.
He'll be like us, Blevins.
Like, Casa, you're like almost 10 years younger than me. I don't want to hear it.
Just like us, Blevins. Just old.
Yep.
The two of us, old people.
So you're an old soul. I'm like an adolescent soul. I was gonna press the baby button. Nope, I've banned myself from the baby button.
Oh.
Certainly not gonna happen. But Kavira looking to do a little bit of damage here. Okay, guiding touch. Maybe a Lee Sin level up. Still leaving up mana for, you know, to potentially counter a vengeance that comes down, or burst pass. That is also fine. This is actually a good point to bring up, and something I see people on the ladder not do nearly enough, which usually ends up working to my advantage. But you have a play like that with Kavira where it's like, okay, well, Kavira played a bunch of burst spells and you know, could have potentially attacked, but isn't really ever getting punished by anything. So you might as well just pass and see what your opponent does, right? You might as well see, are they going to make another play? Are they going to commit something because that could potentially change your attack. Now, of course, Kavira just doesn't attack there, which I'm actually completely fine with. The attack doesn't actually do anything. What are you gonna kill 1/1? Who cares? Are you going to kill this Avarosian Sentry and give your opponent a card? No. So I like the I do like the pass there.
Yeah, I mean, it's the patience from Kavira is great. He's basically filled his hand so that he can respond to basically anything that Deach wants to do, and he's already leveled the Lee Sin. So at this point, it's about Kavira banking enough mana that he knows he can be safe with denies or really just whatever other abilities that he can be on to defend this Lee Sin. I mean, mostly deny is the big one for dealing with something like Vengeance, but he just has to protect the Lee Sin, and then Kavira's just setting up to try and potentially just one-shot Deach.
Yeah, absolutely. I didn't even notice this in all the matches that we saw Deach play, but Deach is running a Blevins approved Guardian. That is Nightshade Gromp. Actually you can't even get yourself Nightshade Gromp anymore, I don't think, but use Nightshade Gromp more. Top tier Guardian.
I guess like Nightshade Gromp has really just increased in popularity because we see this very often, and I didn't feel like it was that popular of a Guardian, but you know, Blev, you always advocate for Nightshade Gromp, and maybe you're catching on.
I do love myself some Nightshade Gromp. I do like the new dragon Guardian as well. I think the new Guardian is great. I will say I am a huge fan of Kavira's whole setup here. Now, the Cat Guardian on its own on any given other board, actual trash, F tier Guardian. But with the Halloween theme during October, yeah, that's a buy for me. I'm buying that.
Yet another W for Kavira.
Yeah, yet another W added to Kavira's list of W's here. But Kavira is trying to add the only important W, which is the W here in the match. He's already gotten one to cause the bracket reset, but he needs one more set win to be the champion.
Yeah, Kavira trying to add another Fight Night to his collection, another Fight Night W. Deach trying to find his very first Fight Night.
Yep.
And, you know, he got here winner's side, but it has been a tough road in this grand finals for Deach.
Yep. And Deach is, you know, last game between these two, it was Kavira who was on air the whole game, and it's kind of like Deach is it's on a pretty good amount of air here. Has 2 revitalizing roars. That's, you know, I would argue at least 1 too many, if not 2 too many. He has a bunch of Vile Feasts and Unspeakable Horrors, which in the Bastion version of Lee Sin is actually quite nice, but that version has long since passed. We're not there anymore. Getting the pass backs again. Now we're at the point where Kavira, like, the pass back from Kavira is now costing Kavira damage, right, from the Lee Sin. So you might as well at least go for a kick here.
Yeah, I think you might as well. There is potential that by kicking you open up Deach to play kind of whatever he wants. As far as units are concerned, so like if he wants to go for Ladros, the kick, I guess for Ladros specifically, the kick doesn't really matter too much, because you're okay if your Ladros dies if you wanted to play the Ladros anyway. But we see Deach gonna go for the Unspeakable Horror potentially here.
No,
just deny that damage.
Could see a Nopify. I mean, it's reasonable that Kavira's on a couple of Nopifys.
Yeah, I would like a Nopify. I would like, you know, forcing Deach to potentially use more. Pale Cascade, maybe looking for Notify.
It's interesting that the Pale Cascade went on something that's not the Lee Sin. That to me is the biggest surprise. Considering that it going on the... It seems that it going on the eye doesn't do much. Ooh. Okay, a card that we saw to get some pretty good value earlier in the event. Not sure if it's doing anything here. Not going to fill up Deach's hand, though.
Dragon.
Okay. Draw a
Oh my god! No way!
Wow.
The Infinite Mind Splitter. We talked about this card earlier being a counter to Lee Sin.
Oh man, are you ready to see Darius emote spam? Darius emote spam incoming.
Oh my god.
Uh-oh, and here it comes. I mean, Kavira is let's see. Kavira. Oh, okay. Kavira has 1x Spacey Sketcher in the deck as a potential answer. The other answer is to just replace your lease, is to just overwrite your lease in. So it's not like it's a hard lock, okay? It's not completely done. It's not great, but it's not just over.
I mean, the Lee Sin is just stuck. The Lee Sin is stuck here for now. It's going to be locked up. The Soraka emote.
Well, yeah, the Lee Sin is going to be locked up, but you could just overwrite it right now, right? Like you can just
you can
overwrite it with something else unit, and then play a Lee Sin again. Yeah,
that's true. That is one way to get around this. Having the full board being an advantage for Kavira.
Right.
Being able to override Lee Sin.
Yeah. For
but
some
Unspeakable Horror into Eclipse Dragon into the Infinite Mind Splitter to stun this Lee Sin when Deach looked so behind.
Yeah. I gotta say, people, when cards like this came out, people immediately say, oh, there's no Runeterra's Hearthstone, huh? And man, I really don't have much to say about that argument with this particular outcome of the game.
Yeah, when this happens, we struggle to fight back against those people.
Yeah, I think I just go, okay. And also, Hearthstone is an all right game. So, like, you know, some things from Hearthstone, I think that's fine. That's all I have to say is that Hearthstone ain't all bad. Okay, Lee Sin.
Hush on Lee, so not being able to
try to kill the Mind Splitter?
No, just gonna kill the Lee Sin off, I think. Well, maybe you could kill the Mind Splitter. I think mostly just trying to trade the Lee Sin away.
Sure.
You ever atrocity to make sure the Lee Sin stays on the
atrocity your own unit just to kill it and not even, I mean, the 7 damage is fine, but like just
like is that ever good?
If you could harsh winds your own unit, you would do it, but you can't.
Yeah. I mean, keeping the Lee Sin on board is certainly important. But your atrocity is also kind of an important card. Seeing as how you want to be going for this.
It's important, but it's not important right now. And like, if the Lee Sin, yeah, Deach wants to target his own unit. If the Lee Sin is permastun, you have all the time in the world, right? There's actually no threat, I don't think, outside of the Lee Sin. Yep, here's a deny. Yep, figured that was gonna happen. Yep. And now the fun train, the Hearthstone fun train may be over now.
Yeah, Lee Sin has been released. He is free. The cost of a deny, but also, you know, it being used on an atrocity, so of course, totally fine for a Deach. So he can go for a Ladros.
Yeah, and this also opens up again. This was a line that played into a deny. It wasn't the worst. It wasn't like a blowout, the game's over deny, because the it's still kind of fine. But now, like, if an atrocity is drawn here, Casa, like, there's lethal being threatened.
Yeah, that's a deny gone. Also, maybe deny gone means that this ruination can actually find purchase and get rid of Lee Sin.
And that's 2 of 3, I believe. And there's no bastions. Oh, is there just a line of just play another Ledros forehead? Like, just go for it?
Yeah, I wonder. I feel like it's pretty reasonable to just put Kavira that low.
We put Kavira to 4.
Or the Harsh Winds line is open once again for the Ledros to push through. There's only 2 units that can currently block Fearsome, Lee Sin and the Mountain Goat, but not sure if that will get there.
Right. Yeah, I mean, when in doubt, just play your 9-drop. If you have 9 mana, go for it. We're gonna go down to 5, or sorry, gonna go down to 4 by taking 5 here. And then there's gonna be 2 Ledroses and potentially an Infinite Mind Splitter coming through. Okay, Duskbringer generates a spell for Lee Sin potentially. Deach just goes for the pass. Says, I don't actually need to attack with Ledros to win. I can just keep playing them potentially, though. I don't know how true that's going to be.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that there are these freezes do make Lee Sin less of an overall threat.
Right.
It will take some time before Lee Sin can actually finish this game.
True.
So will it be enough time for the Ledros to actually find the win?
Right.
I mean, on the next token, Deach likely will open attack with both Ledros.
Yeah, and he'll potentially have the Harsh Winds set up as well.
Right, yeah. Species Sketcher. I didn't quite catch what it threw away. I think... I can catch it real quick here. Eye of the Dragon. Eye of the Dragon.
That was an eye,
okay. Thrown away.
Makes sense. The board has been full for quite some time. I don't remember the last time that Deach attacked. This Avarosian Sentry has been in play since turn 2, I believe.
yeah. I think it has.
Okay, a Diana's Pale Cascade going on to Lee Sin to start it off. Give Lee Sin the kick. The Zenith Blade coming through to potentially kill, or at least do a lot more damage. So now Kavira has to potentially be careful, unless he has another Pale Cascade or a Sonic Wave, because if the freeze plus a ping onto the barrier potentially threatens to kill Lee Sin if Kavira pulls like the Mind Splitter or a Ledros here. Also, what if...
If Deach lets this resolve,
right,
he can then just play Ledros again, but that takes Kavira down to 2, not 1, which I think is actually a big deal in this spot. having that unspeakable horror.
Right. Yeah, Withering Will could come through. I mean, Withering Will actually is interesting because it threatens to kill Lee Sin, but it also takes off a couple of blockers from Kavira. Not that that's going to be super relevant anyway, because there's going to be a Dragon Link generated anyhow. Okay.
Okay, this looks like an open attack setup.
Yep. Open attack plus harsh winds, potentially threatening. We're gonna need buffs. We're gonna need it's either gonna be buffs. Okay, doesn't even throw the harsh winds out, which is fine.
Yeah, I mean the unspeakable horror is definitely a scare. There's also just the fact if either of these Lateros come back to Deach's hand, that is additional damage.
Mm-hmm. Conch bomb? Conch palms, maybe?
Well, he's got to have something. Maybe he has the Diana set up this block.
Okay.
Maybe Conch Palm. I think he said. Denying the damage from the charger.
Yep, there's Conch. This pretty cleanly deals with what Deach has put forth.
Now, Deach could attempt to kill Lee Sin here. You
Mm-hmm.
go for Grasp.
Yep.
Which would prompt the barrier. Then you go for something like... and then you can try and out on the unspeakable horror, but I'll let it go through.
Yep. Other Ledros is definitely interesting. Hey, there's Trundle.
He's been missing for a while. I think
hiding.
Arguably the Ledros play is quite good.
Yep.
Oh. Okay.
Okay.
So trying to
We see second deny.
say, hey, do you have deny? Or it's gone.
It's a really smart spot to go for the Ruination here, and it resolves. Now, what is Kavira's follow-up? Okay, Lee Sin number 3.
He's got the third one. Doesn't have many buffs for it remaining, I would imagine.
Right. Didn't have, or does not have the... Oh,
Vengeance.
Boy.
He might be able to just deal with third Lee Sin.
Yep.
He can go now. We'll see if that deny exists for Kavira. It does!
Oh, and it does! So
it does!
And that was to the right, Casa. So Kavira said, yeah, Ruination resolves. Go ahead. Sure. Resolves. I'm just going to play my other Lee Sin and kill you next turn. I love it. And this is insane because if he would have done it in the reverse order, he would have gotten blown out by the top decked Vengeance because the Lee Sin would be in hand right now. And who cares? Like your other Lee Sin in hand doesn't matter if you can just win now. Of course, this is not threatening lethal, so actually still scary for Kavira.
Yeah, it's not, and we will see the heal from Deach, revitalizing Roar Lateros on this next turn, I presume.
Yeah, I don't think there's really much of a reason not to go for the roar. Okay, a spell played for Kavira to set up the Lee barrier.
Yeah, I mean, Kavira has to either find the win or has to find healing, because Deach has Harsh Winds, he has Unspeakable Horror, he has these Ladros, his onslaught of Ladros.
Yeah, also Kavira needs a, Kavira is going to need, he kind of needs another blocker here, because Deach can just play Trundle. Old Trundy boy still coming in as relevant here on turn 837. I'm pretty sure that's close to accurate.
That might be how many turns have been in this set so far, out of these two sets.
Oh, and the Crescent Strike gotten from a Spacey Sketcher. Who knows how many turns ago?
Last month, actually.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was literally last month. And now, what does Kavira have?
Hush.
Hush to proc Lee Sin. Bell Cascade is one off currently. The draw.
I mean, he's somewhat committing, but there is the Harsh Winds.
Yep.
For Deach. And there is the Swarm of Darius.
Yep. The Darius spam. It's not going to be enough. Do you even look at that if you're Deach? I feel like you just don't look at that. This is wow. The perfect response. Ugh.
Well, now you clearly go for the style finish with Unspeakable Horror and doing, right? It just pulls the second one.
Right. Yeah. I mean, you're guaranteed, right? Well, I mean, Kavira brings up an interesting point of literally getting insane.
Oh, the juicy. Oh. There we go. Yeah.
There it is. That's the appropriate response.
There we go.
That is the appropriate response. The juicies.
The juicies.
The absolute juiciest. I will say that horror into Eclipse Dragon into Mind Splitter is quite possibly the juiciest. Oh, Casa, you called it the horror into the horror.
Not the way I was expecting it, but we'll take it.
You willed it into being.
Horror into horror. There is so many ways for Deach to win now, and so that is going to be...
That is one of them.
1-0 in the second set, the final set.
Yes.
Of the grand finals.
Let me
Deach
tell you,
is going to take the early lead.
Ooh, you can tell that we've been casting for a while because my voice is now an octave lower than it normally is.
Yeah.
That only happens at, I think, hour 10 of casting is when that usually happens.
Yeah, it also happens if you are fed after midnight.
That's true, except I haven't eaten since, I think I haven't eaten in almost 12 hours, which is like that is like a Blevins family, like, curse. I don't think it's ever happened.
Yeah, absolutely a curse.
All right, but we are seeing Lee Sin versus Lee Sin. Of course, Lee Sin Zed for Deach. Lee Sin Diana for Kavira. And I mean, we see combo pieces in Deach's hand. A mentor as well. Pieces are in place for Deach potentially.
Yeah, he's got the Lee Sin. This is big. We saw in set 1 of the grand finals, Deach was missing the Lee Sin a lot of the time in the early game, did not have it, and was always pulling it super late and just having to really try to cobble something together with the Lee Sin. This time, he can really build around it.
Yeah, absolutely. There are no Zeds to dilute this drop from Deach. There are no Zeds to divert him, to keep his eye, to divert his gaze from the prize. The prize is there. It's the Lee Sin. Kavira going for a early Zenith Blade, and Deach with the Nopify. Big Nopify early. Again, counters the entirety of the spell. There is no Daybreak effect from the Zenith Blade there. Really tempo play, really big tempo play from Deach, but all right. Another Nopify drawn from Deach here. The question here is there a potential punish here of an attack from the Lee Sin? Be a 5/6. Okay, Kavira had another Zenith Blade. No mana for the second Nopify this time, though.
Yeah, not able to stop that one. It's definitely big.
Yep. Now Deach really can't attack because Pale Cascade would definitely be a blowout there.
And Deach is fairly safe to just go Zenith Blade onto the Lee Sin. Has the Nopify to win the Nopify wars.
Mm-hmm. Doesn't win the Deny war, though.
Does not. Absolutely.
But you are winning a mana. You are winning a mana in that exchange, though. I don't know if that's the angle with which you want to attack.
It looks like Deach does.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, you're as protected as you're going to be, right?
Okay. Nopify into Nopify. Does Kavira have the second? Does not. So. Lee Sin activated for Deach.
Is
Kavira,
oh, that is the point. That is the point where I look through the handbook and see if I can mute my opponent.
I think you can. If you're allowed to in game, you can do it. Yeah.
I like it. Deach just wants to play the game. Kavira, little heated. I can see it for sure.
Little bit of tilt. Look, the mind splitter moment really got to him.
I mean, do I have to say it? Literally split Kavira's mind.
Yeah.
Infinitely.
Yeah.
I mean, it's called the Infinite Mind Splitter for a reason. That's the reason. I have to imagine Double Hush is pretty much exactly where you want to be from Deach. Making the safe block here. Okay, deep med from Kavira.
Yeah, I mean, this Lee Sin is just getting massive. It already has the Overwhelm.
Yep.
There is a fair bit of protection with the Pale Cascades.
Yep.
Hushes, if those are necessary for Deach as well.
Yep.
In a
Hushes
very,
galore.
very good spot. Especially because there's so many cheap spells.
Mm-hmm.
Deach can set up to level this Lee Sin rather quickly.
Yeah, I mean, and the problem for Kavira is that can't even really attack can't really attack in at all anyway, just because the Lee Sin is already gigantic, but Also, like, Deach is perfectly happy to cash in this mentor for 3 gems. Like, would in fact almost rather would rather have it. And oh man, hold on. Is Deach calling it? Is Deach calling the it's over? Was that what I saw in the camera?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. He might have been.
There also may be a you know, a language barrier, but that, I mean, if I'm seeing someone in sports do the hands like that's it's over. It's over.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, look, this is very committal onto the mountain goat. Yep. It's just going to be a hush.
Over under Kavira conceding to this hush, considering the amount of tilt we've already seen.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, the infinite mental splitter.
Oh, you have to play the one to the right. Oh no, this is a misplay. You have to play to the one to the right so that Kavira knows that you just drew it. Although actually it might be the next level, because if Kavira has an answer to this, then you have the second hush.
If he's prepared for the hush.
Oh, no.
Oh, is it 2? It's not 2.
Please.
It's not 2.
No, this is the FF. This has got to be the FF. If it's another one, please.
I think he just played that to draw. I think he played it to draw. He played it to draw. He just played it to draw.
Oh no, that's not good. That's not good. Deach looking to back to see if there's even another. Is there even another Tail Cascade? Okay. Hush coming out from Kavira. Does threaten to kill the Lee Sin.
Yeah, it even prevents Lee Sin from gaining the barrier. So the hush will still save him, however.
Yes.
And that will be the play. The one on the right for Deach. And yeah, I mean, we'll see if the FF comes through.
Right.
Like you mentioned. Oh, the juicy.
The juicy. Oh, the
juicy.
fire back. Oh, you love to see it. And now we see, is Deach able to pull this one out? Double Notify, double hush. A Lee Sin that is growing rapidly. I'd say it's like he's been in quarantine with the amount of weight he's gained, but he has been out and about attacking. Okay, the pull. The resonating strike. The level. The lethal threat. Does Kavira have a deny to potentially stop the kick?
We'll have to see, because if not, Deach is going to win his very first fight night on this turn. If there is no answer, that's it. Kavira.
Ooh.
Oh no.
That's so I used to my okay, denied does come out. Game not over yet. And Pale Cascade can go on either. It's still adding 2 damage regardless. I don't think lethal can be pushed at this point. So attacks come through. And it's going to have to be another turn waited here for Deach. right, so card drawn from Kavira. And the pass back. All right, Lee Sin.
Potential way to find a response here for Kavira.
Yeah.
This can kick the Lee Sin out. Deach doesn't actually have a response to keep the Lee Sin from getting kicked back to hand, but the question, I guess, becomes, even if Lee Sin gets kicked back to hand, Deach can probably just replay it and reestablish his Zenith Blade.
Right. You know, it could be something like a Nopify for Kavira. It could be I don't know if both denies may have already been used. I don't know. Okay, Zenith being committed by Kavira here.
Yeah, and I mean, like I said, I think this kick comes through. Kavira kicks Lee Sin back to Deach's hand. Deach can then reestablish Lee Sin, reestablish the Zenith Blade. And then once again, Kavira is on a deny to survive.
Yep. Deach also has one of these Sonic Waves is a Lee Sin. I'm pretty sure. So even if Kavira could kill the Lee Sin here, it was never, there was already a backup Lee Sin. The other thing is that even if the Zenith Blade is countered or somehow dealt with, Deach can actually pump up the Lee Sin to lethal just from the kick. So yeah, it's definitely going to have to be another deny. I don't know if I don't recall if Kavira has played 1 or 2 denies. I believe there's only 2 denies in the deck. And that's going to be it. Deach with the pop off. That's going to be the game. Deach pulling that one off. Boy, oh boy, Casa. That was a crazy set. I mean, a crazy 3 sets from them. Razor thin in a lot of those matches. Yes, there were some crazy moments in that set from a couple of different cards, but boy, oh boy, was it entertaining to cast and watch for sure.
Yeah, really back and forth sets between these two, and we once again, for a grand finals, got 3 sets between 2 amazing players, and Deach was able to come out on top after the bracket reset. Kavira, though, extremely well played throughout.
Absolutely.
There was some crazy things happened in this fight night. The insane play with the Eclipse Dragon coming out, but other than that, I think it was really well done, especially on the TLC Deach. I was really impressed with that deck list. Just the way he was able to pilot it through each of those games. I really felt like he was extremely proficient on that list. And that was exciting to see it come back and have success and even find a win in Fight Night after I think a lot of people gave up on that deck. So it's great to see, but let's go ahead and take one final look at the bracket here. As we can see that Deach's path to victory here, Blevins.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think a lot of people can say that they've beat Kavira 3 times in a tournament. I mean, or I guess only 3 times. I mean, being in coming in from the winners finals, then getting the bracket reset on you, that is a tough one to swallow, but was able to get there in the end. But yeah, I mean, just an absolutely brutal bracket for Deach to go through, but ends up getting it in the end.
Yeah, and we're just getting Deach on the line for an interview in just a moment here. We can ask him a little bit about his run through this bracket. I mean, there was a a lot of crazy plays that happen through here, but I think we've got him. Deach, can you hear us, buddy?
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Well, first of all, congratulations on
Yeah.
your win, man. You played exceptionally throughout the tournament, and it was great to have you here. Your first time on, and you were able to come away with the victory. Just to start things off, I mean, how are you feeling, man? You had a massive pop-off out. I'm sure you're feeling good.
Yeah, for sure. First of all, thank you for the invitation. I am really happy to play with these amazing players. They are really good. Kuvira played extremely well, and I'm sorry for the Brazilian community because they are a little bit, they are flaming him. So
Guys, don't flame.
this is
No
this is
flame. It's
this
all
is
in
not
good fun.
right. Yeah, but I am feeling pretty good. I threw the first series against him in the finals. I blocked it with the Lee Sin, and he had three spells.
Mhm.
It was his only out, so it was a really hard misplay. I was a little bit tilted in the last series in the beginning, but everything went well, and I drew well as well. But I'm really happy and excited to play in the next week as well.
Yeah, of course, we're going to be excited to have both you and Kavira back for next week. I'm going to ask this question for Blevins because I know he doesn't want to. But of all the potential Lee Sin decks that you could bring, you decided to go with Zed Lee Sin versus the Diana Lee or just Mono Lee. And I was just curious of your thought process. Why particularly that version of the deck did you want to bring?
I guess after that last expansion, the Zed Lee Sin got really buffed because of the Nopify. I really think the other versions aren't that good right now because a lot of bad matchups that like Swain TF that it was really bad in the past. Now it's a really good matchup for Zed Lee Sin if you draw Nopify. So I guess I kind of don't like the version with Diana, except if I am expecting to fight a lot of aggros, but I was not expecting this tournament. So yeah, I think my lineup was really good against the meta. I just think Arax was the only player that had a lineup better that beat mine, but I could win against him. So I really liked my lineup and the Zed Lee Sin deck as well. Besides the fact that I hate Lee Sin, it's so boring.
It's very good
boring
right
to
now,
play. I wanted to play Jeep, but my teammates didn't let me.
Yeah, definitely. Well, yeah, here's a question that we always like to ask Deach. And is there any call outs, any shout outs, anyone that you want to see in a fight night, anyone that you would like to play against in a future fight night?
Yeah, of course I want to play against my teammates in the fight night because I am pretty sure that I am better than them. Just kidding.
Call out. Love
Just
it.
kidding. No, but I would love to see East to win because he just won the IQ Invitational, the last qualifier for IQ Invitational, the same that I won the second one, and Chicas that won the first one. But I'm really excited to play against all these amazing players. Like I would like to play against Fresh Lobster, that is a really extremely good player and an inspiration for me. And against Trivo as well, because we have a kind of we discuss who is a better deep player in Brazil. That would be nice to have a final game deep against deep.
Yeah, for sure. Well, thank you so much for coming on and playing. Congratulations once again on the win. We'll look to see if we can get one or more of those players that you mentioned for this fight night. But thanks for everything, man, and we'll see you next week.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the cast for the awesome work that you guys have done. Bye.
All right. So, after all that, Kavira versus Deach in the final. Deach able to take the win. I want to take a moment just to say, guys, please, even if something in the game is happening that you don't take it upon yourself to go into other players' chats and to harass them. We will handle it if there's any problem, and the players can handle themselves. going in and spreading toxicity in our community by going into each other's streams and flaming or whatever. I don't know what happened, but from what I'm hearing, not good. We can be better in the LOR community. We have tried to be better for a very long time in making this community a very safe, wholesome place for everybody. So please refrain from going into chats of the competitors if you are going to be toxic. But with that, it has been an amazing night of games so far.
Oh, yeah.
I am excited for the next week. We will have Kavira and Deach returning to us for the next time. But for all of us here on Giant Slayer TV, I've been Casanova. Of course, joined as always with the Blevins. And we'll see you guys next week.